Our story begins in a grand kingdom where royal decree dictates the fate of princes. Inside the throne room, the king of Sandfales addresses his kneeling 17th son, Hyle, declaring that upon reaching his 15th birthday and coming of age, he is to be granted a dominion of his own. Pointing toward the young prince, the king coldly commands him to journey to this far-off territory and heal it, leaving the boy trembling with shock as the weight of his father's harsh decree settles upon him. Stranded out on the open sea, the exiled prince strains against the oars of a small wooden boat, fighting the crashing ocean waves as he approaches a desolate, jagged island looming in the distance. Gazing down at a map of his destination, he can hardly believe his misfortune, realizing that Sheol Reef is 10 days away from the royal capital, a barren pile of rocks so isolated that neither merchants nor pirates would ever dare approach it. As his vessel nears the towering stone cliffs, he looks desperately for a place to dock, dismayed by the realization that his designated royal dominion lacks even a proper shore to land on. He recalls the bitter mockery of his siblings, remembering how the 11th prince, Valpa, sneered that the worthless reef was perfect for him, while the 15th princess, Talia, giggled in cruel amusement at his misfortune. The root of their disdain stems from the nature of crests, the divine marks granted to everyone at birth, while his brothers received revered crests like the sword god and the king of magic. His own mark was dismissed as weak and pathetic. Because no one could decipher the true function of his mystery crest, no amount of effort on his part could overcome their prejudice, leaving his father and brothers to resent him for supposedly tarnishing the family honor. He had attempted to plead his case before the throne, asking if a representative could be sent in his place. The king slammed his fist down in anger, bellowing that the assignment was the decree of the oracle and making it clear that this was nothing less than exile. Focusing on his bleak present, he acknowledges the harsh reality of being stranded on a desolate heap of stone, briefly contemplating if execution for treason would have been kinder before steeling his resolve to survive. Summoning his inner mana, he extends his glowing palm forward and casts a wind spell to push his small boat through the turbulent water toward the cliffside. Spell releases a faint breeze that lightly stirs the feathers of sea birds resting along the jagged rocks, giving his vessel just enough momentum to drift closer to land. Panting from the exertion, he grimaces at the feeble spell, frustrated that his magic yields only a gentle breeze when it should have generated a powerful gust. Resolving to secure his provisions first, his eyes widen in surprise as he spots a dark opening carved directly into the rocky cliff face. Peering deep within the cavern, he is confronted by a horrific sight, a chamber littered with piles of monstrous skeletons and skulls, hinting at ancient peril lurking within the reef. His eyes wide with horror, he stood frozen as he took in the grim sight of countless human and monster skeletons littering the cavern floor. Realizing there was nowhere else to store his belongings, he dragged his supply crates into the entrance of the cave, taking a moment to sit and stare out toward the endless ocean. Distant waves crashed against the rocky shore of the isolated reef, emphasizing his utter solitude in this desolate place. Looking up into the open air, he began to weigh his grim reality and the slim chances of survival. Seabirds circled lazily over the vast ocean, highlighting how far removed this barren rock was from any trading routes or civilization. Overwhelmed by panic for a moment, he clutched his head before gripping his fists tightly, declaring with burning resolve that he would survive no matter what it took. He huddled on the ground, mentally sorting through his options, wondering if a passing foreign vessel or pirate ship might save him, or if he would be forced into slavery, before realizing his immediate need was food and shelter. Raising his small pickaxe, he decided to start by using the tool to dig into the cavern. Suddenly, a strange floating interface appeared before him, announcing that he had acquired a mining tool, leaving him utterly bewildered as he stared at the glowing prompt. Voice resounded directly inside his head, asking if he wished to mine, prompting him to demand who was speaking, only for the interface to clarify that his crest, Cave King, possessed an advisor function. He stared at the glowing mark on his hand, realizing that the crest he had carried since birth, Cave King, was finally activating now that he was actually inside a cave for the first time in his life. As the advisor explained how the crest enhanced mining skills and allowed him to rank up within caverns. He struggled to process the information before deciding to test it by declaring his intent to mine. Standing in the center of the dark cavern with pickaxe in hand, he watched in awe as glowing white spots suddenly illuminated the rock walls all around him. Examining the glowing sections, he learned from the advisor that these spots marked the optimal mining points designed to prevent cave-ins, prompting him to swing his pickaxe forward. The single light strike, the rock crumbled instantly, and he marveled as a night vision support effect flooded his vision with light, allowing him to plan out a comfortable sleeping area inside the lit cave. He swung his pickaxe repeatedly into the stone face, breaking apart the rocky cavern floor with exhilaration as debris flew through the air. A wide grin spread across his face as he realized just how enjoyable this work truly was. Deep within the dark cavern, the rumbling reverberated continuously as he expanded his reach into the subterranean depths. Crest's voice informed him that it could store whatever he mined in infinite quantities. Intrigued, he asked where the stored items were held, but the Crest was unable to answer, prompting him to command the retrieval of 168 rocks. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the surrounding cavern walls as the command processed. The interface confirmed that 168 rocks were retrieved while building his inventory. The voice explained that storing items has no burden on his physical body and that they can be withdrawn at any moment. A massive block of stone materialized right before him, leaving him completely astounded and eagerly accepting the gift of this miraculous power. Looking at his progress, the system alerted him that he was now 10 meters below where he started, introducing him to units of measurement he had never heard of before. He examined his growing collection of mine materials, taking note of various ores including copper, bronze, iron, silver, gold, turtle stones, and vibrant magic crystals. Crest detailed the benefits of his harvest, explaining that magic crystals increase the user's magic power, depending on their size, while turtle stones increase one's lifespan by a full day upon use. Looking out at the desolate island, he marveled at the sheer potential of the Cave King power that transformed this barren reef into his personal domain. Realizing he had completely forgotten to look for rescue ships because he was having to reaching 50 meters deep, he checked his inventory and decided to consume 90 magic crystals to enhance his magic power capabilities. Standing atop the island's high peak, he wondered if his body had actually changed after consuming the crystals, confirming with the system interface that his magic power had indeed increased. Turning back toward the cavern entrance, he decided to test his enhanced magic by clearing out the path he had just dug. Reaching out with an outstretched hand, the young prince invoked his elemental magic, channeling his newly boosted reserves into a single spell. Glowing crest materialized before him, releasing an immense, swirling vortex of wind that ripped through the stone tunnel with terrifying momentum. Violent gale blasted through the cavern walls, shattering tons of rock and clearing the entire passage out to the open air in a single explosive surge. As the dust began to settle, he stood completely frozen in disbelief at the sheer magnitude of the devastation he had just unleashed. Panicking at the unbelievable power of 90 magic crystals, he apologized aloud to any spirits of the deceased who might have been disturbed by his overwhelming magic. Suddenly, a strange, gelatinous creature emerged wobbling from the newly opened passage, causing him to recoil in surprise. 3 days had passed since the 17th prince of the Sandfales kingdom was exiled to the desolate, jagged crags of Sheol Reef. Determined to make the most of his harsh new reality, he prepared for another arduous day of excavation alongside his unusual translucent companion, whom he affectionately named Shell. Mounted atop the surprisingly springy creature, he bounded across the rocky terrain, grateful for the unexpected partnership that had formed just 3 days prior. He recalled their initial encounter, when the curious slime had leapt into view, triggering a system notification regarding a tameable monster that possessed the taming skill. Free from the stifling constraints of royal court expectations, he realized that in this remote wilderness, no one remained to criticize or judge his unconventional methods. After officially bestowing the name upon the creature and completing the bond, he quickly discovered that having a living companion eased the crushing weight of solitude, even as they learned to communicate through simple gestures. The slime acting as a flexible platform, He was able to reach elevated mineral deposits with ease, significantly accelerating his mining operation. His enhanced magic solved any lingering concerns over sustenance, while his stockpiles of iron, copper, silver, and rare magic stones grew tenfold over the course of 3 industrious days. As evening fell, he sank into a plush, improvised bed formed by a cluster of friendly slimes he had discovered, resting comfortably as he contemplated the endless possibilities of tomorrow's excavations. Following morning, he woke to find the creatures bouncing enthusiastically around him, but a sudden sharp noise down near the coastline abruptly cut short his peaceful awakening. Down upon the jagged beach lay the splintered remains of a vessel, alongside the battered and unconscious bodies of tribal warriors who had washed ashore. Rushing down to inspect the wreckage, he observed the green-skinned shipwreck survivors and was relieved to confirm that despite the violent impact against the reef, breath still stirred in their chests. Unwilling to abandon helpless victims to the tide, he channeled his holy recovery spell to mend their broken bodies and stabilize their conditions. Observing their steady breathing on the rocky incline, he satisfied himself that their lives were no longer in immediate danger. Still wary of how the strangers might react upon regaining consciousness, he instructed Shell to keep a close watch over them while he maintained a cautious distance. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and refocus his mind entirely on the task of mining. Swinging his pickaxe with renewed vigor, he chipped relentlessly into the rock face, unearthing raw minerals with every strike. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he paused to appreciate the quiet satisfaction of physical labor before opening his magical interface to inspect his latest inventory yields. Examining the rare items he had acquired, including glowing stones and curse-dispelling minerals, he noted with a smile that on this desolate island, there was no one around to bother or curse him. Nearby, chaos broke out among the shipwreck survivors as General Varl aggressively reached for food, despite the shaman and the young princess pleading with him to calm down, just as the prince approached holding a massive fresh catch. Instantly sensing a presence, Varl dropped into a defensive stance, guarding the princess and shaman while demanding to know who was approaching. The warrior was on high alert, suspecting the stranger of being an enemy from the Balyan continent, while Princess Rihanna tried in vain to explain that this man had actually saved their lives. Refusing to trust a human, Varl shouted at him to stay back, deeply offended when the young prince simply turned away with an unbothered grin. Thinking only of cooking the fish, the prince flashed an inadvertently terrifying smile that struck pure horror into the giant warrior's heart. Effortlessly weaving lightning and wind magic to flash fry the fish, he presented the freshly cooked meal with a warm, cheerful invitation to eat together. Overwhelmed by the casual display of high-tier elemental magic, Varl fell to his knees in complete surrender, questioning why someone so powerful hadn't simply eliminated them. Suddenly, the young princess collapsed unconscious to the ground, sending both Varl and the old shaman into a desperate panic. Shaman grieved as he revealed that Princess Rihanna suffered from the fatal life-shrinking curse, causing the young prince to remember the purification item he had just mined. Without hesitation, he activated the Misogi stone and bolstered its power with his turtle stones, channeling a divine light into her body as the tribal elders watched in shock. Bathed in the magical glow, Princess Rihanna stirred awake, completely cured of her affliction, leaving her companions rendered speechlessly grateful. Having just been fully restored to health, she looked on as the formidable warrior suddenly dropped to his knees, slamming his hands onto the earth in a desperate plea for forgiveness. Pressed his forehead deeply into the dirt, agonized over how he could possibly make amends to the young man who had saved his princess's life. The tension breaking, the survivors formally introduced themselves as General Varl, Shaman Elvin, and Ril, the princess of the Belden tribe. He, in turn, introduced himself as Heil, a former prince of Sandfales, modestly explaining that her cure was made possible only by the miraculous stones he had unearthed. The elders recounted their tragic past, explaining how human attackers had slain their royal family and driven them from their home, forcing them into a year of aimless wandering. Though the shaman lamented their hopeless voyage, the young princess gently comforted him, insisting that their plight was beyond anyone's control. She accepted that her remaining time was short, grateful merely to be free of agonizing pain. But the young exile firmly rejected her resignation, declaring that it was far too early to give up on life. It revealed that dormant turtle stones buried underground could extend their lifespans significantly, urging them to lend their strength to his mining efforts so they could secure a future together. Overwhelmed by his unexpected kindness, tears welled in her eyes as hope bloomed within her heart once again. Contemplating their newfound alliance, he realized his magical interface could grant special mining and experience blessings if he equipped them with custom tools. Eager to show their devotion, both the warrior and shaman begged to enter his service, and the young princess insisted on joining them in swearing fealty. Accepting their allegiance, he readily agreed when she asked for a new name to mark the beginning of her newly granted life. Pledging their eternal loyalty, the veteran shaman and warrior officially became his bound companions under his guidance. Taking on her new name, Rihanna offered her full devotion to her new master, completing the sacred bond between them. Without missing a beat, he summoned a glowing torch from his magical inventory, startling his new companions as he led them back down into the depths to resume mining. He raised his pickaxe with a determined grunt, driving the metal tip deep into the stone wall, while his newly recruited companions watched in quiet anticipation. Single strike detonated with shock waves that rippled upward through the cavern, fracturing the solid rock into a violent burst of debris. Massive hollow crater gaped where the wall had once stood, drawing cries of utter disbelief from the Belden tribe. Turning to his astonished audience, he casually explained that his strength hadn't come instantly, promising that with enough practice, they too would break stone just as easily. Shifted toward the practical logistics, he pointed out that mind would no longer gather automatically. He asked his familiar slime if it could instruct the second one, urging everyone to begin practicing right away, which prompted eager agreement from the group. From that moment on, the once silent underground passages transformed into a vibrant hive of activity, ringing with the rhythmic strike of picks as the entire party labored side by side. Shadowy, imposing figures looked down with utter contempt, ordering the helpless weaklings to clear out of their path without a moment's hesitation. Threatened with being reduced to ash alongside his companion, the young prince glares upward with fierce, unrelenting determination, shielding the creature at his side. Shaking off the heavy memory, he sat among his companions inside the sanctuary of the cavern, reassuring the worried young elf and the elders that his tireless work was driven purely by his passion. Their spirits lifted immensely as a freshly baked apple pie was served, marking a joyous milestone after days of painstaking effort in building their subterranean haven. Every bite brought overwhelming gratitude from the tribal elders and the princess, reaffirming to the prince that all his hard labor with the pickaxe was worth every ounce of effort. Later, he quietly contemplated their dwindling supplies and clothing, weighing the necessity of trade against the risk of discovery while planning their long-term survival. Venture deeper into the unexplored depths of the cavern, his eyes caught sight of strange, pale mounds scattered across the dark floor. Inspecting the unusual mounds, he cleared away the loose debris, perplexed by the strange composition of the soil buried deep underground. Suddenly, a colossal, intimidating arachnid emerged from the shadows of the alcove, looming over him with sharp fangs and gleaming eyes. Terrified by the monster's immense size, he braced for an inevitable attack, believing his journey had reached a fatal end. Instead of striking, the creature stepped back to protect its tiny hatchlings, prompting a magical system interface to present him with an unexpected choice to tame the beasts. Accepting the prompt, he successfully bonded with the entire nest, leaving his arriving allies in sheer panic until he explained the creatures were now peaceful pets. Shaman quickly pointed out that the silk-infused dirt left by these cave spiders was rich in nutrients, unlocking immense agricultural potential for their underground farm. Harnessing his newfound progress, he activated his enhanced power to carve out a magnificent stone staircase leading toward the upper caverns, amazing everyone with the sudden transformation. With his rank elevated to level 2, new capabilities like custom architecture, item synthesis, and night vision unlocked, opening boundless horizons for their expanding sanctuary. He stood reviewing the ongoing preparations, laying out plans for tomorrow's work. Taran was assigned to lead the farming efforts while Elvin and Varys used ice axes to process materials, and Rhianna skillfully wove spider silk into impossibly soft, luxurious fabric. Under Taran's dedicated care, the subterranean crops flourished with unbelievable speed. Yet the depths of the caverns were never entirely safe, as even formidable wild creatures like the King of the Cave made sudden, dangerous appearances. For their very eyes, a tiny sprout absorbed the unique nutrients of the soil and instantly erupted into a massive, fully grown apple tree laden with fruit. Realizing that the orange sunstones act as powerful accelerators for living things, he entrusted Rhianna with managing the sunstone inventory and overseeing the plantation's growth. With everyone focused on their respective strengths, he felt free to concentrate on deeper mining. Knowing that Rhianna's life expectancy had been extended by 5 years, he swung his pickaxe into a gleaming white ore. Synthesis yielded an extraordinary relic known as the Dragon Orb, a legendary artifact capable of returning a corpse to life. Contemplating the terrifying power to resurrect the dead at will, he decided to move the orb out of his inventory and store it safely outside, only to be interrupted by Elvin's urgent calls. Rushing out into the daylight, he was met by Elvin frantically pointing toward the coast, shouting that a ship belonging to their fallen comrades had just arrived. A vessel battered by the sea had indeed dropped anchor upon the shore, revealing survivors from the Belden tribe stepping onto the sand. Elvin wept with joy upon discovering his daughter and kin alive. Seeing their reunion, he offered them his own boat so they could safely return to the mainland together. He went further, offering them sunstones and trade goods to secure a prosperous future elsewhere, urging them to find a peaceful home away from this remote island. Overwhelmed by emotion, Elvin burst into a desperate plea, screaming with all his might for the prince not to abandon them. The elderly shaman declared that they would never commit such ingratitude, pledging the full allegiance of his entire tribe to their savior. Caught off guard by their sudden declaration of loyalty, he listened as they insisted that staying by his side had been their intention from the very beginning. Stepping forward beside her father, Rhianna firmly announced that she had no intention of leaving either, binding her fate to his underground realm. She bolted down the shore toward the small rescue craft as the larger ship capsized amidst crashing waves. Panic erupted across the beach. Most of the survivors could not swim, and the tiny rowboat would never reach them in time. Overwhelmed by the chaos, Hyle felt a sudden, bitter echo of his past, flashing back to his days in the royal castle, where he had collapsed in powerlessness, unable to change his fate or protect anyone. Refusing to be helpless ever again, the young prince launched himself from the cliff face directly into the violent surf below, leaving the astonished onlookers gasping in disbelief. Recalling the encouragement of his companions, the young prince steeled his resolve to overcome the hopeless situation before him. Utilizing a massive reserve of nearly 9,000 magic stones, his crest shone with immense power. A dramatic surge of frost and magic surged forth, freezing the turbulent waters instant by instant. The onlookers watched in sheer disbelief as an icy pathway materialized across the sea, bridging the shore directly to the stranded vessel. Determined to rescue everyone, he urged the elders to abandon the boat and cross the newly formed ice path. Though slipping and sliding across the frozen bridge presented its own chaotic challenge, the tribe members scrambled towards safety as quickly as their feet could carry them. Even giant creatures joined the rescue effort, charging forward on their multiple legs to carry people to the shore. A sudden change of heart allowed former adversaries to cooperate with the slime, ensuring nobody was left behind in the freezing sea. Grand rescue attempt concluded in triumph as the entire community found themselves assembled safely on the sandy beach. The prince gasped for breath, relief washing over him as he looked at the gathered survivors resting peacefully along the shoreline. Surrounded by his grateful allies, he sat upon the sand while discussions broke out regarding their newly secured safety and the next steps for their makeshift island community. The tribe expressed overwhelming gratitude to the prince for his miraculous magic and leadership. Amidst the reunions, an emotional embrace took place between family members, bringing light-hearted moments to an otherwise tense day. Gazing at the crowd, the young leader humbly acknowledged that he could never have saved everyone on his own. He gave heartfelt thanks to each ally and creature present, realizing that their combined efforts were what truly secured their survival. Suddenly, a mysterious, robust man with a thick beard and wild hair stood silently behind him, drawing confused glances from the group. Puzzled by the stranger's presence, the prince pondered where this uninvited guest could have come from, as he certainly was not on the ship or seen inside the cave. Realizing the eccentric newcomer was entirely unclothed and clearly famished, the group collectively decided the most urgent priority was to get him properly dressed before figuring out his true identity. By the following day, remarkable progress was underway across the settlement. With over 200 people now under his care, the young prince worked tirelessly to construct dozens of new living quarters within the cave walls. As he organized supplies recovered from the shipwreck, the young girl arrived bearing a warm beverage, offering her gratitude and praise for his incredible management of the island's expanding population. Sipping the fragrant fruit juice, he marveled at the new agricultural developments taking root on the island, eager to keep building a bright future alongside his loyal companions. He silently observed the strangely behaving newcomer known as Mappa, who was grumbling about the quality of the tools. Examining the pickaxe crafted by the wild man, the young prince noticed its surprisingly refined design. Testing the tool himself, he was astounded by its incredible speed and weightless balance. What appeared to be a delicate piece of art swung with terrifying efficiency. Holding his usual pickaxe in one hand and Mappa's creation in the other, he questioned whether such an elegant implement could truly shatter heavy rock. The single strike, the cliff face literally detonated, hurling debris outward and leaving the entire crowd utterly stunned. Peering into the crater left by the strike, he realized the blast had breached a hidden, cavernous hole deeper within the island. The upgraded tools accelerating their work, the settlers rapidly expanded their domain. Yet amid their progress, Rihanna quietly revealed that her remaining lifespan was short unless she found a way to evolve. Determined to protect her, his thoughts were interrupted as the newly exposed opening revealed a deep underground passage. Stepping down into the hidden sanctuary beneath the earth, he discovered ancient pedestals holding mysterious glowing artifacts. Consulting his magical crest interface, he identified a heartstone capable of creating an artificial organism, alongside a legendary change stone that could force a monster to evolve. He conferred with the elders regarding the artifact's properties. Shaman Elvin confirmed that in ancient lore, species evolve into higher forms through such magic stones. Shaman revealed that General Varl himself had evolved using a similar stone, which granted a completely renewed body and extended lifespan. Turning to Rihanna, the prince offered her the chance to undergo the transformation. Rihanna hesitated, expressing her desire to gain magical strength and live longer, though she felt attached to her current self. Seeing her uncertainty, he made the firm decision to support her choice completely, preparing the change stone for activation. Overcome with emotion, Rihanna wept openly and confessed her heart's true desire to remain by his side for as long as possible. The magic stone unleashed a brilliant radiance. Rihanna was enveloped in blinding light. When the glow receded, everyone gasped at her striking new appearance. She stood fully evolved and transformed, humming softly in confusion as she looked down at her altered body. Turning her wide, gentle eyes toward her companion, she timidly inquired what had just happened to her. Meanwhile, below her, the shocked onlookers erupted into chaotic shouts as Mappa's eccentric antics caught them entirely off guard. Awakening from his brief slumber, the young prince looked around, momentarily confused about when he had fallen asleep. His thoughts immediately drifted to the young Belden girl, wondering if her evolution was complete, only to be met by her enthusiastic face beaming right beside him. Startled by her sudden closeness, he recoiled in surprise. She leaned in closer with a wide, radiant smile, completely transformed from her former appearance into a striking young woman. Urging her to take it easy, he urged her to lie down, concerned she might be pushing herself after her transformation. She assured him she was merely a little tired, asking how long he had been asleep, while noting that the elderly Mappa had also collapsed and was resting nearby. Observing her fully, he was amazed by her new form, remarking on how remarkably human she now looked. She revealed that when she used the changed stone, Her only desire was to become beautiful. She shared her tragic past, explaining how a curse in her youth stunted her growth and made her sickly, leading her beautiful sisters to laugh at her and her parents to ostracize her after initial attempts to help failed. Fearing she had wasted a precious magic stone on a selfish wish, she apologized profusely. He quickly reassured her, declaring that if she felt like she had a new life, then her decision was completely justified and not a waste at all. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she offered her entire life, body, and name to his service. Before he could fully process her deep vow, the surrounding tribe members gathered, equally stunned by her dramatic transformation. Proudly displaying her new dress, crafted from cloth provided by her companions, she stood before the onlookers. The villagers whispered amongst themselves in awe, unable to believe this stunning figure was the same princess they once knew. As the onlookers reflected on her dedication, they remembered how she had devoted herself relentlessly to studying magic and martial arts, driven by an endless ambition. Spotting a quiet moment, the prince noticed she seemed distracted and asked if something was on her mind. The elder shaman clarified that he was not staring inappropriately, but was intrigued to discover that the girl now possessed a crest, specifically the farmer crest. The elder noted how rare and beneficial it was, as it possessed the unique ability to make crops bountiful, a function previously thought restricted to humans. Recognizing the power of her new mark, the prince marveled at the crest, comparing its significance to that of a sorcery king. The elder agreed, acknowledging that while goblins could not use magic, this newly bestowed power opened vast possibilities for their settlement. With grander ambitions taking shape, the elder outlined plans to reclaim land from the sea and expand the island, establishing farming territory and community spaces. Excited by the prospect, the prince offered his help and crest abilities to assist in synthesizing raw materials for the ambitious project. Utilizing his magical crest interface, he processed stone, sand, and gravel into his solid building blocks. He carefully placed the newly formed blocks along the coastline, filling the water structure with rock before sealing the surface with rich cave dirt. The entire group gathered in sheer awe as a vast, clear platform of land emerged where open water once stood, marveling at the magical feat. The land successfully reclaimed, everyone celebrated the incredible achievement, eager to begin planting crops. Meanwhile, Mappa was seen running around in high spirits, adding a lively finish to the grueling construction effort. He looked up in sheer shock as a flock of terrifying giant birds suddenly swooped down from the sky, interrupting their peaceful work. Monstrous killer birds screeched as they dove, grabbing Mappa in their massive talons and snatching him into the air before anyone could react. Urgency taking over, he immediately shouted for everyone to fall back and take shelter inside the cave as panic broke out among the villagers. As Rihanna sprinted towards safety carrying a child, another killer bird plunged directly toward her back. Before the beast could strike, a violent flying blow severed the creature's head mid-air, saving Rihanna and the child just in time. Young Prince watched in amazement as a massive weapon was retrieved, catching sight of the warrior who had executed the lethal strike. General Varl stepped forward, grinning menacingly with twin axes in hand, ready to unleash his fury to protect his daughter and tribe. Prince marveled at the astounding power of the Belden general as Varl single-handedly began carving through the wave of killer birds. Vienna quickly raised a shimmering magical barrier to protect the front line, demonstrating her incredible newfound abilities. With no way of knowing which bird had swallowed Mappa, he rallied the group to target the beast's heads with precision. While Varl took charge of the rear guard, he checked his crafting capabilities and realized he could utilize 300 stones and a heartstone to construct an artificial guardian for the cave entrance. Channeling his magic, a massive rock golem materialized at his command, stepping up to shield the cave entrance from the aerial assault. Giant construct casually swatted away the attacking flock, leaving the prince amused by its overwhelming strength. Confident in their defense, Varl shouted for them to leave the remaining skyborn monsters to his bladed axes. With brutal precision, the warrior leapt into action, slicing through the flock in a display of unmatched physical prowess. Strained against the tension, assuring the prince through gritted teeth that the binding made of spider silk would hold firm, while Hyle shouted for Rihanna and the others to duck low out of harm's way. With everyone secured, Hyle raised his hands aloft, invoking a magic circle to channel a freezing surge of elemental power into a devastating blizzard spell. The unleashed frost instantly encased the looming monster in a massive column of solid ice, leaving the defenders staring in awe at the frozen titan. Terrified by the sudden display of magic, the remaining killer birds shrieked in panic and scattered into the distance. Hyle wiped his brow, letting out a long sigh of relief as the skies cleared. In the mouth of the cave, the villagers erupted in cheers, rushing over to congratulate their leader. Rihanna approached him softly, apologizing for her fear and expressing her gratitude for his presence. Though Varl heartily commended his bravery, Hyle confessed with a nervous laugh and trembling knees that it was his very first time facing a monster in battle, drawing a warm smile from Rihanna. Surrounded on all sides by the grateful members of the Belden tribe, Hyle stood flustered yet deeply touched by the overwhelming affection and respect shown by his new people. Looking out over the peaceful gathering, Hyle quietly realized that perhaps even someone exiled like him could become a true leader. Meanwhile, the lively tribe began chatting enthusiastically about roasting the fallen killer bird for tonight's feast. The islanders gathered in joy around bubbling pots and hot grates, eager to process their freshly hunted catch. The goblins raised their arms in enthusiastic praise, expressing deep gratitude toward their young leader for providing such a grand feast. Mouth-watering spread of roasted meats, golden poultry, and sizzling skewers filled the table. The incredible scent of cooked monster meat echoed the triumph of their hunt, signaling a feast unlike any they had experienced before. Taking a hesitation-filled bite of the rich, red flesh, Hyle was instantly blown away by the unexpected, delicious flavor. Alongside him, Rihanna watched eagerly as she offered him another portion, delighted by his ecstatic reaction. Overwhelmed by the exquisite taste, he declared with absolute certainty that the meal was beyond fantastic. Surprised that he enjoyed the monster meat so thoroughly, Rihanna beamed with pride, touched by his genuine appreciation of her cooking. Detailed breakdown of the massive killer bird revealed that different sections yielded flavors akin to chicken, pork, and beef. Utilizing this valuable resource, the strategic discussion turned toward establishing defensive posts and farm layouts to protect their supply from future threats. Off to the side, the young goblin girl silently munched on her food with quiet concentration. Hyle and the others looked over at her, realizing she was one of Shaman Elvin's clan members. Fixing her sharp eyes directly on him, she reminded the young leader that he was the one who had bestowed the name full upon her. Curious about the magic stones being gathered, Full asked if she could join the mining efforts to grow stronger. It was explained that goblins required specific change stones to alter their bodies and evolve, sparking a new determination within her. Eager to evolve into a stronger form, Full pleaded with excitement, though others cautioned her against troubling their leader. Seeing her earnest desire, Hyle reassured her that if she managed to find a change stone while mining, she was free to use it. Overjoyed by the permission, Full cheered enthusiastically, promising to work hard at mining. Hyle welcomed the prospect, knowing that bolstering their numbers with capable magic users would only fortify their growing community. Without hesitation, Hyle expended 800 magic stones directly onto Full to boost her innate magical power. Shocked and overwhelmed by the sudden surge of energy flowing into her, she gasped as her capabilities expanded exponentially. Under the radiant glow of the full moon, the community celebrated completing the reclamation of land with hearty food. Rihanna encouraged Full to eat as much as possible, emphasizing that proper nourishment was the true key to growing stronger. The joyous Thanksgiving feast stretched late into the night, bringing together human, elf, and goblin alike in harmonious union. That memorable night was forever etched into history as the very first memorial holiday established on Sheol Reef. The days following, practical innovations were implemented, including a massive cold storage room created at Rihanna's suggestion. Inside the frigid chamber, Hyle let out a sharp sneeze while inspecting the vast stockpiles of preserved food hanging from the icy ceiling. Facilities across the settlement continued to upgrade rapidly, from renovated steel forges to temperature-controlled storage caverns, with Rihanna periodically casting freeze magic to prevent the ice from melting. Their fledgling territory was rapidly transforming into a thriving stronghold. She let out a weary sigh of relief, surprised that tranquility had prevailed for so long. Standing nearby, the prince quietly agreed, taking comfort in knowing the settlement's outer defenses were finally secure enough for him to focus entirely on mining. Their discussion quickly shifted to the technicalities of subterranean work, with the young goblin praising his ability to illuminate dark shafts. However, he cautioned that proper ventilation was vital to prevent dangerous gas buildups, while she assured him her childhood spent in the mines gave her plenty of practical experience. Proudly displaying her own mining mark, she declared her readiness to contribute, acknowledging her friendly rivalry with the local fauna despite her lack of raw strength. When asked about her family, her tone softened as she recalled her hard-working father. Mention of fathers brought dark, lingering memories to the prince's mind, recalling the overwhelming intimidation of his royal sire and elder brothers. He reflected on how he had always lived in fear of their boundless authority, contrasting it with the immense magical strength he now possessed. Before the conversation could dwell on the past, her sharp eyes caught a sudden structural anomaly in the cavern wall. With an eager cry, she announced she had struck a hollow opening leading deeper into the earth. Stepping through the breach, the duo entered a vast, ancient stone chamber supported by massive pillars. She marveled at the immense scale of the hall, wondering if a coveted transformation catalyst lay hidden within. Assessing her condition through his inner vision, he noticed an ominous spike in environmental danger and called out for her to halt. Massive stone constructs suddenly sprang to life, forcing him to instantly erect a protective barrier to shield her from harm. Once the shockwave settled, he checked on her well-being, realizing with dread that these ancient sentinels wielded magic. Armed with heavy swords, the constructs charged forward with lethal intent. He stood his ground, parrying their relentless strikes and countering with precise physical blows. Channeling his internal reservoir of mana, he unleashed a furious gale that tore through the chamber, shattering the stone guardians into fine dust. Surveying the rubble, he chastised himself for reacting recklessly before ordering a signal sent to the rest of the camp. Meanwhile, she inspected a glowing artifact left behind, which his analysis identified as a rare sorcery stone used for magical crafting. Suddenly, the eccentric old man burst into the hall, startling everyone as he lunged toward a fallen golem's weapon. Reclaiming the massive blade, he began prancing around in manic delight. Attempting to inspect the abandoned weapon himself, the prince found it completely immovable, unable to store it since his power only applied to raw, unworked minerals. Systemic scan revealed the blade was forged from orichalcum, a legendary metal lighter than ordinary steel, yet infused with immense magic potential. Baffled by its weight, he questioned why it refused to yield to his grip. The thunderous roar, the wild old man triumphantly hefted the colossal sword over his head without a trace of effort. The onlookers stood completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how he alone possessed the strength to command the legendary metal. Stood back as the others reacted in sheer disbelief, realizing the colossal sword had been forged from hundreds of orichalcum ingots. As Full desperately pleaded with her father not to attempt the impossible, the veteran warrior flexed, unleashing the glowing power of his great warrior crest to bolster his strength. The mighty roar, he summoned every ounce of energy to hoist the massive weapon, only for its unbearable weight to crush his strain and send him collapsing to the cavern floor. The group rushed forward in panic, but after a quick inspection, Hyle reassured everyone that the giant warrior was merely exhausted rather than gravely injured. Relieved beyond measure, Full threw her arms around her father, weeping and calling him an idiot for risking his life so recklessly. He offered a sheepish apology, but Hyle's attention was suddenly drawn away by the astonishing sight of Mappa calmly dragging the massive orichalcum blade over to the forge. Hyle recalled ancient legends of the legendary dwarf race, beings endowed with incredible physical strength, mysterious craftsmanship, and noble spirits. Before he could fully process the thought, Mappa finished reforging the legendary metal and handed him a newly crafted tool. Hyle gripped the orichalcum pickaxe in astonishment, marveling at how impossibly light it felt in his hand despite its legendary composition. Mappa set to work creating an entire array of orichalcum tools, leaving Hyle utterly convinced of the old man's true dwarven heritage, even if his preference for complete nudity remained a baffling mystery. Deep within the caverns, General Varl swung his axe with full force against a massive, dark shellfish, but the impact shattered his weapon, leaving him stunned. Undeterred by the broken axe, the mighty warrior smirked and flexed his muscular frame, eager to tackle whatever brute physical challenge lay ahead. Meanwhile, near the cave entrance, Rihanna and Full took deep breaths of fresh, crisp air, thoroughly impressed by the newly installed ventilation tunnel. Deep within the structure, a massive water wheel driven by tidal energy continuously churned, turning Mappa's rotating blades to push clean air into every corner of the underground complex. Recognizing the ongoing dangers of underground excavation, Hyle contemplated creating defensive guard golems at the forge to ensure everyone's safety. Using his magic crest, he summoned a massive, immensely detailed stone golem that towered over the floor, realizing almost immediately that he had gone wildly overboard. After scaling back his creation, he eagerly explained his plans for advanced magical equipment and long-range artillery to Rihanna, though his intense enthusiasm startled her. Noticing how focused he was on his work, she gently tapped his shoulder and asked him to step outside with her to see something special. She led him out into the bright sunlight, revealing a lush, thriving orchard loaded with apples, grapes, lemons, and palm trees. Wanting to prepare a quick treat for everyone, she delivered a swift martial arts strike to split the fresh harvest. With remarkable agility, she leaped into the air and gracefully smashed multiple fruits in midair, effortlessly preparing the fresh ingredients. Moments later, Hyle, Elvin, and Varl relaxed together, thoroughly enjoying the refreshing citrus juice she had skillfully mixed for them. As they drank, Varl presented the giant Satan shell he had retrieved from the back of the island, demonstrating how its impenetrable surface had ruined his axe. Examining the massive shell, Shaman Elvin detailed its rare properties, explaining that its secretion could serve as a powerful paralytic fluid or be processed into valuable Tyrian purple dye. He had barely finished explaining the nature of the creatures when Hyle showcased his latest achievements. 14 newly crafted golems, standing in a disciplined row from number 1 to 15. These constructs were far from ordinary, as specific units were embedded with elemental magic stones, granting them specialized abilities, 2 equipped with defensive barriers, and others infused with lightning, fire, and elemental attributes. Before the demonstration could proceed, panicked cries echoed across the outpost, warning of an incoming swarm of Satan shells breaching the unfinished section of the perimeter wall. Over 50 heavily armored beasts surged toward the gap, prompting Hyle to quickly consult the Elder about their vulnerabilities. The shaman revealed that while the creatures resisted extreme heat and cold, electrical currents would pierce right through their defense. Armed with this vital knowledge, the young leader turned to Rihanna to confirm her mastery over lightning magic, deciding to deploy the new golems directly into active combat to test their battle efficiency. She responded with radiant confidence, stepping up to take direct charge alongside Golem number 1. The strategy set, Hyle ordered units 6, 7, 14, and 15 into the fray to intercept the advancing horde. Units 6 and 7 immediately raised massive, stone-hard shields, locking their stance to absorb the full momentum of the incoming tide. Channeling her mana through Golem number 1, the young elf unleashed a blinding storm of lightning magic that crackled wildly across the battlefield, electrocuting the front rank of monster shells in an instant. She paralyzed the vanguard. Units 14 and 15 followed up by hurling blasts of roaring flame into the tangled mass of enemies. Combined elemental barrage erupted across the breach, pulverizing bone-hard carapaces and scattering the invading swarm. Golems pressed their tactical advantage relentless, smashing through the remnants of the monster army with synchronized precision. Final, explosive burst of electric energy wiped out the remaining attackers, sealing a total tactical victory without a single human casualty. Observing the pristine execution from the sidelines, The tribe's veteran warriors expressed immense relief that the construct defense neutralized the lethal paralyzing fluids long before the creatures could reach their leader. The threat eliminated, Hyle commended his companions and instructed the heavy golems to harvest the valuable meat and carry the spoils back toward storage. Suddenly found himself lunging forward to protect Rihanna as a stray slime secretor burst nearby, taking the brunt of the impact before reassuring his worried companions that he was unharmed. Collapsing directly atop him, she apologized weakly, explaining through flushed cheeks and heavy breaths that her body had gone completely numb from the creature's residue. After healing herself with magic, she stood up awkwardly while complaining about the sticky fluid covering her body, prompting him to offer water so she could clean off. Examining the remnants of the giant monster, they discovered a rare pearl inside, which he casually gifted to Rihanna, noting that such precious jewels suited her far better than him. Overcome with embarrassment and blushing furiously at the thoughtful gesture, she panicked, apologized profusely, and fled the scene before she could properly accept the gift. Next day, as he decided to take a short breather from their work, Full insisted on continuing her training, prompting him to remind her not to skip her meals. Mining operations resumed under the watchful protection of the golems, and later that evening, the entire group celebrated with a lavish feast prepared from the monster harvests. Yet deep beneath the surface, the treacherous ocean currents surrounding the Sheol Reef continued to churn violently, carrying unforeseen threats toward the seven. Examining the fine cloth retrieved from the shore, the group realized it was authentic Tyrian purple, a fabric even superior to what the nobles wore. Exclamations of awe filled the air as they marveled at its rich color and quality, instantly envisioning all the clothing they could craft with it. Moments later, Hal was called over to inspect something far more serious. Guided down to the reclaimed land near the shore, his gaze fell upon a grim discovery that immediately shattered the light-hearted mood. Lying face up in the surf was the massive body of an orc, motionless and cold, washed ashore alongside debris from a destroyed vessel. Recognizing the emblem stamped on the armor, Varl's face twisted in sudden rage. It was the mark of the very tribe that had destroyed their hometown, stirring up bitter memories of loss and vengeance. Overcome by hatred, the Belden warriors prepared to desecrate the corpse in retaliation for their past grievances. Hyle stood paralyzed by the intense hostility radiating from his allies, knowing he had no right to stop their justified pain. Before violence could be inflicted upon the deceased, a sharp command cut through the tension, halting everyone in their tracks. It was Princess Rihanna, stepping forward with an unyielding glare that demanded immediate silence and order from her tribe. She firmly reprimanded her people, declaring that kicking a dead person was a disgrace to the Belden tribe's pride. Even though their enemies had shown no mercy in the past, she insisted they must not lower themselves to act in the same dishonorable manner, bowing her head in apology to Hyle for the outburst. Deeply touched by her nobility, Hyle thanked Rihanna for stepping in. Acknowledging the deep frustration felt by the island's people, he resolved that he must take full responsibility to ensure dead bodies were treated with respect rather than desecrated. Bowing his head humbly before the tribe, Hal asked them to contain their anger and allow Varl to oversee a proper burial. Though flustered by their leader bowing to them, the warriors conceded to his earnest plea. The tides continued to roll in. The true scale of the tragedy became apparent. 20 corpses had washed ashore along the beach, revealing that it was not just orcs who had perished out at sea. Among the victims lay a kobold, another sworn enemy who had fought bitterly against the orcs, pointing toward a massive battle having occurred offshore. Examining the gruesome wounds, the group observed odd details. Sword slashes mixed with severe burn marks and crushing impacts. It became clear that the ships had not merely fought each other, but were attacked by something far more terrifying. I'll assign Varl to handle the burials while strengthening island defenses, remaining cautious of potential armed ships. Meanwhile, he and Rihanna searched for any usable salvage among the wreckage, noting with concern that everything gathered was in terrible condition. Rihanna then brought forth a locked chest recovered from the floating debris. Channeling his mining magic, Hyle effortlessly unlocked the mechanism, revealing an unexpected surge of energy from within. As he lifted the lid of the chest, a tiny, fluffy creature tumbled out, leaving him utterly baffled as he realized it was a small puppy. The energetic little creature immediately squirmed around, climbing up his neck and clinging to his head while he frantically tried to keep it under control. Examining the small creature closer, he corrected himself, pointing out that it was actually a baby kobold, which led Rihanna to gently cradle it and insist that an innocent infant could not be blamed for the actions of its kind. The following morning, he was hard at work in the caverns, using an ice axe crafted from orichalcum to extract essential raw materials needed to fortify the island's defenses. While sifting through his inventory of magic stones and ores, he unearthed a peculiar seed-like stone, just as Full arrived near the mine shaft to call for his presence. Meanwhile, back at the settlement, the baby creature pulled exaggerated silly faces, making loud childish noises to entertain the amused onlookers. Despite its terrifying attempts at a monstrous roar, the small creature was far too tiny and adorable to intimidate anyone, leaving the onlookers chuckling at its futile effort. He returned from the mine. The creature instantly lunged at his face with wild excitement, scaring the surrounding villagers with its sudden burst of energy. Holding the playful infant up as it licked his face, he listened as Varl explained that the creature had been crying continuously ever since waking from its nap until he reappeared. Examining the salvaged chest again, he noted that its interior seemed shallower than its exterior dimensions, leading the elder shaman to suggest that the creature might have imprinted on him as a father figure. Prying open the false bottom of the wooden chest, he discovered a collection of historical scriptures, ancient texts, and a glowing white stone tucked within the hidden compartment. Recognizing the artifact as a thought stone capable of storing memory projections, the elder shaman watched alongside him as the glowing gem projected a luminous figure into the room. Projection manifested as a tall, elegant fox-like woman adorned in regal attire and holding an ornate staff, exuding an aura of majestic authority. Her message revealed that she was Alhemina, queen of the Tiberi's tribe, as she explained that the creature found inside the chest was her newborn child, whom she had sealed away to save. Her desperate recorded voice recounted the tragic fate of their vessel, explaining that their ship was being hunted relentlessly across the ocean by the legendary beast known as Leviathan. She pleaded through the projection, acknowledging the magnitude of her request, explaining that their battle with the orcs had left them exhausted and helpless against the sea beast. Offered in return were their 2 strongest warriors to guard the chest, along with 3 sacred books forbidden to outsiders. As dark shadows closed in, the queen bade a final, tearful farewell to her child before meeting her end. The gentle smile, her final message faded away, leaving behind a tender declaration of love for her tiny newborn child. Back in the present, the room fell silent as everyone digested the tragic recording. The general scoffed in frustration at the idea of leaving a child to strangers, wondering where their escort had gone, while the young leader prepared to inform the watchman. The young girl reflected on the long history of conflict between the Tiberi's and Belden tribes, realizing her own brother had perished in that very war. Yet, looking upon the innocent infant, neither she nor the tribal elders held any hatred, recognizing the tragic loss felt on both sides. Stepped forward and firmly announced his resolve to raise the child himself. As they pondered why the queen referred to the child as her own despite their physical differences, the young leader began brainstorming a suitable name. Taking elements from both Rihanna and his own name, he officially christened the young creature Riel. The magical system confirmed the naming and taming process, bringing laughter and joy to the group despite his slight embarrassment. The child now named, attention turned back to the grave danger looming over the island. A fearsome beast immune to conventional weapons and extreme magic, known only as the Leviathan. Nodding in agreement, Heil prepared his magic, casting a powerful fire spell forward with absolute focus and determination. As the magical barrier materialized, the sheer power of the orichalcum shield impressed everyone, proving far stronger than standard shielding spells. Examining Mappa's intricate design, they marveled at the creation capable of protecting the entire island from giant monsters, though questions remained about the mythical Leviathan. High above, Riel scrambled precariously up a tree, prompting shouts of concern from those below as they rushed to ensure her safety. Meanwhile, the young kobold children scampered around energetically, digging up seeds and causing playful chaos across the field. Examining a large, mysterious seed, Elvin confessed he had never seen anything like it before, whispering the name Yggdrasil. Rihanna blurted out the name unexpectedly, wondering if her farmer crest was bestowing ancient knowledge about the legendary Tree of Life. Having cleared the heavy rubble, the group gazed upon the newly reclaimed land, realizing it provided a perfect natural defensive base. Utilizing his inventory interface, Hyle organized the gathered materials and prepared to plant the mysterious seed in the newly cultivated soil. Gathered around the freshly planted spot, they waited expectantly, suggesting the use of sunstone to stimulate immediate growth. Holding the sunstone high above the tiny sprout, a gentle warmth radiated down onto the newly sprouted leaf. Within seconds, the magic of the sunstone caused a massive tree to burst forth from the ground, surprising everyone present. The ground began to tremble violently as the tree continued its unnatural, explosive growth beyond all expectations. Sensing impending danger, Hyle shouted for everyone to run as massive roots shattered the earth beneath them. In the chaos of the sudden eruption, Mappa was swept up into the air by the rapidly expanding roots. Having been flung high into the air by the sudden eruption, the eccentric elder left the group frozen in absolute astonishment as the colossal wooden trunk shattered the ground beneath them. Towering plants surged skyward, its massive roots and tangled branches rapidly expanding to construct a living mountain before their very eyes. Before them stood Yggdrasil, a legendary behemoth of nature whose canopy pierced the heavens and cast a giant silhouette over the entire island. Concerned that their companion was now trapped within the giant bark, Rihanna urged an immediate rescue mission, to which Hyle agreed as they prepared to scale the monumental tree. Their sheer disbelief, the wild old man was perfectly content, happily resting his face against the wood without a care in the world. Closing her eyes, Rihanna inhaled the lush, earthy aroma radiating from the ancient timber, expressing how deeply it reminded her of her long-lost homeland. She sensed a powerful wave of divine magic surging through the sap, and though Rihanna wandered toward the glowing energy and fascination, Hyle cautioned her to remain close for safety. Surrounded by shimmering foliage and gentle light, she felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia and insisted on taking the time to explore this wonderful sanctuary. The bright smile, the young prince readily agreed to inspect the inner realm of Yggdrasil alongside their energetic animal companion. Together, they navigated the steep, root-covered pathways, following the bouncy creature as it led them higher into the giant tree. Upon reaching an elevated overlook, they gasped at the spectacular panoramic view of the island's coastline stretching out into the endless ocean. While Hyle surveyed the waters for potential Imperial warships, Rihanna softly apologized for prying, hesitating to ask why someone of his extraordinary gifts had been abandoned on this remote shore. He revealed with quiet somberness that he was exiled because his royal family considered him utterly useless, leaving Rihanna stunned that anyone could judge him so harshly. Recalling his past in the grand capital, he remembered how his obscure crest went unnoticed and ignored by everyone within the palace walls. He reflected on his solitary days spent reading in abandoned servants' quarters, concluding that living free on this island was infinitely better than enduring the scornful eyes of his noble family. Peering behind a barrel in the quiet corners of the capital, he is startled to discover a small, dark creature with horns and bat-like wings. Shocked that a monster could be inside the city walls, he steps back as the creature snarls aggressively, only for the tiny beast to suddenly collapse onto the ground. Looking closer, he notices the creature is covered in severe wounds and heavy iron chains bind its neck and body to a stone pillar, prompting him to wonder why anyone would imprison such a small beast. Under the cover of night, he hurries back through the stone arcades of the palace grounds, having decided to give the little creature a name, Lopez. Returns regularly to bring Lopez bread and company, well aware that others would consider him insane for caring for a monster. Guided by a spell book, he attempts to pick the heavy lock on the shackles, but without success. Nonetheless, these quiet moments bring him a profound sense of purpose and humanity, promising Lopez that one day he will free it from its collar so it can fly away. His gentle moment is suddenly interrupted by approaching laughter, alerting him that someone else has entered the secluded area. Emerging from the shadows is a young boy with luminous pale golden hair and pristine white skin, whose delicate appearance rivals that of a beautiful girl, as he condescendingly remarks on his brother's unexpected vitality. Intruder reveals himself as Oren, the 18th prince of Sandfales, and his younger brother, who gazes down with a cold, mocking smirk at the effort wasted on such a powerless creature. Precision was the key, as the young prince demonstrated his magical prowess by targeting the chained creature with deliberate accuracy. Surrounding elites looked on as the calculated strikes wore down the beast, ensuring it was tormented rather than slain instantly. Watching from the shadows, Hyle gripped the cold stone structure, his heart aching for the suffering animal. Bound creature collapsed onto the dirt, battered and weakened by the relentless assault. Desperate to help, Hyle rushed to the side of the creature named Lopez, whispering heartfelt apologies for its pain. He realized with growing dread that without magical healing or a way to remove the restrictive collar, the beast would perish. Stepping out directly before Prince Oren and his entourage, Hyle swallowed his pride and begged his half-brother to spare the creature. Nobles responded with cold arrogance, mocking Hyle for his audacity to interfere as a powerless royal. Oren ignited a fiery spell in his palm, threatening to incinerate Hyle alongside the beast if he refused to step aside. Clenching his fists tightly, Hyle pleaded once more with utmost desperation, ignoring the threat of immediate destruction. Grumbling in boredom, Oren extinguished his flame and ordered his subordinate to release the creature's restraint. However, Oren's cruelty gave Hyle an ultimatum: a 10-second head start to escape before he pursued them like prey. Scooping the small beast into his arms without a second thought, Hyle prepared to run as the countdown commenced. Safe in his arms, the creature looked up at Hyle with trust and newfound warmth. Collapsed onto the rugged stone, battered and trembling from the brutal encounter, his strength completely drained as shock took hold. Standing over him with cold disdain, Prince Oren sneered at his failure, mocking him for allowing his dear friend Lopez to perish without putting up a proper fight. A terrifying memory echoed in his mind, Oren's impenetrable magical shield deflecting every desperate strike, followed by a crushing blow that exposed his total powerlessness. The tyrant had leaned in close, his piercing gaze looming over him with demonic intensity as he taunted whether someone so weak could ever hope to reach him. Yet, after those harrowing moments, he had eventually awakened safely inside a medical room nestled within the sprawling boughs of the great tree. Clutching the small glass container where Lopez had been left behind, he berated himself for making grand promises he lacked the power to keep. Ina stepped closer, her eyes shining with tears as she reminded him that whether for the Belden tribe, Lopez, or anyone else, he had always pushed beyond his limits to save others. Realizing how foolish it was to dump his heavy grief onto her, he apologized, only to realize deep down that all he truly wanted was someone to listen. Stepping out into the open air, the vast garden of luminous white flowers from his distant memory spread out endlessly around them under the soft light. Seeing Rihanna smile amidst the blossoms, she gently encouraged him not to erase his grief for Lopez, but to remember that everyone on the island stood firmly by his side. Looking across the meadow, he saw the villagers and creatures gathered peacefully together. A profound sense of gratitude washed over him, knowing he was no longer alone. Meanwhile, research into the surrounding nature revealed that the leaves of the world tree possessed potent medicinal properties suitable for teas and salves, though its concentrated sap required careful handling. Branches proved remarkably lightweight, yet unbelievably durable, enabling the craftsman to fashion axe handles sturdy enough to work with even legendary metals like orichalcum. As evening approached, Full called everyone for dinner, while the wondrous properties of the Yggdrasil would continue to soothe their fatigue and promise abundant harvests ahead. Settling into the quiet evening alongside his companions, warmth filled his heart as he contemplated the bright, peaceful life they were building together on the island. He sat surrounded by the gathered companions who had rushed in upon hearing Riel's weeping, gently asking the young girl if a terrible dream had disturbed her sleep, only to notice a glowing magical crest suddenly manifesting within her left eye. An instant, the mysterious light pulsed outwards, striking everyone present with a sudden, overwhelming shockwave of shared vision that froze them in sheer disbelief. Flashbacks of devastation unfolded in their minds, showing broken wooden barriers, fallen allies lying motionless across the bloodied ground, and a sacred staff slipping from helpless hands. Amidst the wreckage of her fallen kingdom, Queen Alhemina stood alone, desperately raising her staff to deploy a massive magical barrier against an incoming catastrophic force. Her defenses shattered under the relentless beam of energy, sending her holy staff flying as destruction swept across the sanctuary and despair filled her eyes. Colossal, shadowed beast with razor-sharp fangs lunged out of the darkness, unleashing a terrifying roar as its gaping maw consumed everything in its path. Snapping back to reality, the young prince found himself trembling and gasping for breath alongside Rihanna, who asked in horror if he too had just witnessed the catastrophic vision. He clenched his fist tightly, cold sweat dripping down his face as the gravity of the shared premonition settled heavily upon his mind. A mysterious mark glowing upon Rihanna's forehead was revealed to be the crest of clairvoyance, often referred to as the all-seeing eye of God. Though unfamiliar with its finer workings, the vision it shared was indisputable. It had projected the horrifying moment when Rihanna was separated from her mother, consumed by the terrifying Leviathan. Shared vision of the sea monster sent shockwaves of dread through the entire island community. Panicked, the islanders gathered around Hyle, their voices trembling as they questioned whether the behemoth was heading straight for their shores to destroy them. Facing the wave of terror, Hyle questioned inwardly if he possessed the strength to protect all these people. As the memory of Leviathan's roaring maw loomed over him, anxiety threatened to undermine his resolve. Interrupting his doubt, Elvin called out fiercely to the crowd, admonishing them for their solemn expressions and reminding everyone of the tremendous hardships they had already overcome together. Rallying behind Elvin's stern encouragement, the villagers' spirits began to surge, agreeing that as long as they stood united under their leader, no obstacle was impassable. Calming the crowd, Hal urged everyone to prepare rather than panic, shouting a passionate plea for everyone to lend him their strength so they could face the legendary beast together. Later, during a quiet council, Hal reflected on Queen Alhemina's battle, acknowledging that normal magic and weapons might prove useless. Wondering if an orichalcum weapon wielded by Mappa could pierce the beast, they pondered every possible tactical advantage. Contemplating their options, they considered utilizing the deep cavern housing the golem as a shelter, though the threat of collapse remained if the Leviathan attacked the island itself. Refusing to flee, Hyle announced that he had conceived a new plan. Determined to uncover new resources hidden within the subterranean depths of Sheol, Hyle prepared his mining pickaxe, stepping forward toward what he declared to be the moment of truth. As they prepared to venture underground, the group discussed how the island's growth was fueled by underground discoveries, hoping to find dormant materials powerful enough to stand up to the Leviathan. Hoping Rihanna's clairvoyance might assist their search, they were amused to find her pet creatures sound asleep, prompting Hyle to focus their efforts back onto manual excavation. The entire island uniting for defense, construction advanced at a rapid pace using lumber from Yggdrasil, rapidly erecting a massive defensive wall against the looming threat of the Leviathan. Weeks passed as the mining team probed deep beneath the bedrock. Despite Rihanna's initial moodiness, her ability to see through solid earth eventually guided them toward promising new veins of ore. Striking the rock face with precision, Hyle felt the ground give way beneath his pickaxe, causing him to plummet into a vast, hidden cavern revealed right beneath them. Recovering from his fall at the bottom of the cavern, Hyle looked up in awe to discover a colossal, ancient suit of armored knight statues standing silently in the darkness. He stood in awe before the massive suit of armor hidden deep within the cavern. Inspecting the metallic frame, he realized it lacked a core heart stone, meaning it was not an animated golem. Yet its entire structure was forged from pure orichalcum. Beside the Titan stood an enormous silver sword, its immaculate sheen both mesmerizing and unsettling. Rail tracks stretched into the subterranean darkness behind them, hinting at forgotten ancient operations. Attempting to handle the colossal weapon, he quickly discovered that the mysterious metal was unyielding and impossibly heavy, defying all ordinary physical efforts. Out of nowhere, Mappa scrambled onto the giant blade in a fit of wild excitement, completely ecstatic over the discovery of such rare material. Seeing the old eccentric eager to break down the sword, he urged Rihanna to lend a hand so they could transport the heavy materials back up to the settlement. Back at the central forge, he coordinated the smelting effort, combining the intense thermal output of the furnace with their concentrated magical energies. Workers poured continuous streams of magical fire into the hearth, keeping the temperature hot enough to break down the legendary blade into workable fluid. Once the giant sword was melted down, they carefully poured the glowing molten liquid into molds, harvesting solid ingots of pristine material. Recognize the substance as mithril, a divine or thought to be lost, capable of holding immense magical charges and slaying even godlike beings. While Mappa prepared to forge divine weapons from the mithril ingots, the islanders celebrated the final completion of their massive coastal fortification wall. Standing atop the newly finished ramparts, he addressed the defenders, emphasizing that their coming adversary was a legendary beast and that Sheol had to be fully prepared for battle. Nearby, General Varl approached Rihanna in a quiet moment, offering a sincere apology for his previous harsh words about her mother, Queen Alhemina, acknowledging her true greatness as a warrior. Varl swore to avenge the fallen queen, while the prince kept watch over the ocean, knowing their fate hinged entirely on whether the Leviathan would strike. Sharp metallic chime rang out across the ramparts as Elvin sounded the warning alarm, spotting unidentified ships cresting the distant horizon. Raising a brass telescope crafted by Mappa, he peered through the lens and identified a distinct emblem on the approaching sails, realizing these hostile forces were targeting the Belden tribe. He watched in bewilderment as cannon fire thundered across the distant horizon, wondering aloud if the oncoming fleet was attacking some unseen enemy. Beside him, the young elf girl felt a sudden surge of magical resonance, her crest glowing as a wave of immense power rippled through the ocean. Sensing the overwhelming aura, the young prince turned pale with absolute shock. An enormous surge of magic erupted beneath the waves, sending geysers of water skyward around the warships. The sheer magnitude of the magical energy emanating from the depths struck terror into the hearts of everyone watching from the shoreline. Without warning, a gargantuan, heavily armored appendage burst straight out of the ocean, instantly splintering one of the heavy wooden vessels into thousands of shattered fragments. On the wall, the defenders looked on in horror as a gigantic black shadow rose high enough to reach the heavens, its terrifying roar driving the surrounding seas into a frenzy. Violent waves churned violently as the ocean ruptured, signaling the arrival of a colossal threat surging toward the shoreline. High atop the stone ramparts, the defenders watched in horror as the legendary sea dragon Leviathan coiled its massive, serpentine body near a stranded ship in the bay. Behind the parapets, warriors scrambled into action, throwing off protective covers to reveal their heavy, defensive weaponry. Refusing to let panic take hold, the young prince rallied his forces, directing the non-combatants to evacuate into the cave, while urging his warriors to strike while the beast was distracted. With unified resolve, the defenders sprang into motion, rolling out the massive ballista engineered for anti-monster siege warfare. Locking into position, the heavy siege engine featured a giant bow armed with a devastating, oversized bolt. Forged with meticulous care, the tip of the bolt was tipped with pure mithril, crafted specifically to pierce even the thickest dragon hide. After taking precise aim at the looming terror offshore, the commander bellowed the order to release the spring mechanism. Mithril bolt streaked through the air with ferocious speed, yet the massive Leviathan flexed its spine and nimbly twisted out of the projectile's path. Shock waves rippled through the onlookers as the immense creature demonstrated impossible agility, cleanly evading the powerful strike. Quickly adapting to the failed artillery strike, the young leader ordered a continuous barrage of elemental magic to slow the monster's advance. Joining forces with powerful stone golems, the spellcasters unleashed a massive surge of frost energy, chanting in unison to freeze the encroaching tide. Blinding wave of sub-zero Arctic cold roared across the coastline, threatening to encase everything in its path in thick ice. Despite the brutal onslaught of freezing magic, the monstrous Leviathan burst straight through the icy vapor, surging relentlessly toward the fortress wall. Reasoned that if they could freeze the water surrounding the Leviathan, the creature would be trapped and unable to move. Before the ice could firmly set, the colossal dragon surged violently through the mist, catching him completely off guard. Recognizing the impending devastation, he commanded the front lines to angle their shields at maximum power rather than take the attack head-on. The terrifying beast opened its massive jaws, concentrating a searing sphere of compressed energy within its maw. The deafening roar. The dragon unleashed a destructive beam of light that cut straight across the battlefield. Concentrated energy ripped through the air, narrowly skimming past the fortification wall in a blinding flash. Defensive golems reeled from the impact, while shockwaves knocked the defenders to the ground in cries of panic. Far out over the open sea, the stray beam detonated in a massive, mushroom-shaped plume of fire and water. Emerging from behind the scorched shields, he caught his breath through the thick plumes of rising smoke. Noticing the dragon relentlessly charging straight toward them again, he confirmed with General Varl that the heavy ballista was locked and loaded. Without hesitation, he gave the order to unleash the massive siege bolt directly at the advancing monster. Prevent the agile creature from dodging, Rihanna cast a concealing spell that rendered the projectile invisible until it struck the dragon squarely on its snout. Capitalizing on the dragon's disorientation, he ordered squads 1 through 5 to launch heavy nets braided from spider silk and steel wire. Strong metallic cables coiled tightly around Leviathan's head and neck, pinning the thrashing beast to the water despite the extreme strain on the winch gears. The next ballista bolt loaded, he prepared to give the command for a lethal strike, only to catch sight of something startling unfolding right before them. Recoiled in shock as hideous parasitic creatures burst forth from beneath Leviathan's scales, immediately recognized by the elders as deadly sea stalkers. These parasitic monsters, which routinely hitch rides on giant ocean beasts, swarmed out in massive numbers, prompting the young commander to shout urgent orders to his front line. Archers unleashed volley after volley at the swarming sea stalkers as they scuttled up the stone ramparts, forcing the defense line to fight desperately to prevent the walls from being overwhelmed. Before the defenders could clear the ramparts, the bound dragon's dorsal spines began to glow with a menacing, crackling light. An intense surge of energy crackled along its back, gathering power at a terrifying velocity. Deadly barrage of energy shards rained down from the sky, prompting a desperate shout for everyone to seek shelter behind the heavy shields. Violent explosions battered the defensive position, sending rock dust and debris flying while the warriors held on for dear life, praying for the storm of magic to end. As the thick clouds of dust began to settle over the fortress walls, the young prince looked out, his eyes widening in absolute horror. Emerging through the churning waves and wreckage, the colossal Leviathan reared back, completely breaking free of its restraints and thrashing with renewed fury. Deep within the cavern, the violent tremors sent shockwaves through the gathered villagers, leaving them trembling in fear. A young girl sobbed, terrified of losing their home, but her mother held her close, reassuring her that their protectors, led by young Hyle, would surely prevail over the monstrous threat. Thrown violently from his destroyed construct, the young prince tumbled across the rocky ground with a heavy thud. As he slowly pushed himself up, he looked back at the glowing remnants of his golems, realizing with deep gratitude that they had sacrificed themselves to absorb the brunt of the lethal impact. Surveying the desolate battlefield, his eyes widened in sheer horror as he saw his loyal companions lying scattered amidst the rubble. With the enemy constructs pressing their advantage, every one of his defenders stood on the verge of being overwhelmed. Knowing that failure meant total destruction for his people, he forced his bruised body to stand and channeled every remaining drop of his energy. With a desperate shout, he unleashed a crackling bolt of lightning directly at the advancing horde. Despite the brilliant flash of elemental energy, the massive sea monster barely faltered, absorbing the attack with sickening ease. Collapsing back to his knees in utter exhaustion, he desperately ordered his small slime companion to flee for safety. Before the enemy could strike him down, a swift blade swept through the air, cutting off the threat in a single, fluid motion. He gasped in astonishment as a familiar figure leaped fearlessly directly between him and the danger. Firmly brandishing her weapon, Rihanna stood tall over her fallen leader with an unyielding gaze. She shouted a fierce warning to the advancing fiends, declaring that no one would dare lay a finger on him while she still drew breath. Relieved to see her unharmed, he called out her name, only for her to quickly turn and check on his well-being. Rallying her courage, she signaled the archers, sending a devastating volley of arrows raining down on the enemy front line. Following her lead, General Varl and the brave warriors of the Belden tribe charged into the fray with a deafening war cry, uniting their shields to form an impenetrable wall in defense of their lord. The cavern echoed with a violent clash of steel and stone as the Belden forces collided head-on with the enemy golems, turning the tide of the battle through sheer ferocity. As the tribal warriors pushed back the Dark Horde, Varl and Elvin regrouped beside their young leader, offering a quick apology for their delay as he voiced his immense relief. Their respite was short-lived. However, as the gigantic dragon-like sea beast thundered forward, its massive claws shattering the rocky floor with terrifying force. Enraged by the resistance of the mortals, the colossal leviathan snarled, clouds of scalding steam billowing from its nostrils as it glared down upon them. Recognizing the terrifying power of the ancient beast, Elvin warned that ordinary attacks would not suffice. Exchanging a resolute look with Rihanna, Hal declared that the time had come to execute their ultimate combined strategy. Taking her outstretched hand, he acknowledged the desperate window of opportunity before them. Though she was nearly spent, Rihanna transferred the last remnants of her magic energy into his palm, entrusting him with the task of ending the battle once and for all. With renewed resolve, he shouted his agreement and sprinted across the rocky shore. Behind him, the Leviathan gathered energy in its jaws, preparing to unleash another destructive blast. Steering the colossal beast's fury, he shouted taunts to lure the Leviathan precisely toward the target location along the craggy coast. Massive serpents surged through the crashing waves and shattered rock, its fierce eyes locked entirely onto its target. Urging his spider-like golem forward, he commanded Turan to race toward the designated spot without stopping, while his allies looked on with total trust in his plan. Meanwhile, near the heavy ballista, the crew cried out in alarm as the winch snapped, rendering the mechanism impossible to pull back through normal means. Refusing to abandon the strike, Mappa and the muscular warrior grabbed the heavy ballista cable directly, straining every muscle in their bodies to draw it back by brute strength alone. Out on the shore, Hal noticed the surrounding terrain and warned his mount as the giant Leviathan coiled in close proximity around them. Seeing the orcs pitch in with full force, he seized the moment and commanded Turan to leap into the air away from the Leviathan's immediate strike zone. Airborne above the coiled beast, he raised a triumphant fist and shouted to his allies that the Leviathan was positioned perfectly. Channeling his remaining power into a glowing magic crest, he called out Full's name to trigger the final phase of their trap. Receiving the signal loud and clear, Full rallied her companions to execute their task, triggering a massive underground collapse beneath the sea monster. Ground split wide open under the enormous weight, swallowing the writhing sea dragon down into a deep subterranean cavern. Plunging into the darkness, the massive creature slammed against the bottom of the cavernous abyss, trapped within the crumbling rock. Standing atop the newly formed ridge with his pickaxe, he explained that they had prepared a vast cave beneath the reclaimed land as a contingency in case the heavy ballista failed to finish the beast. He readied his newly crafted weapon, declaring that drawing the immense beast down into this precise position was all part of the master strategy. Wielding Mappa's magnum opus, the mithril ice axe, he acknowledged the system confirmation confirming his acquisition of the ultimate mining tool, asking the creature if it was ready to be mined. As lightning crackled through his crest interface, the magical system acknowledged his command, optimizing its power to smash through the monster's defenses. Plunging through the air with unstoppable force, he aimed his weapon directly at the sea dragon below. Channeling the full power of his magical crest into the god-killing metal, he focused all his energy into a single, devastating strike against the colossal target. Across the battlefield, Rihanna, Varl, and the others watched in shock as the overwhelming shockwave of energy erupted across the cavern floor. With absolute precision and unimaginable force, the young prince struck the Leviathan head-on, unleashing a blinding burst of power that shook the entire realm. A massive blow connects directly against the armored hide of the Leviathan, shattering its stony defense into a flurry of violent sparks and debris. Feeling the sheer impact resonate through his hands, Hyle exclaims in triumph at the success of their devastating direct hit. Cracks spread rapidly across the monstrous creature's stone body as it begins to crumble, prompting wild cheers from the onlookers who celebrate the defeat of the legendary beast. Just as they celebrate their apparent victory, the subterranean cavern begins to shudder violently under the weight of the beast's collapsing form. Death throes of the gigantic creature trigger a sudden collapse, fracturing the ground and sending Turon plunging downward toward the abyss. Massive boulders rain down from above as the cave disintegrates, leaving everyone scrambling in desperation to pull their comrade up from the ledge. Seeing the danger unfold, Rihanna sprints forward with all her strength toward the edge of the collapsing pit. They reach down desperately over the crumbling rock faces, urging each other to hold on amidst the blinding dust and falling debris. While Hyle urges her to save herself and let him go, she vehemently refuses, clinging tightly to him with fierce determination. An enormous shower of rock cascades down directly above them, threatening to bury both of them alive in the chasm. Suddenly, an immense shadow emerges through the cloud of rubble, catching them off guard with a sudden, mysterious presence. Before the falling stones can crush them, a colossal figure darts in with unbelievable speed, surprising both Hyle and Rihanna. The powerful force, the mysterious savior blasts away the descending rocks in a single blow, protecting the pair beneath. As the air clears, Hyle and Rihanna voice their gratitude, looking up in wonder to see who has just rescued them from certain doom. Stood beside Rihanna as two canine warriors approached, expressing awe that mere humans had slain the great Leviathan. Recognizing them as kobolds, the young prince watched closely as the newcomers acknowledged their presence. Sensing a familiar royal scent clinging to the pair, the kobold warriors realized these were the very individuals entrusted with protecting Princess Riel. They immediately bowed in deference, apologizing for their urgent interruption. Before another word could be spoken, a small white dog leaped joyfully into the young princess's arms. The canine scouts explained that Queen Alhemina had personally tasked them from the Tiberi's tribe to guard and retrieve her. Dropping to their knees in profound remorse, the beastmen begged for forgiveness, lamenting their past failure to protect her as the ultimate disgrace of their lives. Surprised by their intense devotion, the young prince asked how they had managed to find this remote island. They recounted how their lifeboat had drifted helplessly for days after the Leviathan destroyed their vessel, leaving them lost at sea until a ship from the Corvus tribe, led by the pirate Camus, rescued them from certain death. Hearing this, the Belden tribal warriors bristled with hostility, questioning the presence of their sworn enemies, and noting that the pirate ship was heavily damaged and out of ammunition, a perfect opportunity to exact revenge. Stepping forward through the tension, a tall, imposing pirate leader addressed the gathered crowd, introducing himself as Camus, leader of the Corvus tribe, and expressing genuine shock at finding a human ruling an island of monsters. Towering over the beach with a confident air, the pirate chief confronted the young leader directly, his impressive presence drawing the wary gazes of all present. Unable to contain his rage, the old Belden shaman shouted in furious accusation, identifying Camus as an orc who had laid waste to their ancestral homeland and demanding to know how he intended to make amends. Rather than offering excuses or drawing a weapon, Camus fell heavily to his knees, offering his own head in exchange for the safety of his crew and tribe members. The unexpected gesture stunned the onlookers, who gasped as the pirate chief insisted that he alone bore total responsibility for his tribe's past deeds and begged them to grant refuge and repair time to his people. Tensions flared among the pirates themselves as one of Camus's crewmates suddenly shouted in protest, blaming an internal traitor for their dark reputation and refusing to let their chief die for another's crimes. Stepping in to restore order, the young leader bade the pirates speak freely, prompting an elder crewman to reveal that a treacherous second-in-command named Claude had gone rogue, abusing power to plunder and tarnish their name while Camus was on expedition. He went on to explain that Claude had been the true perpetrator behind the raids on the Belden and Tiberi's lands. But when the Leviathan suddenly struck, Claude's fleet was wiped out, leaving Camus to rescue those left behind. Despite learning the truth, Camus maintained that as leader he still bore ultimate responsibility for failing to prevent Claude's atrocities, though he expressed hope that their displaced tribes could find a way to live together in peace. He offered no resistance as a heavy blade was drawn against his neck, his executioner demanding, if he truly intended to forfeit his life, to take responsibility. Camus merely smiled, accepting that falling by the blade of a great Belden warrior was a fitting end. Before the strike could land, Hyle raised his voice, desperate to intervene. Seeing her father swing his weapon with full force, Rihanna screamed out in sheer terror. Thunderous crash echoed across the open sky, striking terror into the hearts of everyone present. Hyle, Rihanna, and the surrounding spectators froze, wide-eyed and paralyzed by the sudden violent force. Instead of striking Camus down, the warrior had driven his sword straight into the earth between them. Looking down at the kneeling pirate captain, he sternly commanded him to pick up his weapon. Fixing Camus with a fierce, unwavering glare, the Belden general loudly proclaimed his intention. Rather than executing an unarmed prisoner, he challenged the leader of the Corvus tribe to a formal duel. High above the shoreline, the crowd assembled to watch the impending clash unfold, while Hyle gasped in tense anticipation as the terms of the duel were set. Hyle watched nervously, weighing the sheer martial strength of Elvin against the notorious leader standing before them, while Rihanna looked on with deep concern. Camus swore upon his blade that he would show no mercy, prompting his opponent to bellow a fierce challenge, declaring his willingness to sever a head in an instant while the spectators watched in silence. With explosive speed, both combatants launched themselves across the sandy ground, drawing their weapons as they closed the distance in a fraction of a second. Steel met steel in a dazzling blur of motion as strikes were exchanged and evaded with lethal precision. Sparks erupted across the battlefield when the heavy axe collided violently against the swift sword, testing each warrior's strength. The blistering speed of their maneuvers left Hyle and the onlookers struggling to follow the exchange, right as blood dripped from a fresh wound. Astonished by such swift evasion, Camus pressed his attack, while Hyle marveled at the pirate captain's unpredictable and highly refined swordsmanship. Attempting a flanking strike from behind, the warrior tried to blindside Camus, but the captain anticipated the feint and spun around with sharp mockery. Forcing a brutal dilemma, Camus trapped his foe between two deadly options, asking which weapon he intended to block. Blades crossed mere inches from vital flesh, locking the fighters in place as Hyle and Rihanna held their breath at the edge of their seats. Securing a firm grip, Camus boasted that all fencing techniques were rendered useless and prepared to snap his opponent's guard. Having firmly seized his opponent, the captain smiled in triumph, believing the contest was effectively decided. Unfazed by the hold, Camus grimaced and reminded his adversary never to underestimate his true heritage or his sheer power in a close grapple. Flexing his colossal muscles with a furious roar, Camus vowed to completely overwhelm and crush his opponent on the spot. He sneered openly, dismissing his opponent's bravado as nothing more than a joke. On the sidelines, Hyle and his companions watched the intense confrontation unfold with bated breath. In response, Varl countered that such arrogance might work against a common goblin, but he was dealing with someone entirely different. With an explosive roar, the warrior proudly proclaimed his title as the greatest fighter of the Belden tribe. Leveraging his immense physical power, he hoisted the massive pirate captain into the air and slammed him headfirst into the dirt with a devastating suplex. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Camus could barely process the impact before Varl let out a triumphant shout. Force of the slam echoed across the shoreline as the pirate chieftain was completely pinned to the earth. Shockwaves rippled through the terrain from the violence of the final blow, sealing the duel's outcome. As the dust settled, spectators gasped in disbelief while the fallen captain coughed up blood, formally admitting his defeat. Standing over his vanquished foe, Varl declared that Camus' life now belonged to him, refusing to let him throw it away uselessly. Raising his weapon high to the sky, the Belden champion proclaimed victory over the Corvish tribe as the crowd broke into wild cheers. Afterward, Hyle offered the defeated tribe shelter on the island to repair their vessel, while Varl instructed them to gather their forces peacefully. Nearby, Full delivered a swift kick to Varl's leg, scolding him for pushing his body beyond its limits during the fight. Over 100 members of the Corvish tribe were welcomed as guests, officially placing themselves under Hyle's care and guidance. To integrate the newcomers, Hyle extended the power of his magical crest to grant them protection and gave each individual new names. Suddenly, the strain of managing so many crest connections caught up with Hyle, causing him to collapse with a sudden fever as Rihanna rushed to assist him. Found himself held firmly against Rihanna's chest as she insisted on carrying him, reassuring him of her strength despite his awkward protest. Realizing he would only be a hindrance in his weakened state, he decided to leave immediate command to Varys and focus entirely on resting. Deep within the caverns beneath the newly reclaimed land, the massive carcass of the Leviathan lay frozen, a staggering reminder of the incredible monster they had managed to slay. As Varys pondered how to handle the frozen remnants, Mappa suddenly reached out, tore off a piece of the icy creature's meat, and devoured it whole without hesitation, leaving the surrounding onlookers thoroughly stunned. Observing Mappa dancing with joy after eating the frozen meat, Varl noted with amusement that he seemed to enjoy the taste, before summoning 2 of the goblins to assist. Cold subterranean cave naturally served as an expansive freezer, transforming the formidable Leviathan into a long-term food supply for the entire settlement. Meanwhile, Camus and his people offered their assistance and seafaring expertise, taking the first steps toward building a peaceful relationship between the Belden and Corvish tribes. At the same time, Rihanna watched over her resting leader, reflecting on how the Orichalcum guard had preserved his heart stone and resolving to rebuild his body as soon as possible. Back in his quarters, he tried to argue that he was well enough to feed himself, but Rihanna stubbornly refused, insisting on spoon-feeding him the medicine Varys had prepared from Yggdrasil leaves. A gentle blush, she pointed out that they rarely had moments to simply relax together. Though he acknowledged her care, his gaze drifted toward his pickaxe resting in the corner, itching to return to mining. Suddenly, Mappa's excavation in another tunnel breached a warm underground rock face, causing a torrent of scalding water to erupt violently from the stone, discovering a natural hot spring. Having sailed to an abandoned reef, rescued shipwrecked souls, survived monster attacks, and overcome countless hardships, Hyle now found himself facing a situation that felt like his greatest challenge yet. Relishing the soothing warmth of the hot springs, Rihanna sank happily into the steaming water, recalling how her village back home had enjoyed such baths every single day, while Hyle sat beside her in utter disbelief at how events had brought them to this point. Determined to focus on the task ahead, Hyle gripped his pickaxe with renewed focus, preparing to swing down with all his strength. Without warning, a sudden tremor sent him tumbling awkwardly onto Rihanna, leaving both of them flustered as the surrounding companions called out in concern. Sighing at the chaotic situation, Camus chided the young prince for keeping a girl so worried, while Hyle offered a sheepish apology. Interrupting the moment, Camus presented Hyle with a gift while revealing that he was simply offering Rihanna a grand tour of the island. Looking at the restored garments repaired with spider silk, Rihanna expressed her gratitude, while Camus marveled at the island's impressive advancements and pledged his tribe's total support in making this sanctuary a true home. As the leaders continued discussing the harmonious coexistence of humans and monsters on the island, their peaceful dialogue was abruptly shattered when Full arrived in a panic to report a sudden crisis underground. Rushing down into the cavern, the party was greeted by a massive stream of steaming hot spring water bursting forth, sparking both amazement and concern among the islanders. Examining the endless flow of hot water, Hyle conferred with Full to determine if such an occurrence was harmful, emphasizing the urgent need to test the water's safety. Before any formal testing could begin, Mappa recklessly leaped headfirst into the steaming liquid to inspect it himself, shocking everyone present. Emerging thoroughly refreshed from his dip, Mappa signaled his approval, inspiring a bold plan to construct molds and harness iron ore from the blacksmith to transport the water. Working tirelessly alongside the island's craftsmen, Hyle supervised the casting of heavy iron pipes, using fire magic to fuse the segments seamlessly together. With grand blueprints drafted and every tribe contributing their efforts, a massive engineering project was launched to construct a public bath pipeline leading directly to the surface. Week after construction began, the magnificent outdoor bathhouse stood complete on the surface, bringing everyone together to marvel at the steaming waters rising into the open air. Watched in awe as the underground ventilation device powered by number 10 kicked into gear, driving hot water rushing up from the subterranean depths. Steam billowed and water bubbled frantically as Mappa beamed. Having successfully activated the hot spring system, water level rose steadily, filling the stone basin to the brim. The young prince praised Mappa for his incredible work, while Camus and the others marveled at the rapid surge of warm water, eager to dive in. Offering the honor of the first bath to the Belden tribe, the leader yielded, but before anyone could react, Camus recklessly leapt headfirst into the water, sending a massive splash straight into the elderly shaman's face and prompting a harsh scolding for not washing off first. Once everyone properly settled into the soothing waters, the warriors sighed with deep satisfaction as their tired muscles relaxed. Camus proudly flexed his massive chest, lightheartedly teasing the older shaman about his impressive physique. The entire outdoor bath was filled with laughter and cheerful chatter. While Camus continued boasting about his perfect body to Rihanna, the young prince looked on happily, holding his bath bucket and taking in the joyful sight of everyone bonding. Bull eagerly jumped toward the bath, prompting Camus to ask if he was itching to dive in too. Hearing a sudden splash, the young prince turned his head in curiosity. With shock, he looked over to see that a partition had separated the bathing area, placing the women on one side and leaving him surrounded by gorgeous ladies inviting him to join them. Suddenly, Rihanna stepped up directly behind him with a warm smile, offering to wash his back, which sent his heart racing into overdrive. Overwhelmed by the situation, internal voices battled inside his head, demanding that he respect cultural differences and remain an open-minded leader, while others accused him of letting his hidden desires take over. Excusing himself in a panic, he claimed he was feeling dizzy from the heat and rushed away, leaving Rihanna and the others confused as he retreated to safety. Finding a secluded, quiet spot down the rock pipeline, he exhaled a breath of relief, enjoying the solitude while reflecting on how incredible Mappa's craftsmanship had been to leave spare water flowing here. Just as he began to relax in the warm trickle, a familiar voice called out, revealing that Rihanna had tracked him down to his hidden hideaway. Apologizing for interrupting his quiet moment, she explained that she knew he wanted to enjoy the bath without all the loud commotion, choosing to join him so he wouldn't be lonely. Sitting together in the intimate, secluded pool beneath the sparkling starlight, the young prince realized he was facing his greatest and most nerve-wracking challenge yet. Desperately trying to keep his composure, he opened his crafting menu to distract himself, while Rihanna gently confided her worries about the tension among the different tribes, seeking his guidance and comfort. Sitting in the quiet water, he listened as Rihanna reflected on how incredible it was to see the Belden and Corvus tribes working, dining, and bathing together. Expressing his genuine happiness at the sight, he attempted to apologize for the lingering shadows of their past conflict, but she gently stopped him, asking if his true wish was simply for everyone to live in harmony. He pointed out how remarkably well everyone on the island coexisted: goblins, slimes, cave spiders, golems, kobolds, an eccentric old man, and even a human. Gliding closer across the warm surface, she looked up at him with deep sincerity and offered her heartfelt thanks. Sudden proximity sent his mind into overdrive, causing his head to burst with steam as his face turned bright red. Sensing his overwhelming panic, she softly inquired if her presence was too intense for him. Before he could properly compose himself, she leaned against him and closed her eyes, utterly exhausted. He was reminded of how tirelessly she had worked for the island, expending nearly all her magic energy without ever complaining. She rested peacefully on his shoulder. He quietly expressed his own gratitude for everything she had done. Moments later, she jolted awake with an apology for falling asleep, only to watch in surprise as the intense heat and rushing blood finally caused him to faint into the water. Having fully recovered thanks to the invigorating hot spring waters, he triumphantly brandished his pickaxe, overjoyed to feel his strength restored and ready to return to mining. His companions cheered, delighted to see him back at full vigor. Approaching with a smile, Camus congratulated the young prince on his swift recovery. The broad-shouldered leader then adopted a slightly more serious tone, asking if he could borrow him for a brief, private conversation. Standing together on the rocky shore, overlooking the open sea, Camus and the young leader enjoyed the refreshing ocean breeze as they looked out toward the horizon. Presenting a tightly rolled scroll, the pirate captain offered a surprise gift to celebrate the boy's complete recovery. Unrolling the parchment, he stared in amazement at an intricate architectural blueprint depicting a full harbor layout. Surprised by the detailed proposal, he listened as Camus explained how the reclaimed land could serve as a permanent base for maritime trade, utilizing timber from the Belden vessels. As they reviewed the technical details together, he pointed out several overly ambitious additions on the draft, though he acknowledged that the grand design rivaled the finest facilities of his homeland. Reflecting candidly on his royal origins as an exiled prince of Sandfales, the young leader reassured Camus that this island remained safe for them to build upon without interference from the kingdom. Demonstrating his power, he extended his arm and activated the King of Cave Crest, instantly shaping massive stone foundations before the astonished onlookers. The basic structure formed, responsibility for overseeing the harbor's construction was entrusted to Varys, while Camus assigned reliable helpers to assist the team before taking his leave. Turning his attention back to the interior, he addressed the gathered workers, expressing gratitude as they prepared to resume deep excavation efforts. Striking the rock face with full force, a brilliant burst of magical energy shattered the cavern wall into gleaming fragments. Holding his preferred mining axe with a smile, he received warm applause from Rhianna, who celebrated his return to full strength. As large beastkin allies stepped forward into the mining area, Rhianna stepped in to manage the lively creatures to ensure work proceeded safely. Accepting a mining axe with eager enthusiasm, the newcomer declared her intent to work hard, prompting appreciative smiles from the young leader and Rhianna. Observing how quickly the beastkin adapted to heavy labor, he felt his own competitive spirit ignite as the mining crew continued to grow. Resuming his swinging, he enjoyed the invigorating labor until an unusual discovery within the ore vein drew everyone's curious attention. He stood before a mysterious metallic chamber embedded deep within the cavern walls, inspecting its sleek structure. Examining a nearby document detailing ancient transport stones, the group pondered whether this device was a coffin or a gateway, realizing that such stones could enable instant travel across vast distances. Testing his theory, Hyle retrieved a ore piece and slotted it into the designated indentation on the device. To everyone's amazement, the gem clicked into place seamlessly, matching the exact contours required to power the mechanism. Instantly, a bright pillar of light erupted within the chamber, humming with magic as the ancient transport gate sprang to life. As the portal hummed, Full peered inside curiously, wondering if it could truly send them somewhere else, though her companion urged caution since their destination remained entirely unknown. Before anyone could stop him, the eccentric old man Mappa dove headfirst into the glowing light, vanishing completely into the teleportation mechanism and leaving the others shouting in surprise. Determined to retrieve the wild old man, Hal declared he would follow Mappa through the portal, asking Rhianna to use her clairvoyance to check on him, while instructing the others to call for Elvin. Refusing to let him go alone, Rhianna insisted on coming along, while the Beast King guards declared that protecting their leader meant they had to accompany him as well. A flurry of panic and determination, the entire group crammed into the narrow chamber all at once, tumbling over each other as they prepared for instantaneous transport, complaining of being squished and crushed inside the tight capsule. Their voices dissolved into chaos just as the teleportation magic engulfed them in a brilliant flash. Emerging on the other side, they found themselves standing in awe within a monumental underground library, its soaring shelves filled with countless ancient books stretching as far as the eye could see. Looking around at the overwhelming multi-tiered hall, Rhianna wondered if they had stumbled into Sheol itself, while Hyle noted the striking similarity between this room's architecture and the changed stone mechanisms. Focusing back on their mission, Hyle led the group down the vast aisles in search of Mappa, eventually spotting the old man sitting comfortably on the floor, engrossed in a book. Approaching him, Hyle was stunned to see Mappa bleeding from his nose while salivating over a book filled with provocative illustrations, prompting Hyle to immediately scold him and demand they head back. Nearby, open heavy tomes displayed complex diagrams depicting genetic strands and ancient emblem crests, revealing deep forgotten knowledge stored within the archive. Having arrived shortly after, Elvin marveled ecstatically at the incredible discovery, praising Hyle for uncovering a treasure trove of lost wisdom, even if the script remained entirely indecipherable to them. He stood alongside his companions as Camus excitedly declared that an ancient library, teleportation magic, and an unknown civilization meant boundless treasure awaited them. Hyle agreed they should search the ruins, cautioning everyone to remain vigilant against crumbling structures and dormant golems as they scattered to investigate. Vienna brought a book over to show Hyle, pointing out an intricately detailed illustration of an ancient city with a mountain at its center. They compared the sprawling settlement in the drawing to their current surroundings in Sheol, marveling at how different and lovely the land had become over time. Continuing their exploration, the group came upon a grand, beautifully carved stone monument. Rihanna gazed up in awe at the monumental figure, remarking on its striking beauty and suggesting it represented an ancient goddess. Hyle contemplated the statue, reasoning that the ancient inhabitants must have revered her centuries ago. As they walked through the massive archways and corridors lined with forgotten texts, he pondered how even the kingdom possessed no record of these ruins, wondering if other undiscovered secrets lay hidden throughout Sheol. While retrieving valuable heartstones and magic cores from defeated golems, Elvin offered to decipher the mysterious books they had gathered. Meanwhile, Full began inspecting a nearby stone barrier, lightly tapping it with her pickaxe after sensing an empty, hollow space concealed directly behind the wall. Seeing no visible doorway, Full asked if she should break through, prompting Hyle to check the magical flow behind the stone and confirm an ideal space lay beyond. He cast protective magic over her just before she struck the wall with full force, breaching the barrier and revealing a hidden chamber. Hyle congratulated her on the breakthrough as she stepped into the newly opened room. Inspecting a pedestal inside, she gasped in astonishment, holding up 3 gleaming artifacts and announcing that they had uncovered 3 changed stones all at once. As dawn broke over the island, Rihanna sat up in bed, stretching her arms lazily while still half asleep. Quickly getting dressed, she laced up her boots, grabbed her small pickaxe, and headed out for another early morning of work. Every day, without fail, she was the last to leave the tunnels, utterly obsessed with mining until she finally uncovered a 15-point crest stone. Surrounded by her companions near the shore, the revelation spread that the crest stone could trigger an evolution, prompting disbelief that their princess had originally been a simple goblin before transforming. Sudden realization sent shockwaves through the group, who had mistakenly assumed she was an elven princess who had eloped with Hyle. Hyle cleared his throat, noting that they unexpectedly had 3 changed stones available, one of which was reserved for Full after all her hard work searching for them. When asked if he wanted to evolve, Varys declined, suggesting the stone would be better suited for someone else, especially since his Sorcerer King crest remained dormant. After further discussion about available crests, Varys politely asked Hyle if he could utilize a changed stone himself, expressing a desire to evolve and gain a new body to prolong his life. As Hyle pondered the options, the conversation turned to crests suited for aquatic monsters, though Hyle firmly rejected taking any ability that involved slimy scales or marine features. The group gathered. The decision was made to test the stone immediately, leaving Rihanna nervous yet hopeful as she closed her eyes and envisioned what she wished to become. Reflecting on her past of always being protected and watching others from behind, she resolved that today her role would change forever. As a brilliant light engulfed her, the surrounding onlookers watched in utter astonishment as Rihanna's form began to shift, raising her line of sight higher than before. Emerging from the radiant glow, Rihanna gasped lightly, inspecting her transformed hands and newly evolved body in wonder. Standing tall on long, shapely legs, she paused uncertainly, asking if the transformation had truly worked. Companions stared in stunned fascination, eagerly holding up a mirror so she could see her stunning new appearance for herself. She wrapped her arms joyfully around her friend, celebrating her own successful evolution, while the princess warmly offered her congratulations. While the others marveled at her newfound ability to sense magic, Full pondered if she too could learn to cast spells, leading Hyle to wonder about the mysterious mechanics of physical evolution. Elvin mused that evolution varies greatly depending on the individual, prompting Mappa to envision a transformation of his own. Curious to see what change might come, the elderly shaman activated a stone of his own, only to be struck by a sudden, intense transformation that sent shockwaves through his frame. Exultant, he celebrated the sudden cure of his chronic back pain, while Hyle gazed in awe at the immense magical energy radiating from the newly evolved elder. Channeled the ambient crest power, confident that a sorcerer king possessed an intrinsic mastery over elementary spells. With an authoritative glare, he focused a shimmering crest circle in his hand and unleashed a spell of flame. An enormous pillar of scorching fire erupted into the sky, staggering everyone nearby with its overwhelming force. Scrambling away from the intense heat, the young prince ducked as the elder casually apologized for the slight miscalculation. Standing tall in his impressive new form, he admitted that controlling such massive magic energy required precise adjustment. General Varl stood overwhelmed with emotion at the transformation, though the young leader was far more preoccupied by the drastic change in the elder's facial features. Reflecting on the crest's power to adapt to its master's optimal magical form, Hyle realized the vast potential hidden within these mysterious artifacts. While expressing confidence in the old shaman's magical prowess, Hyle turned his head to find Full striking a proud posture in her stylish new outfit. Excited to venture out, she showed off her tailored clothes before Hyle reminded the team to keep an eye out for rare magic crystals during their search. While Hyle began explaining the complex mechanics of converting magical energy into elemental forces, Full's head began to throb from information overload, prompting her to shout for them to move forward regardless. She had always struggled with traditional classroom studies, though her instincts were undeniably sharp. Unleashing her newfound magic, she shouted a command to freeze, hurling ice projectiles toward the target. The icy blast veered completely off course, missing the mark entirely, and sending ice shards scattering wildly as Hyle and his companions watched in surprise. Celebrating her success despite the wild trajectory, Full cheered in pure delight at having cast magic for the first time. Hyle noted that while her aim was terrible, her output was impressive for a first try, while Varl reflected on how much she looked up to her father's strength. Continuing their conversation, Elvin recounted how Full used to force him to play board games in her youth, revealing that her evolution was likely influenced by her frustration after losing a strategic stone-taking game to Princess Rihanna. Realizing that her competitive drive stemmed from being Rihanna's subject, Hyle smiled at the bond between them as Full playfully bantered with the princess, admitting a slight bit of jealousy at their close friendship. Down at the newly constructed harbor, massive sailing ships rested by the wooden docks as workers bustled about, securing the vessels and preparing the waterfront facilities for maritime commerce. Focusing their efforts on repairing the ships so the Corvus tribe's hidden families could return home, Camus and the crew reassured Hyle that maritime trade would be handled swiftly once the remaining preparations were complete. Looking over the excited crowd ready to trade gems and goods, Hyle turned his attention toward the water, where a mysterious dark object dropped with a soft plunk into the ocean depths. As the sailors head back to their main duties, laughing about how land makes them anxious, a strange movement ripples through the harbor water. Suddenly, towering waves burst forth as a colossal shadow emerges from the depths with terrifying speed. Hyle and the others look on in shock as the giant serpent unleashes a destructive rampage along the shoreline. Unfazed by the massive beast, Camus draws his weapon and confronts the creature, mocking its audacity to strike territory protected by the Corvus tribe. He calls on his men to prepare for a counterstrike, but terror grips the crew as they realize the monstrous entity looming over them is none other than Leviathan. Questioning if the creature truly is the legendary beast, the captain watches as its massive head snaps downward, forcing Mappa, and the others to dodge its swift strike. Moving with blinding speed, he leaps forward and slices cleanly through the massive creature's neck with a single strike of his blade. Sheathing his saber, he admires the incredible sharpness of his orichalcum blade, completely unaware of the panicked warnings shouted by Heil behind him. Their horror, the severed limb instantly mutates, sprouting multiple snapping heads as Heil and Elvin identify the creature as an evil moray whose true body remains submerged. The creature's hydra-like tendrils surrounding them, Camus realizes that he had only cut the tip of one of its arms, leaving the massive main body intact beneath the waves. As the beast begins to regenerate, a sudden burst of magical flame engulfs the tendrils, burning them away as Full enters the fray with her fire magic. Eager to prove herself, she leaps through the chaotic battle, dodging the thrashing limbs and blasting the monster with scorching fireballs. Seeing her successfully distract the beast, Heil and Camus delivered on a plan to destroy its main body out at sea rather than unleashing powerful magic that could wreck the harbor. Out on the water, a mysterious sorcerer calls upon ancient power, casting a high-tier water spell to turn the tide against the terrifying sea monster. As the water surges like binding ropes around the sea monster, Heil sees his opportunity and calls out to Full to unleash lightning, opening a path through the beast's defenses. Channeling powerful lightning magic, Full releases a massive burst of electrical energy that tears into the sea monster, shattering its body in a blinding flash. The threat eliminated, the group celebrates their swift victory on the docks, though the Corvus crew members express awe and frustration at how easily the young heroes handle the beast. Corvus pirates bow their heads in shame before Camus, deeply shaken by the terrifying scale of the Leviathan that easily pierced their defenses and paralyzed them with fear. Observing his demoralized crew, Camus realizes that trauma from facing an ancient beast cannot be easily cured, while Heil proposes enlisting Belden tribe members to reinforce their ranks. Camus reflects solemnly on the plight of his people, knowing that as seafaring folk, losing their ability to sail means losing their very pride and identity. Hearing their concerns, the young woman thoughtfully asks if it might be possible to build an indestructible ship that even the mighty Leviathan could never destroy. Heil considers plating the hull in metal, but realizes orichalcum would make it far too heavy. Suddenly, Mappa steps forward with an energetic, eccentric idea. Examining the massive remains washed ashore, the group is stunned to discover that the creature they slew was actually composed of two distinct leviathans. Standing before the colossal scaffolding erected around the carcass, Heil marvels at the sheer size of the beast as they prepare to harvest its materials. High up on the cliffside scaffolding, workers gaze at the titanic monster they somehow managed to defeat, realizing the immense potential of its hide and bones. Heil notes how the scales withstood a hail of magic cannon fire, realizing that harvesting this armor is the key to creating their ultimate vessel. Processing the ultra-tough Leviathan scales proves arduous, but their surprisingly light weight explains how such a massive sea beast moved with such terrifying agility. The bustling forge, mithril arrowheads, and enchanted materials are melted down and reshaped into specialized tools required to craft the new ship's components. While workers reinforce the structural hull, Camus and Mappa huddle over blueprints, meticulously redesigning the interior infrastructure to maximize both strength and sailing performance. Stood alongside Heil, watching as the massive warship took shape around them. Built with an orichalcum frame, inner boards of Yggdrasil branches, and armored with indestructible Leviathan scales, this miracle of Sheol technology offered hope to every watching member of the Corvus tribe. As evening approached over the shoreline, the prince invited his friend to join them for dinner, but the pirate captain lingered near a simple stone monument. Apologizing that their makeshift tribute might not match traditional funeral customs, Heil offered solemn respect, while his companion expressed profound gratitude for the gesture. Reflecting on the history of his people, the captain recounted how, a century ago, a legendary orc hero had united their displaced tribe and led them to the sea, building a fleet that could rival mighty nations. That heroic founder was the original Camus, a legendary title passed down through generations to every leader of the tribe. When his own turn came to lead, he found his tribe torn apart by traitors, leaving him unable to inspire those who remained to face the open ocean once more. Clenching his fist in quiet anguish, he confessed his burning desire to grow stronger. His expression hardened with fierce resolve as he swore to become a leader worthy of his lineage, one who would never bring shame to the proud name of Kamui. His orders were barked to open the heavy water gate. The massive sea vessel began its grand departure, gliding smoothly through the newly cleared passage while those gathered on shore watched in awe. The towering ship took to the open sea, its hull uniquely reinforced with gleaming, overlapping scales of the mighty Leviathan. Observing the impressive craft, the young prince noted the formidable strength of its scale-plated armor, though he also sensed a palpable tension among the Corvus crew. Sensing their nervousness, their leader bellowed across the deck, rallying his men to snap to attention for the crucial test ahead. Despite their lingering anxiety, the crew looked upon their commander with absolute trust. Stepping firmly toward the vessel's edge, he prepared to take the lead as his men shouted their fierce support. Standing high above on the shore, the prince extended his glowing crest and summoned the 16th creation to begin the exercise. His command, a dark, torpedo-like silhouette rocketed beneath the waves toward the ship, catching the onlookers completely off guard. Massive sprays of water erupted alongside the vessel as the panicked crew shouted warnings to watch the starboard side, where something huge was surfacing. A colossal beast constructed entirely of jagged ocean rock burst from the churning sea, towering over the vessel and striking terror into the sailors. Imbued with pulsing magical energy, the stony titan roared alongside the ship, unleashing violent waves that rocked the vessel and sent the crew into full chaos. Believing the real sea monster had returned, the crew screamed in terror and pleaded to flee, but their captain roared at them to maintain their composure. Captain reassured his men that the ship held firm, urging them to steady their breathing and study their adversary carefully. From the shoreline, the prince and the elf girl watched closely, hoping the crew could endure this simulated trial against a stone golem without interference. Grinning fiercely, the captain declared that this mock battle was essential for overcoming their past trauma. He acknowledged that while they once lost everything to the real monster without leaving a scratch, confronting this simulated terror was the only way to conquer their fear and master the sea once more. Suddenly, the eccentric wild man sprinted across the deck, shouting a bizarre farewell to his own body as he prepared to leap. Without a second thought, he hurled himself off the side of the towering ship, diving straight down toward the foaming waters below. As the onlookers watched in complete astonishment, the wild man plunged into the sea and immediately charged straight toward the giant stone monster. As the chaotic waters churned from the sudden jump, the transformed captain poised himself with dual blades, ready to unleash his newfound power. Declaring his intent, he surged forward through the deep sea, his crest glowing brightly as he launched himself toward the massive stone beast. He glided through the current at breathtaking speed, leaving the onlookers on the ship completely stunned by how effortlessly he moved across the water. Manipulating the sea currents around him to maximize his velocity underwater, he set his sights squarely on the golem and struck with full force. Despite his swift attack, the Leviathan's defensive power proved formidable, repelling him violently and sending a shockwave of panic through his watching crew. While Heil and the others watched in tension, realizing that even an evolved state was struggling, the fallen captain pressed on against the Titan. Refusing to let their leader fight alone, the Corvus pirates rallied together, aiming their ship's cannons and opening fire upon the stone monster, the cannonade distracting the giant. He smirked as his power surged once more, thankful for his crew's timely intervention. He summoned a towering water tornado from the ocean depths, completely engulfing the stone Leviathan within a swirling vortex. Gathering the roaring sea currents around his weapon, he focused all his magic to form a massive aquatic drill aimed at the golem's heart. The dramatic burst of force, he pierced straight through the giant golem, shattering the construct as the spectators burst into joyful cheers. As the waters settled, Heil praised the incredible display, though the captain humbly credited the victory entirely to his trust in his crew. Apologizing for his previous doubts, he turned to his men and asked if they would brave the high seas with him once more, receiving an overwhelming shout of loyalty. Reinvigorated, he struck a dramatic pose to celebrate his newly awakened form, leaving Heil and the rest of the group humorously exasperated. Looking forward with absolute confidence, the captain declared that with the perfect vessel and crew, their upcoming voyage was guaranteed to succeed a sentiment Hyle wholeheartedly echoed. Spent the next week coordinating trade arrangements while the pirate captain diligently fine-tuned and tested his newly modified ship. On the eve of departure, everyone gathered for a grand farewell banquet where the Corvish tribe feast heartily. As night fell over the harbor, quiet settled across the ocean. Apologizing for bringing Rihanna along so late, he led her aboard the vessel to admire the majestic ship before its voyage. Standing at the railing, he confessed his lifelong fascination with ships and the distant worlds they could reach, a daydream born back when he struggled to find his place within the royal palace. Looking at her with a warm smile, he declared that Sheol and the people within it had now truly become his real home. Their conversation was briefly interrupted before the captain stepped into view, admitting he had simply sought a quiet moment on deck before setting sail. He offered a polite apology for coming aboard unannounced. The captain warmly reassured him that he was always welcome as the only human he truly respected. Turning grave, the captain then admitted he had intended to seek him out anyway, revealing that they needed to discuss a serious matter regarding his homeland. Far across the sea in the realm of Sandfales, the sovereign sat sternly upon his ornate throne, surrounded by heavily armored royal guards as subjects bowed before him. Shadows draped across his furrowed brow and intense gaze, signaling brewing trouble within the royal seat of power. As a grand vessel rested near the harbor, Hyle turned to Kim Yu and inquired if the experienced captain possessed any knowledge regarding his homeland, the kingdom of Sandfales. Kim Yu looked down with a heavy expression, preparing to disclose a truth he had long held back. Captain revealed that Claude's faction, the very ones who had betrayed him, had actually been hired directly by the royal family of Sandfales. The news struck Hyle with utter shock, especially given how deeply his kingdom despised monsters, making him wonder why they would ever collude with such forces while Camus offered a solemn apology for his silence. Continuing his explanation, Camus detailed how the kingdom sought to suppress the powerful monster tribes across the land under the guise of bounty missions, all backed by the immense wealth of Sandfales. Processing these heavy words, the young prince realized with growing dread that his own father, the king, was the ultimate orchestrator behind these dark schemes. Camus explained that Sandfales was an ancient nation driven by an insatiable desire to expand its influence across the continent, utilizing the Corvish tribe for their ambitions. He pointed out that Hyle's exile to Sheol and his awakening as the Cave King could not have been a mere coincidence. Connecting the pieces, the young prince reasoned that his father must have known about the power of the Cave King and the vast subterranean treasures lying beneath Sheol all along. The land was a gold mine of undiscovered resources perfectly suited for excavation by someone possessing the crest's unique abilities. He pondered why his father would keep such power quiet rather than publicizing it, suspecting that something dangerous or hidden lay dormant deep underground. Rihanna listened intently as he admitted that while these were still theories, the evidence pointed toward a deliberate strategy by the royal crown. Reflecting on his journey, he admitted that living on this island had changed his perspective entirely, making him see that he was no longer the naive boy who had left the capital. Looking down at his notes, he understood that his fate was now inextricably tied to the subterranean ruins beneath their feet. Camus sternly reminded him that regardless of his exile, he remained a prince of Sandfales and that Sheol was now his domain, urging him to prepare for the day he would inevitably have to face his homeland. The young ruler took the advice to heart, realizing that his connection to Sandfales was far from over. Following day, Camus and the Corvish tribe hoisted their sails and set out to sea, bidding a warm farewell to the villagers gathering at the docks. Meanwhile, repairs on ship number 16 were completed, allowing the remaining families to safely reunite with their loved ones. Gathering his inner circle, Hyle openly shared the truth about his father's royal family orchestrating the attacks against the Belden and Tiberi's tribes, offering his sincere apologies. However, Rihanna and the tribal leaders swiftly dismissed his apology, emphasizing that he was not responsible for his family's sins and that they needed to focus on the looming threat of war. Seeing the anxiety in the eyes of his allies, who feared he might cast them aside or abandon the island, the young prince stood firm and reassured everyone that Sheol was their shared home. His unwavering commitment immediately lifted their spirits, replacing their worry with renewed confidence. He passionately declared his vision for the future, calling upon humans and monsters alike to unite and build a thriving territory based on mutual respect and trade. By bringing true prosperity to Sheol, he intended to demonstrate to Sandfales that their rule was absolute and prevent any further foreign interference. Nodding in agreement, the elders emphasized the necessity of strengthening their power to negotiate from a position of equality with the kingdom. They all concluded that the key to unlocking the island's potential lay buried within the ancient underground civilization. Fully comprehend the mysteries of Sheol, they recognized the need to translate and decipher the ancient text stored within the subterranean library. With a clear direction ahead, the determined leader rallied his companions to take their next decisive step. Equipped with picks, mining gear, and unwavering enthusiasm, the newly formed Sheol Ruins excavation team assembled at the entrance of the underground caverns. Led by their energetic chief and flanked by Mappa and the goblins, they prepared to delve deep into the earth to uncover the ancient secrets waiting below. He graciously accepted the portable rations handed to him, promising to return in time for dinner before turning his attention back to the massive undertaking ahead, reminding his companion that to uncover the mystery of Sheol before his father, they would need to excavate entirely new ruins. Venturing deeper into the cavern, the young prince explained to Riel that their search should begin around previously excavated sites, warning against digging recklessly where no structures existed. For an entire week, they carefully pressed forward, monitoring magical energy while searching for hidden passages. However, every chamber they uncovered, even those reached through transportation devices, remained completely isolated from one another, leading them to realize these structures were never meant to be connected directly. They decided to wrap up their efforts for the day to avoid being late for dinner. A strange scratching sound caught their attention, revealing Riel clawing intently at a nearby wall. Noticing her pet's bleeding paw from digging so fiercely, the young prince stepped in to tend to the creature's injury, while offering to break through the wall himself to see what had drawn Riel's attention. Beyond the breached wall lay a surprising discovery, a dense pile of ancient bird bones buried far deep beneath the earth. Examining the mysterious round object nestled among the remains, he realized it was a massive egg that had completely fossilized into stone over centuries spent buried underground. Seeing how attached Riel became to the stone egg, he decided to craft a special harness so she could carry her newfound treasure safely wherever she went. The small creature proudly wore the custom gear, ready to transport the heavy petrified egg comfortably on its back. Surrounding companions smiled as the creature trotted along effortlessly, delighting in its new role as the carrier of the fossilized egg. The days that followed, Riel remained inseparable from the stone egg even during sleep, while late one night, the young prince awakened to the faint, distinct sound of flowing water echoing in the darkness. Investigating the sound with his group, he pointed out the unnatural, steady hum of water, convincing the team to resume digging in that direction while Riel rested. Guided by keen senses as they dug further into the rock face, they finally breached a thin wall, exposing a cavernous hollow beyond where the sound grew overwhelmingly clear. Nearly losing his footing on the crumbling ledge, he thanked Turan for the quick catch before gazing out at the magnificent sight illuminated inside the vast underground chamber. Towering before them stood a colossal, ornate structure, a massive ancient pillar ceaselessly generating and spouting a stream of water high above the subterranean floor. He stood in awe before the massive structure, realizing that the rhythmic rushing of water was not natural, but produced by man-made ancient ruins buried deep underground. Peering over the edge into the abyss where the column descended, even his companions' enhanced vision could not perceive the bottom of the endless drop. Inspecting the pillar more closely, the prince observed that there was no visible water pipe, leading him to ask Turan to retrieve a glowing blue orb embedded directly into the stone. Once extracted, it was revealed to be a spring stone, a magical artifact capable of producing an endless stream of pure water using latent magic energy. Recognizing that this meant a water source could be created anywhere, they decided to follow the flow down toward other ancient ruins until a strange rumble interrupted their thoughts. Sharp digging sound echoed from the cavern wall as magical energy began to radiate through the solid rock, signaling the arrival of an unknown presence from the other side. Suddenly, a surge of powerful magic energy echoed through the cavern, prompting Heil to shout a warning to the surrounding group as the ground trembled beneath them. Towering, shadowy silhouette materialized before them, casting an intimidating aura that made everyone wonder if a legendary dragon had arrived. To their utter surprise, the shadowy figure let out a shrill cry, speaking directly to them as underground dwellers and leaving the party completely speechless. A sudden twist of misfortune. The strange creature lost its footing and plummeted down the steep abyss, screaming desperately for help as it fell. As the falling creature grabbed hold of Heil, its immense weight began dragging him over the edge, causing panic among his companions. Reacting instantly, Heil invoked his rock magic to shape protruding stakes along the cliff face, catching both himself and the creature midair, climbing back up to safety using the newly formed stone ledges. The group marveled at their instinctual rescue while the creature quivered in relief. The immediate danger past, they gathered around to inspect the small, lizard-like being, amazed to find a dragon capable of human speech. Creatures sat up and questioned their presence, claiming to be the owner of the underground ruins, just before its stomach let out a thunderous growl. Taking pity on the famished newcomer, the group offered a lavish feast of cooked meat, which the small dragon began devouring ravenously. Chewing happily with food stuffed in its mouth, the dragon expressed immense gratitude, complaining about having survived only on bland, preserved rations for so long. Introducing himself as Royden the Earth Dragon, he admitted the ruins weren't strictly his and explained that he had traveled all the way from the distant Elto continent. He revealed that he had dug straight beneath the ocean floor to escape his volcanic, war-torn homeland, astonishing the onlookers with his incredible feat. Royden further clarified that his speech was actually telepathy emitted from his horn, translating his thoughts into distinct words directly inside their minds. Looking outward toward the massive, glowing tree in the distance, Royden recognized it as Yggdrasil, confirming that ancient magical forces were converging upon the region. He went on to ask if there was a continent called Paradise somewhere across the sea, describing a land in the east where humans, monsters, and all manner of races coexisted in nature. Heil found this surprising, noting that while there were humans and monsters further north on Balian, they certainly didn't live in peaceful harmony, making the rumors of such a paradise hard to believe. Admitting that his initial journey had been off course, the small dragon considered it a stroke of luck to encounter Heil and his group. Gathering them all around, he invited them to inspect a rare selection of goods brought directly from the distant land of Elto. Unveiling his collection, the traveling merchant presented incredible items, surprising Heil, who hadn't realized the dragon would be engaged in trade. The creature explained that with business poor in Elto, due to constant fighting, moving to a new land seemed like the best option. The array of treasures was stunning, featuring vases processed from dragon scales, intricate glass made from horn, and tools crafted from rare materials. The companions marveled at the craftsmanship, wondering how these items had been shaped so exquisitely by dragons. Among the treasures lay large patterned eggs, which Heil immediately recognized with astonishment as dragon eggs. Everyone's disbelief, the merchant calmly explained that these were fire dragon and wyvern eggs, and that they tasted far better fresh, suggesting they could be boiled, roasted, or eaten raw. While Heil considered raising one if it could fly, the merchant noted it was standard practice not to consume the offspring of other dragon species. Heil offered to trade saplings from near Yggdrasil, which sparked the merchant's interest. The merchant recalled that Elto had become a wasteland due to volcanic activity, but expressed hope that bringing Yggdrasil saplings back would restore life to his homeland once the volcanic fires cooled. Generously throwing in a dragon egg as a bonus for Mappa to study, the merchant promised to return for future trades before departing to rest for the night. Reflecting on the vast world and hidden civilizations beyond the ocean, Heil turned his attention back to the task at hand and rallied his group to resume investigating the underground ruins. Knowing that water was gushing from the main pillar, Heil reasoned that following the stream would lead them to more ruins, relying on Turon to guide their descent safely. Confident in their ability to handle the steep cliffs, the party prepared to head down, only to be interrupted as someone called out for them to wait. Vienna arrived out of breath, apologizing for taking so long to get ready, eagerly expressing her desire to tag along on the expedition. The skilled warrior darted ahead swiftly to ensure the path was safe. Hal agreed to let Rihanna join them on the descent with Turan. Clinging tightly to Turan as they began their descent into the chasm, the group reminded each other to stay focused and be careful not to fall. He sat quietly at his desk late into the evening, meticulously organizing his documents before turning to find his companion standing behind him. Startled, he greeted her softly, realizing she was still wide awake as well. They sat together over drinks. She questioned why he was up so late, prompting him to admit his mind was restless with thoughts of exploring the new underground ruins. The conversation turned to his distant relationship with his father, as he confessed that he never truly understood the king, nor could he recall ever having a genuine conversation with a man who viewed others merely as subjects to command. Reflecting on the royal palace where his father's words were absolute law, he found himself frustrated at the thought that excavating Sheol might align with the king's hidden desires. He tightly gripped his mini pickaxe in frustration, only for his companion to suddenly lean in close and grab him firmly by the tunic. With unyielding determination in her eyes, she urged him to press onward into the ruins to uncover Sheol's secrets and discover his father's true motives. Her fiery resolve sparked something within him, reaffirming his desire to continue digging even after turning his back on his home realm. Now filled with renewed courage to face whatever truths lie ahead, he leads the team on Turan's back as they plummet downward, venturing deeper into the dark, uncharted abyss. Ascending rapidly through the narrow vertical shaft, the group slid toward the depths below. Rihanna called out in concern to Hyle as they neared the end of the long fall. Spotting a faint glimmer of light ahead, Hyle announced that they had finally reached the bottom. They touched down safely upon ancient stone flooring, stepping out into a vast subterranean expanse. Before them stretched a towering underground chamber, where a majestic column of water cascaded from high above into a massive stone reservoir. Vienna inspected the weathered stone architecture of the reservoir, remarking on its age, while Hyle called around to check on the others. Nearby, Full pointed toward a stone canal branching off from the main structure, signaling that it led even deeper underground. Looking around for Hainick and Ashton, Hal spotted them moving ahead into the flooded stone passageways of the canal system. Examining the surrounding masonry, Hal and his companions observed that the structural integrity of the canal remained surprisingly sound, putting to rest any immediate fears of cave-in. Full explained that navigating as the tunnels branched deeper would require extra caution, impressed by how complex the layout was becoming. To ensure they would not lose their way, Hal suggested dropping pyroxene along the path as glowing markers, an idea that filled the group with quiet excitement. Wading through the shallow water running along the vaulted stone corridors, Hal marveled at the sheer scale of the underground construction, wondering aloud who could have built such an immense facility and for what ancient purpose. Vienna recalled seeing depictions of human figures on ancient library murals, prompting Hal to ponder if these ruins belonged to lost human civilizations or perhaps the mysterious underground people Royden had once mentioned. Suddenly, Full halted, her senses picking up a subtle disturbance in the air ahead. Catching a strange scent, Full warned the group just as two large, translucent slimes emerged into view. Realizing the harmless, jelly-like creatures were simply startled by their presence, Hal reassured everyone as the slimes quietly squished away. Reflecting on his past encounters with Shell and Mappa deep underground, Hal wondered if Mappa might actually possess knowledge about these ancient ruins. Shaking off the thought, he decided they should focus on following the sound of the flowing water deeper into the complex. Emerging from the canal tunnel, the party stepped into a breathtaking, colossal hall lined with endless tiers of stone alcoves. Hal stood in absolute awe at the grandeur of the ancient archive before them, marking how the dramatic architecture felt almost like a classic trap-laden dungeon. Hal noted that the sound of water continued deeper inside and urged the group forward, with Shell bouncing alongside them. Without warning, a heavy stone door crashed down behind them, sealing off the entrance with a deafening thud. Hal whirled around in frustration, realizing they had just been locked inside the hall. Hal inspected the solid stone barrier, considering using his mithril ice axe before realizing the door was far too thick and reinforced to break through physically. Suddenly, a strange pulse rippled through the chamber, and Heil felt a surge of dense magical energy radiating directly from the surrounding walls. He looked up in shock as the black stone blocks detached themselves from the ancient walls, floating in midair around them, while a central mechanism began to hum and spin with malevolent energy. Floating cubic constructs hovered ominously in formation, casting an unmistakable aura of deadly threat over the trapped group. Shouting a warning to his companions, the young prince realized these were guardians of the ruins and unleashed a powerful surge of thunder magic directly at them. To his horror, the beam of lightning struck the floating stone directly, only to be completely absorbed into its core without inflicting a single scratch. Constructs converted the magic into raw kinetic power, overwhelming their defenses and forcing the group to realize that magic attacks were entirely useless against these foes. Recognizing the dire threat, the prince concluded that only direct physical strikes could break through the mechanical defense force. Stepping into the front line with absolute confidence, Ashton, the captain of the Imperial Guard of the Tiberi's tribe, made his presence known. The ferocious physical blow, the Beastman warrior shattered one of the floating stone constructs into pieces using sheer brute strength. Spurred by the destruction of their unit, the swarm of mechanical guardians suddenly pivoted and charged forward at incredible speed. Watching the entire fleet target a single warrior, the young prince braced himself as the stone sentinels converged on Ashton. Assuring their prince that their vanguard captain needed no assistance, the Tiberi's guard held their ground against the approaching swarm. Formidable warrior crouched low, tracking the incoming wave of metal and stone with sharp, predatory eyes. Surrounded on all sides by dozens of hovering defense constructs, he merely smiled at the formidable challenge ahead. Drawing his weapon with practiced precision, he remarked on their coordinated assault with eager anticipation. With lightning-quick reflexes, the Tiberi's warriors counterattacked, declaring that coordinated martial combat was their true domain. He unleashed a devastating shadow slash along with his warriors, tearing through the floating stone constructs with ferocious physical blows that smashed the ancient defenders into pieces. As the shattered remains rained down, the Beastman captain reported to Heil that the battle was complete, ensuring everyone was safe while Heil began inspecting the heartstones scattered among the wreckage. Analyzing the debris, Heil realized the constructs were made of magic-absorbing crystals that store and release energy, along with floating stones and heat-resistant black iron. Realizing he could use these rare materials to craft incredible new items. As they prepared to move past the inner gate, suspecting valuable treasures lay hidden behind it, Ashton suddenly called for everyone to halt as footsteps echoed from the shadows. Emerging from the doorway was a massive, pristine suit of centaur-like ancient mechanical armor, standing silently as a far formidable guardian. Deep within the ancient subterranean ruins, the expedition group approached a monumental archway leading into a vast, pristine hall. Stepping out from the shadows of the threshold, a sleek, white-armored golem made its presence known. Observing its intricate design, Heil immediately noticed a glowing magic crystal embedded within its chest structure. As Ashton observed the construct's formidable, knight-like poise, the golem suddenly emitted a series of strange, metallic vocalizations, startling Heil with its unexpected ability to produce sound. Curious if the entity matched ancient records, Heil attempted to communicate directly with it. However, his peaceful words were met only with unintelligible gibberish before the golem's arm abruptly morphed into a lethal blade. Seeing the weapon take shape, Heil shouted for everyone to fall back as the mechanical knight lunged down the grand staircase. Instantly stepping into the line of fire, Ashton intercepted the construct's sharp blade with a heavy, sparking clash of weapons. Though Heil tried once more to de-escalate the situation, Ashton recognized that negotiation was impossible and resolved to capture the construct without destroying it. Engaging in a rapid exchange of blows, the Beastman warrior traded fierce strikes with a nimble armored automaton. Attempting to support the front line, Full unleashed a burst of fire magic, but the construct effortlessly absorbed the spell and counterattacked at blinding speed. Watching the attack fail, Hal realized the core in the golem's chest was absorbing magical energy, right as the construct reconfigured its weapon into a long-range bow. Reacting instantly to the new threat, he invoked his crest magic to summon a dense stone wall between them and the bowman. To his utter disbelief, the golem's high-velocity projectile punched straight through the solid barrier without slowing down. Surging through the lingering dust cloud, the construct shifted its arm into a massive, pointed lance to deliver a devastating charge. Unleashing a wave of pressurized wind, the adversary forced Heil and his companions to realize that this entity operated on an entirely superior combat level compared to past golem encounters. Refusing to yield, Ashton executed a lightning-fast phantom dash, blurring around the construct's flank to strike from its blind spot. It drove forward with ferocious speed, yet the white golem instantly matched his quick gale movement, deflecting the barrage with sharp, fluid blocks. Snarling in exertion as the blades locked, he fought to hold his ground. Observing the high-speed clash from afar, the young companions felt a wave of helplessness, knowing their magic was useless. Yet Heil quietly discerned a flaw in the construct's defenses. As the construct pressed its offensive against the wolf warrior, Heil quickly called for his companions to act, realizing they had a narrow window to turn the tide. Spotting a glowing structural node embedded within the stone floor, Heil commanded Riel to charge directly toward the target. Swinging his pickaxe down with perfect precision onto the marked point, the young prince praised his companion as the floor cracked open. Massive geyser of water erupted violently through the shattered stone floor, startling the armored golem right in the middle of the arena. Realizing the torrent was drawn directly from the subterranean canal beneath them, Heil shouted across the roaring water for Ashton and Heinous to fall back toward the walls. Immediately giving the command to full, the young goblin girl channeled a powerful triple-layered freezing spell directly into the flooding water. A fraction of a second, the entire battleground transformed into a vast, shimmering field of slick ice. Noticing the white golem lose its footing on the frozen surface, Heil smiled as the machine's narrow hooves failed to find traction. Unable to stabilize itself, the heavy construct slid helplessly across the ice, completely defenseless. Capitalizing on the opening, Ashton and his ally lunged forward, unleashing a coordinated volley of fierce physical strikes against the off-balance machine. Believing they had secured the advantage as their blades struck home, the warriors pressed their attack while the young prince watched eagerly. Their horror, the golem abruptly reshaped its upper torso, counterattacking with terrifying speed and catching both fighters completely off guard. The brutal display of force, the white golem slammed both Ashton and his companion into the surrounding stone walls, leaving them battered amid the debris. He gasped in pain, struggling to comprehend how the construct had suddenly regained its mobility and speed. Heil called out in alarm as the sharp tip of the construct's leg stabbed deep into the stone floor. White construct altered its form once more, morphing its lower limbs into lethal, needle-like stilts that dug into the terrain for maximum agility. Watching the lethal machine spring forward with blinding velocity, the wolf warrior roared in terror, while Full screamed out a desperate warning to their leader as the creature descended upon him. Urged on by his allies to fall back, Heil watched in horror as his loyal slime companion suddenly leapt in front of him to absorb the incoming strike. Sharp, needle-like point halted right at the slime's rounded head, hovering motionless instead of piercing through. Everyone's utter shock, the machine abruptly ceased its assault, pulling back its lethal arm and standing completely still. The party checked on Shell and questioned why the killer had suddenly halted. Strange ancient symbols echoed forth from within the automaton. Strange voice filtered out from deep within the shell, uttering unfamiliar words until the construct's chest plate burst open with a hiss of steam. Nestled inside the mechanical core sat a young girl with pale hair, fast asleep as if suspended in a tranquil slumber. As the group stared in utter disbelief at the child within the monster, she stirred awake, stepped out from the cockpit, and spoke in the unknown ancient tongue. Within seconds, the child adapted, processing their speech and speaking their language back to them in a halting, curious voice. Gazing silently at the bewildered companions, the enigmatic girl left them completely speechless, raising endless questions about her true origin and nature. Surprised by the unexpected emergence, Hal stammers in utter disbelief as the mysterious young girl steps out from the mechanical shell. Hal reels mentally at how quickly the strange child mastered their language, marveling at the fact that a living girl came out of an ancient ruins construct. Checking to see if everyone is unhurt, Hal and his companions watch intently as the giant golem begins to move away, leaving the child standing calm and composed. Observing a massive breach in the canal stonework, the group is suddenly interrupted by a rumbling noise echoed down the corridor, catching their immediate attention. Alarmed by floating cube-like constructs appearing around them, Hal in full brace for reinforcements, but the young girl quickly steps in and tells the machines to hold. Hovering above the damaged ceiling, the floating constructs immediately deploy repair tools to mend the broken structure and restore the underground passage. Hal and Rihanna watch in total astonishment as they realize the young child is giving direct commands to the ancient automated constructs. Feeling intensely judged by her silent glare after realizing they caused the damage, Hal stammers out a quick, awkward apology for defending themselves. Apologizing for damaging the ruins, the girl clarifies that they dwell below in Sheol, while those above inhabit the surface, prompting Hal to eagerly ask her for information regarding his father's quest, and asked if she knows the true nature of this vast underground place. The young girl plainly replies that she lacks any such information, inquiring why she guards the ruins alongside the floating constructs despite her missing memories. Hal listens as she simply states that it is her solemn duty to protect this land. As the chill of the cavern sets in, the group suggests moving somewhere warmer while expressing gratitude to Bolshin for protecting them during the encounter. Inviting the girl to join them, Hal introduces himself along with Rihanna, Full, Shell, and Turan, asking what they should call her in return. Offering the name Nona, the young girl gazes intently at Hal, noticing the unique crest glowing faintly upon his hand. Guiding them forward into the dark stone corridors, Nona reassures the group that the floating constructs will not attack them, so long as she remains at their side. She stood quietly among the group as Rihanna enthusiastically asked what language she spoke, and if she ever felt lonely being here by herself, though the young guardian admitted her name remained unclear and she couldn't leave. Explaining her duty to safeguard the secrets of Sheol's past, she guided the party down a corridor toward a massive, ornate door that stood before them. As the heavy doors began to creak open, an intense, brilliant glow poured through the gap, startling Hal and the others. Stepping through, they gasped in complete awe at the breathtaking subterranean sanctuary hidden behind the threshold. Vast chamber mimicked an open sky and lush landscape, making Hal wonder aloud if they had somehow walked straight back outside. Looking around, the party marveled at the greenery, the artificial sky far above, and even fish swimming peacefully in a nearby stream. Gazing upward into the high dome, Hal spotted a colossal, glowing crystal hovering above, recognizing it as a sunstone that illuminated the entire cavern. Continuing their stroll through the grass, they noticed soft, translucent slimes bouncing harmlessly across the landscape. Suddenly, towering stone golems marched out from the foliage, startling Hal until he realized they were merely tending to the grounds. And asked who assigned her the duty of protecting these creatures and ruins, Nona paused, her memories remaining hazy and uncertain. She led them deeper along a tree-lined path, attempting to recall the moment she first woke up in this place. She recalled awakening in pitch darkness, trapped inside a cramped, suffocating enclosure before the hatch finally released. The very first image her eyes opened to was Bolshin, kneeling before her as her loyal guardian. Second thing she encountered was the tranquil, light-filled garden stretched out around her. Further ahead in the center of the sanctuary stood a grand statue, marking the heart of the ancient ruins. Standing quietly before the monolithic monument, she offered no immediate explanation, but the young prince instantly recognized the grand likeness. Looking up at the noble figure carved into the stone, he realized without a doubt that this was the very same majestic woman featured in the library's ancient relief. Inquiring about the figure's identity, he hoped for answers, but the young guide admitted that the woman's name remained lost to her fragmented mind. Although the image felt strangely familiar when she first beheld it, no clear record of the person remained within her stored memories. For the towering effigy, surrounded by lush flora, she uttered an inscription in an ancient, forgotten tongue. Continuing her explanation, she recalled only a single directive bestowed upon her: to protect. Though the silent stone held no speech, an innate instinct had made it clear what she was meant to safeguard, even if it was merely an isolated fragment of her past. Looking at her intently, he argued that even if she could carry out her purpose without her past, she owed it to herself to seek out her lost identity and recover her true history. As the onlookers contemplated the enigmatic features of the sculpted sovereign, he pressed further, determined to uncover who this mysterious ruler had been. Dismissing his impassioned speech with flat indifference, she pointed out that his reasoning lacked any logical foundation. The prince and his companions could only sweat and stammer in response, unable to quantify human emotion against her clinical rationality. Pausing mid-step near the base of the monument, she noted a detail she had previously ignored, admitting she had never understood its meaning. Tracing her gaze to the ground, the young prince suddenly gasped in total disbelief as he recognized a familiar emblem carved into the stone. Staring down at his glowing palm, he saw that the magical crest inscribed on his hand matched the ancient emblem on the floor with absolute perfection, leaving him utterly stunned as he questioned the nature of his own lineage. Examining the subterranean ruins, Hyle marvels at the discovery of a statue inscribed with the same cave king crest that he possesses, buried far beneath the surface world. As the group inspects the statue, Ashton ponders whether the figure depicted also held the crest or if the engraving represents a forgotten inscription. Gathering stands around the towering ancient monument nestled in the subterranean garden, wondering if its original creator was the true bearer of the crest. Full checks Nona's body for crest markings, prompting a discussion about the abundance of crests among humans and various creatures in this world. Full expresses her excitement at the rarity of a former cave king's presence here, while Hyle silently reflects on the identity and actions of the crest's original owner. Nona questions why Hyle is so eager to investigate, leading him to explain his need to understand his father's intentions and the history of this realm. Hyle admits to himself that alongside uncovering his father's true desires, he also seeks clarity for his own personal path. Nona communicates in an ancient tongue with her armored golem, pondering the consequences if her decision leads to punishment. Nona grants permission for the investigation under strict conditions, allowing only 4 people to explore the ruins under her direct supervision. As darkness falls over the simulated day and night cycle of the cavern ceiling, the group decides to set up camp and begin their investigation the following morning. Vienna unpacks the compression package provided by Royden, producing an impressive assortment of supplies and cooking equipment for their overnight stay. While the party prepares their camp in the underground garden, Ashton offers to return to the surface alone to reassure the rest of their companions. Hyle invites Nona to join them for dinner, but she politely declines, prompting Rihanna to leave a food package nearby for the young girl. Around the campfire, Hyle and Rihanna discuss the mystery of the underground city, marveling at how it replicates surface life and wondering why Nona was left alone here. Later that night, as Hyle expresses hope that the ruins will restore Nona's memories, Nona notices a strange glowing light gleaming in the dark forest shadows. She urgent called out for Hyle, breathlessly pointing back toward the dark shadows deep within the forest. For them, countless tiny points of light began floating through the trees, surrounding Shell as the round slime creature started glowing warmly in response. While Hyle marveled at the starry display and wondered if these lights were connected to slimes, Nona stared blankly at the gentle illumination surrounding them. Looking up at the solitary stone statue standing amidst the floating lights, she quietly remarked how gentle yet sorrowful the atmosphere felt. Next morning, the group stretched lazily as they woke up beneath the subterranean artificial sky, noting how strangely comfortable sleeping underground turned out to be. As Hyle prepared to head toward the main gates, a voice called out from behind, halting him in his tracks as Nona questioned who would investigate. Out of breath from running ahead, Elvin arrived alongside Ashton, panting as he greeted the group and apologized for his hurried pace. Elvin excitedly explained that he couldn't resist visiting the ancient ruins himself, though Varl was left behind to guard the surface entrance. After brief introductions, a 4-member exploration team was assembled, leaving Bolshin behind to watch over the campsite and the remaining companions. Bolshin sternly warned them that he had orders to eliminate anyone who harmed the ancient garden, though Hyle quickly reassured him they would behave. The party prepared to set off into the forest. Shell bounced along, eager to join them on their journey. Traversing through the expansive subterranean forest, they eventually reached a massive stone wall located directly opposite the main entrance. Though many arched doorways were sealed, several passages remained wide open, winding into the structure like an intricate labyrinth. Walking down the broad hallway, Hao reflected on how suitable these ancient structures seemed for human habitation, while Elvin examined a historic book he brought from the library. Merging into a massive chamber filled with strange ancient devices, Hyle gasped in awe at the sheer scale of the discovery before them. He offered a sheepish apology as Nona explained that the workshop around them was capable of repairing the broken Argo, though Elvin remarked that its advanced mechanisms far exceeded their usual mining magic. Learning that the liquid metal before them was Ryukin, the very substance comprising Bolshin's shifting armor. The young prince marveled at the ruins' ancient sophistication while browsing rows of mineral samples. Curiosity piqued by a heavy, reinforced portal set into the stone wall, he inquired about what lay beyond, only for Nona to plainly state that the doorway remained locked beyond even her royal authority. Pondering aloud whether a bit of brute force might force the stubborn door open, he quickly retreated from the idea when met with Nona's stern gaze, hastily suggesting they inspect a different area instead. Before they could step away, a sudden heavy clunk echoed out as the mysterious crest mark on his hand began to resonate with power. The unexpected surge of energy caught Nona completely off guard, her eyes widening in sheer surprise at the sudden activation. Deep within the ancient control chamber, shadow-clad mechanisms suddenly spring to life as gears turn and ancient switches engage, opening pathways long forgotten. For the astonished group, the massive stone doorway that had remained stubbornly sealed suddenly grinds open, revealing a dark passage leading downward. Surprised by the unexpected opening, the elder shaman wonders how the seal broke, while the young girl stares silently into the abyss of the descending staircase. Without a word of warning, she steps forward onto the stairs, prompting the others to call out after her in concern as she wanders deeper into the unknown structure. Following her down the seemingly endless spiral staircase, the companions grow tired as they ponder what secrets lie waiting at the very bottom. As they descend, the elder speculates whether others like her might reside below, though the prince points out she had claimed to be entirely alone in the garden above. At the base of the staircase, their path comes to a sudden halt where a massive collapse has blocked the corridor with fallen rock. Unfazed by the obstacle, the prince draws his trusty pickaxe, determined to carve a way through the rubble despite the potential danger. Clearing the blockage with ease, the party steps out into a vast underground chamber filled with massive industrial pipes and ancient machinery. Walking among rows of towering glass capsules, the prince looks on in wonder, questioning the true purpose of these strange containment vessels. Beastman Warrior catches a sharp, chemical scent in the air, noting that this subterranean level appears far rougher and less pristine than the ruins above. Examining nearby constructs, the companions observe that these units lie completely dormant, devoid of the magic power needed to sustain them. Suddenly, the warrior alerts the prince to terrifying marks gouged deep into the stone wall, savage claw scratches accompanied by dried, ominous bloodstains. Proceeding with newfound vigilance, the party scans the floor for further signs of threat, while the Beastman keeps his heightened senses locked on the strange smells. With only their footsteps echoing through the eerie silence, the prince admits his growing unease, dreading whatever lurks in the shadows ahead. He signaled for absolute silence, scanning the vast stone hall as a tense quiet settled over the group. Without warning, Ashton loosed an arrow straight into the empty shadows with blinding speed. Projectile struck true, embedding itself into what appeared to be empty air, catching everyone off guard. Ashton revealed that while a predator can conceal its body, it can never hide the bloodlust radiating from its gaze. Exposed by the strike, a grotesque, lizard-like beast materialized from thin air, gagging on the arrow lodged in its maw. Creature collapsed onto the stone floor, revealing a bizarre, chimeric fusion of reptilian and mammalian features. Ashton shouted a stern warning to stay vigilant, identifying the terrifying creatures as chimeras straight out of legend. To their horror, 3 more stealthy beasts emerged from concealment, lunging aggressively toward the party. Hyle unleashed fire magic to repel the assault, but the creatures proved remarkably agile and dodged the flames with ease. Rihanna cast wind magic while ordering Nona to take cover, noting how remarkably resilient and stubborn their attackers were. Ferocious 8-faced chimera lunged straight at Rihanna with terrifying force. Unfazed, Rihanna raised her fists, equipping her custom orichalcum knuckles and enchanting them with crackling lightning. With thunderous power, she struck the beast down, prompting Hyle to call out in support of her fierce counterattack. Astonished by the flawless combination of magic and martial arts, Ashton urged his companions to keep pace with the young princess. Hyle followed up immediately with another burst of fire magic, incinerating another monstrous threat in a blinding blaze. Initially assumed the danger was past, but as a horde of wild monsters poured into the stone corridor, it became clear the battle was far from over. Rihanna urgently suggested a retreat, pointing out that their numbers seemed endless. In response to the overwhelming swarm, simultaneous spells of ice and fire were cast into the corridor. The dual elemental explosion blasted the lead beasts back, creating a smoke-filled opening for their escape. Having put distance between themselves and the pursuing monsters, the group caught their breath. As they discussed the strange floor populated by aggressive creatures, Nona pointed out that these wild beasts were distinct from the ancient Argo Guardians. She motioned toward a shadowy corner, raising everyone's guard as she detected a presence lurking in the dark hallway nearby. A mysterious hooded figure wrapped in a cloak stepped out from the corridor shadows. The group gasped in surprise, realizing another human-like being was standing right before them. Tried to establish communication, asking Nona to step forward and translate. However, Ashton suddenly recognized the true, terrifying nature of the figure and yelled frantically for everyone to fall back. Before anyone could react, the cloak tore open as a massive, monstrous chimera burst forth in a savage surprise assault. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyle threw himself forward to shield Rihanna from the monstrous creature's furious assault. As the dark beast's claws slashed through the air, Rihanna cried out his name in sheer panic. Hyle charged straight ahead, warning his companions not to doubt his resolve. A barrage of arrows rained down on the beast, striking its massive body, but the creature barely slowed down. The force of the blow shattered the stone ground, sending dust and debris swirling through the corridor. Ashton rushed forward, checking on Hyle and Princess Rihanna to make sure they were unharmed, while Varys gasped in shock at the realization that they were fighting a chimera capable of mimicking human form. Their horror, the massive wounds inflicted by the arrows began to close up instantly. Rihanna and Varys watched in disbelief as the beast's dark essence pulsated, completely regenerating its flesh. Hyle stared in shock as the creature's true form began to unfurl, revealing a terrifying horned visage. Standing before them was a colossal chimera, a lion-like beast with massive horns and a venomous serpent for a tail. Hyle stood his ground alongside Ashton, facing the imposing monstrosity head-on. Varys recognized the creature's true form with dread, while Ashton prepared his weapon, acknowledging the foe's overwhelming size, but remaining undaunted as the chimera roared ferocious defiance. Ashton leapt into action to shield Hyle, clashing violently with the giant beast's razor-sharp claws. Using his incredible agility, Ashton darted under the chimera's heavy strikes, maneuvering through the tight space of the hall to deliver swift, precise counterattacks. A display of sheer power, Ashton mounted the beast's head, driving his weapon down into its flesh. Despite the brutal strike, Hyle observed that the chimera's wounds were already healing at a sinister speed. He noted that while it was indeed regenerating rapidly, it remained a living creature that could be slain. Activating his hunter crest, Hyle's vision heightened, allowing him to perceive the prey's vital spots. However, as he focused his perception, a dark, shadowy void filled with countless snarling beast heads manifested around the target. Terrifying realization hit Hyle that this single creature housed several distinct lives within its body. Before he could react, a shockwave of dark energy erupted from a glowing magic circle on the floor, blasting Ashton and Rihanna backward with immense force. The explosion blew the party across the corridor, sending dust flying as Hyle desperately called out to check on Ashton's condition. As Ashton groaned in pain, Hyle urged Rihanna to heal him immediately. Working in unison, Varys and Rihanna combined their magical power, unleashing a powerful double blizzard spell to freeze the advancing monster in its tracks. She and her allies push their ice magic to the limit, but the Chimera retaliates with an overwhelming blast of blazing energy that shatters their defense. As the roaring flames sweep across the hall, Hyle reels from the terrifying power, calling out to keep their stance while trying to restrain the injured elf from throwing herself back into the fray. Observing the intense heat, Nona quietly steps forward, warning that even combined magic cannot block those flames to let Hyle strike again. Blistering heat surges onward, forcing Hyle to shield his eyes as he realizes in frustration that their line is rapidly giving way. Beast rears back to unleash another devastating spell, but a sudden swirling vortex distorts the air right in front of them. Surprised by the abrupt shift, Hyle looks up to see Nona standing firmly, surrounded by floating ancient magic artifacts that absorb the brunt of the onslaught. She explains that she deployed an emergency barrier, but because the ancient energy cells are severely depleted, the defense shatters into pieces, causing her to collapse to the ground. The barrier gone, the Chimera lunges forward with bare claws, prompting a desperate cry from Hyle for the young girl to flee. Before the monster's claws can strike, a mysterious figure cloaked in white steps directly into the beast's path, leaving Hyle speechless. Massive lion head of the Chimera snarls down at the silent intruder, who stands unflinching beneath the shadow of its teeth. Uttering rhythmic words in an ancient, forgotten tongue, the stranger speaks directly to the monstrous entity. Hyle's mind races as he realizes the horrifying truth. The Chimera is not merely a wild magic beast, but a fused collection of creatures grafted onto a human core. Cloaked stranger continues chanting the ancient incantation without pausing, eyes fixed on the creature. Violent tremor shakes the stone floor beneath their feet, sending shockwaves and debris flying as Hyle leaps back. The newly created fissure, a massive serpent construct, ruptures out of the earth, catching everyone off guard as a new threat emerges. Suddenly recognize the translucent strands whipping through the air as cave spider silk, crying out a warning just a moment too late. Before anyone could react, sticky webbing snared their slime companion, and in the next heartbeat, Rihanna was completely immobilized, encased tight in sticky threads. Desperate to reach his fallen companions, the young prince shouted out as the cloaked figure stood calmly alongside the stone serpent and flaming beast. Trapped upon a shattered stone floor, Rihanna could only groan in frustration as her capture was secured. Enraged, he demanded the captor release them at once. But the enigmatic stranger merely uttered another incomprehensible chant in an ancient tongue. In a terrifying surge, a horde of monstrous chimeras surged around them, cutting off any chance of rescue. The deadly pack charging headlong toward them down the corridor. He unleashed his crest's magic, summoning a brilliant energy barrier to blast a path through the oncoming tide. Across the battlefield, as the stone serpent descended upon her, the bound girl struggled against her suffocating web, calling out weakly to her prince. A terrifying flash. The massive stone jaws snapped shut around the cocoon captives, and the construct plunged backward into the solid earth, dragging them into the depths alongside the cloaked figure. His eyes widened in utter horror as he screamed her name into the empty chasm where she had been standing just moments before, left helpless on the edge of the standard chimera monsters flood the battlefield. Hyle shouts in frustration as the enemy grabs Rihanna and Shell, questioning how many of these creatures exist. He struggles against the onslaught, calling out to his friends while the enemy glares at him directly. Unleashing a wave of pure anger, Hyle raises his crest-marked hand and roars for the enemy to clear out of his way. Massive surge of crest magic detonates across the chamber, shocking everyone nearby as the force blast reshapes the area. Immense energy splits the ground open, creating deep chasms that swallow the surrounding terrain. Massive stone structures collapse into the newly formed abyss, clearing the path ahead. Dust settles, leaving the remaining allies in shock at the sheer scale of the destruction. Hyle clutches his throbbing arm in pain, gasping for air while those around him react in disbelief to the raw power he just displayed. Systemic warning flashes from his crest, announcing that an ability deviating from rank restrictions was activated and a repairing limiter engaged, Realizing Nona was also swept up in the chaos, Hyle urges the group to act fast. Nona apologizes for losing her temper, but the others express relief that her destructive attack worked. They quickly ask if she can sense the location of the enemy and their captured friends. She confirms that while she cannot pinpoint their exact position, she can faintly sense their presence on this floor, assuring them that the victims are enveloped in tough silk and likely still alive. Equipped with floor plans from Argo, the party resolved to track down and rescue Rihanna and Shell, rushing forward without delay. As they run, Nona reveals that the enemy referred to her as a defective, though she lacks the memory to understand what he meant by that. The conversation is suddenly cut short as a massive horde of chimera monsters blocks the hallway, leaving no room to dodge as they push through. Far from the battlefield where her comrades fought, Rihanna slowly stirred back to consciousness. Groaning softly, she blinked open her eyes to find herself immobilized in a heavy metallic seat alongside Shell, drifting steadily down a cold stone corridor. Sharp gasp escaped her lips as she looked down, realizing heavy mechanical shackles were clamped securely around her wrists. Exchanging alarmed glances with Shell, she questioned if the chair was moving under its own power. Shell confirmed they had been captured by a chimera, prompting her to strain frantically against her bonds in a desperate bid to break free and return to the group. Hooded figures standing beside them spoke up, commanding quiet and explaining that the restraints could not be undone. Recognizing the distinct dialect, the young elf realized this stranger spoke the same ancient language as Nona. Overcome with curiosity, she peppered the escort with questions regarding the subterranean realm of Sheol, asking whether other surface dwellers resided here, and if they preserved their memories like Hyle. Pulling back her hood, the stranger revealed a face virtually identical to Nona's, introducing herself simply as Sarah and leaving her prisoner speechless in astonishment. Sarah explained that despite their matching dark skin and features, they were not individual humans, but artificial creations known as dolls. Surprised by how deeply human her captor seemed despite her cold declaration, Rihanna wondered aloud why Nona had never mentioned others like herself. Sarah replied that Nona was simply dedicated to her duty, which was why she had guided Hyle and his companions into Sheol. Expressing gratitude for Nona's kindness, the artificial girl led them deeper into a massive subterranean hall lined with gigantic cylindrical chambers. Peering inside one of the towering glass tubes, Rihanna recoiled in terror upon spotting the skeletal, monstrous remains preserved within, realizing they were looking at caged chimeras. Sarah clarified that these pods belonged to the scrapped Zodia line, explaining that the creatures proved far too powerful to control, leading to mass escapes and their eventual infestation of the surface world. Dismissing the beasts above as mindless creatures incapable of defying greater authorities, she gestured toward a monumental doorway looming ahead as heavy mechanisms groaned in the shadows. Approaching the central, towering containment vessel, the group halted before a vat filled with murky fluid. A gasp of horror tore from the young elf's throat as she caught sight of a fully formed human body suspended deep within the liquid. With an unyielding and icy gaze, Sarah quickly dispelled her horror, declaring that the body within was not a person at all, but merely an empty vessel. She continued her chilling explanation, gesturing toward the rows of transparent pods, describing them as Zuma, living vessels, mere containers devoid of heart or spirit. Walking past the suspended figures, she bluntly categorized them as failures. Though she had poured everything into perfecting these vessels, they barely retained their form within the nutrient culture fluid and would crumble upon exposure to the outside air. Her ominous remark that all this research could reach its end today left Rihanna visibly stunned and seeking clarification, even as the doll led them further up the grand staircase of the inner chamber. Meanwhile, back on the upper levels, Hyle and his companions pressed forward through corridors littered with fallen chimera beasts. Ashton and Orin warned of the extreme danger posed by the humanoid chimera, noting that survival was far from guaranteed if they encountered it again, but Hyle remained resolute. Driven by unwavering determination, he loudly declared his resolve to rescue Rihanna and Shell, his fierce conviction burning brightly as his allies watched on. Trapped inside a mysterious containment unit, Rihanna desperately attempts to break the transparent shell using her magic, only to find her strength completely ineffective against the unknown apparatus. As energy crackles through the chamber, she strains against her bonds inside the illuminated tube, realizing the dire nature of her situation. Sarah calmly explains that the chair is fashioned from magic-absorbing crystal, rendering any attempts to dismantle or overcome the restraints completely futile. Demanding answers, Rihanna questions Sarah's intentions, but the hooded figure simply observes her captive with a cold, unwavering glare. Reflecting on her long journey, Sarah recounts the immense difficulties involved in vessel creation and how she dedicated all her knowledge and technology to Zuma research. She notes how the surface world flourished once again during her long period of secluded research, declaring that the time has finally arrived to fulfill her true duty. Proclaiming that the day to revive the people of the ancient empire has come, Sarah watches as the surrounding mechanisms hum with power, leaving Rihanna utterly stunned. Examining the rows of preserved bodies in fluid containers, Rihanna questions whether these glowing lights represent human souls and whether Nona herself possesses one. Sarah warns her prisoner that Nona and her companions are approaching, announcing that new vessels are actively being prepared for them here. Overcome with concern for her allies, Rihanna cries out internally, desperate to warn Hyle and the others not to step into the dangerous chamber. Meanwhile, Hyle, Nona, Ashton, and their group rush down the ancient stone corridors, following Nona's guidance as she confirms they are getting close. Stepping into the vast facility, Hyle and Ashton recoil in shock upon seeing numerous humanoid figures floating inside massive glass tanks. Hyle marvels at the incredible subterranean technology, recalling references to homunculi and chimera alchemy, before something unexpected suddenly catches their attention. Sudden ambush forces the party onto guard as hostiles materialize throughout the research hall, greeting the surface dwellers with hostile intent. Perched atop a giant pipe overlooking the intruders, Sarah glares down calmly at Hyle's group, denying Nona's plea as the confrontation begins. She declared herself as a deus machina, identified formally as Number Sarah. Identifying as an administrative doll like Nona, she reassured the intruders that surface dwellers were valued vessels and urged them to stand down. She recounted how ancient darkness swallowed the world above, driving their civilization deep subterranean. The ancient empire of Velua had placed its populace into stasis, intending to reclaim the surface once the calamity passed. Because original vessel creation failed, resulting only in slimes, the Empire planned to inhabit surface dwellers instead. She ordered her fellow doll to submit and join her, but the young creation hesitated, refusing compliance. Nona asserted that protecting the people of Velua contradicted harming current living beings. Invoking the memory of their revered ruler, Nona declared that such cruel methods would never be sanctioned. Labeling Nona's logical deviation as treason against the Empire, the administrator prepared to eliminate the malfunction. As lethal machinery activated, the young prince cried out a sudden warning to protect his new ally. Destructive energy beams erupted across the chamber, cutting off retreat and scattering the rescue party. Massive, ancient combat golem named Bolshin materialized on the battlefield, summoned to crush all resistance. Mechanical Colossus opened fire, unleashing devastating bursts of force that overwhelmed the group. Urged by his companions to fall back and save the princess, the prince desperately sought a way through the barrier. Sudden, blinding blast shattered the chamber floor beneath him, leaving his escape in jeopardy. As he witnesses the glowing crest ignite upon the hand, Sarah recoils in disbelief, realizing the unexpected truth before them. Nona stands resolute alongside her unit, urging Sarah to reconsider her violent course. Sarah curses her own hesitation, regretting that she did not dismantle the defective vessel sooner. Surrounding the battlefield, the massive ancient combat units, Bolshin and the towering beast Artemisia, stand fully activated. With an icy gaze, Sarah commands her ancient constructs, ready to wipe out all opposition without mercy. Terrifying war machines leap into action, unleashing their monstrous physical power upon the chamber. Meanwhile, Rihanna finds herself isolated in a boundless, void-like realm devoid of time or direction, until a small familiar creature appears. Relieved to see Shell in the empty expanse, she rushes forward, desperate to find an exit back to her companions. Instead of answering, the creature manifests a massive, looming mirror before her, leaving her startled. Within the glass surface stands the radiant figure of an ancient royal woman, glowing with ethereal light. Reaching out, Rihanna touches the mirror, gasping as the entity within places her own hand directly against hers. In the physical world, Hal sprints up the temple steps, shouting her name as he discovers her trapped inside a glowing cylindrical pod. Blinding radiance ignites within her eyes, signaling that the ancient awakening inside her has begun. Deep within the ancient structure, heavy stone gates shuddered and ground open. Bursting through the dust with pickaxe in hand, Hyle pressed forward, his eyes locked on finding his companions. Merging into a grand, luminous hall, he gasped in awe at the temple-like sanctuary before him. Hearing a heavy thud from above, he scrambled up the grand stone staircase without hesitation. Reaching the upper platform, he discovered Rihanna and Shell locked inside glass pods, completely motionless. Determined to rescue them both, Hal apologized for his delay and struck the glass containers with full force, shattering the enclosures. The hiss of released pressure, the pod melted away, leaving Rihanna seated upon a stone throne as her eyes slowly fluttered open. Overjoyed to see her conscious, Hal rushed forward and caught her in a warm embrace, his heart pounding in relief. He checked her over anxiously, relieved to find her breathing and unharmed, though she gazed back at him in quiet silence, holding a strange crest on her wrist. Suddenly, her expression turned cold, and she violently shoved Hyle away, pinning him against the floor with surprising strength. Spouting strange, ancient words, she glared down at him as Hyle realized in horror that an ancient soul of Vela was awakening inside Rihanna's body. He called out desperately, trying to reach Rihanna's sleeping mind, but the entity controlling her merely glared back with cold detachment. Noticing the ancient crest glowing on his hand, the entity within Rihanna spoke in her mysterious tongue, locking eyes with him. Groaning under her weight, Hal struggled to break free, knowing he had to find a way to extract the foreign soul from Rihanna's physical vessel. She leaned closer, whispering unintelligible ancient words. Her eyes flared dramatically, overwhelming Hyle's senses. Fragments of ancient memories flooded into his consciousness, showing visions of the ancient Vela civilization and its lost people. As the visions faded, Rihanna's aura shifted once more, leaving Hyle to call out her name uncertainly, trying to understand what had just occurred. He stood shocked as the entity possessing Rihanna revealed herself, explaining in fluent Balian language that she was in total control of her physical form. She taunted him further, admitting she had read Rihanna's memories to learn his name, then smirked and asked what he would do if she refused to give back her body. Before the argument could escalate, massive tremors shook the room as Sarah engaged in a ferocious duel nearby. Turning toward a grand viewing window, they watched the chaotic battle unfolding across the chamber floor. Down below, allies fought desperately against a swarm of mechanical and monstrous hostiles. Ashton realized they were powerless to assist Nona directly in the main clash, resolving instead to clear out the surrounding pawns to prevent them from interfering. The ferocious roar, the mighty lion Beastman lunged into action against an armored knight. Battlefield turned into absolute mayhem as massive energy blasts and mechanical serpents tore through the arena. Towering Chimera leaped across the air, clashing directly with armored defenders in rapid succession. Observing the mechanical suit's performance, the adversary noted that its power matched her records, though its movements were far smoother than expected. Smirking at Nona's resolve, the Dark Warrior acknowledged her opponent's combat improvements. Sarah declared that her computational functions were directly linked to Bolshin, allowing her to analyze all combat data in real time and optimize her tactics against her enemies. Recognizing Nona's tactical efforts, Sarah pointed out her rival's lack of complete information before launching a targeted volley of projectiles. A barrage of automated fire rained down on the targets below, blasting through defenses. The explosive strikes scattered the armored warriors, sending them tumbling across the destroyed floor. She maneuvers through the chaos, realizing that internal monsters prevent targeting blind spots, forcing her to accelerate her direct strikes. Mocking her opponent's belief in Bolshin's speed, she unleashes a relentless barrage of energy beams across the hall. Unable to dodge as a massive winged beast closes in with compressed air, Nona reinforces her shield with Ryukin to brace for the blow. Creature slams directly into her defenses, shattering the stone pillars and ground with brutal impact. As debris rains down from the shockwave, her allies shout out in horror for Nona's safety. Monstrous chimera looms over the ruined battlefield, leaving her battered amidst the rubble. Gazing down coldly, Sarah questions if Nona has managed to devise any way to overcome their overwhelming power. High above the cavern floor, the massive horned beast lunged forward through the air, sending debris shattering across the stone ground as the mechanical golem braced itself for impact. Inside her cockpit, Nona calmly analyzed her diagnostic displays, abandoning damaged external armor and reinforcing the inner frame and joints with Ryukin energy to sustain her battle readiness. Posing her, Sarah questioned why she continued to fight when a sheer gap in their power was so obvious, wondering what could possibly drive her to persist. Sarah berated Nona for foolishly abandoning her mission and siding with surface dwellers, calling her a disgrace to all Deus Machina and declaring that disposing of her personally was an act of mercy. Nona countered firmly, maintaining that she had not abandoned her mission and warning Sarah not to underestimate Bolshin. The furious roar, the massive chimera beast charged ahead, branding her a defective item. Meanwhile, back in the chamber, Heil and Rihanna watched the fierce struggle unfold across the large projection screen. Determined to intervene, Hal started heading for the door, but the mysterious entity inside Rihanna warned him that he couldn't stop Sarah and urged him not to go. Relaxing back in her seat, the entity questioned whether Heil was truly planning to abandon Nona, pressing him on what he intended to do about Rihanna's own presence. She reminded him that while his allies believed in him, he seemed to lack faith in them. Hal looked back, pondering who this strange presence inside Rihanna really was, Vela, and wondering whether she was an enemy or what secret scheme she was pursuing. As Heil reaffirmed his trust in his companions, the entity lightly offered a bet on who would emerge victorious, noting how rarely such an exciting match occurred. Back in the arena, the winged beast swept forward, clashing violently against Nona's armored construct. Sarah mocked Nona's dulling movements, pressing her relentless assault with powerful strikes. Beast let out a menacing roar as Nona struggled to maintain her position under the intense physical pressure. She commands her mechanical titan to unleash a concentrated volley of energy blasts directly toward her adversary. While her foe remains unbothered, the ancient machine deploys its remote artillery units to encircle the battlefield. Activating the Argo system, the floating bits maneuver swiftly into position and unleash a relentless barrage from multiple angles simultaneously. Despite the storm of firepower raining down upon it, the monstrous beast shrugs off the barrage, brushing it away as nothing more than an annoying tickle. Towering creature lets out a deafening roar, mocking her attempt to fell a mighty lion with mere insect bites. Recognizing that superficial cuts are useless against such rapid regeneration, she prepares to concentrate her golem's full output into a single strike. A massive surge of magic energy radiates from her machine. Onlookers shout in alarm for everyone to fall back before she vows to incinerate her foe to the bone. Blinding beam of annihilation erupts across the sanctuary, engulfing the entire arena in a cataclysmic pillar of light. Smoke swirls over the scorched courtyard. The surrounding warriors watch in stunned disbelief, wondering if the devastating blast managed to eliminate the beast. Emerging from the haze, the creature praises the incredible power that melted its dragon-scale wings, though its wounds immediately begin to mend. Steam pouring from her exhausted golem, her opponent cold-heartedly points out that unleashing such immense energy has pushed her machine past its absolute limit. Towering chimera advances slowly over the broken terrain, declaring that her journey ends here. While the onlookers watch in horror, the commander orders them to witness the true nature of her ultimate weapon. Chimera's serpent head turns inward and violently sinks its fangs into its own body, horrifying all who behold the gruesome display. She explains that Ultimecia possesses the horrific ability to fuse with anything it devours, absorbing their power to become truly unstoppable. She stood defiant alongside her monstrous creature, while Nona confronted her regarding her true intentions toward the machina. Recalling their ancient directive, the two recalled their shared mission to protect the people of Ella until the proper time. Her endless computational research had already proven that creating new human vessels was impossible. Driven by this logic, she maintained that harvesting surface dwellers was the only remaining path to fulfill their revival mandate. Nona offered to absorb her memories and power to carry out the duty herself, alarming Rihanna. Rejecting the offer, she refused to yield, prompting Heil to order Bolshin to spend all reserve magic for a final attack. Full vanguard of ancient golems surged forward in a synchronized assault. Watching the charge, she realized Argo had merged with Bolshin and Ryukin. Impressed by the incoming force, she dismissed the maneuver as a desperate trick. Sensing the Adu's machina presence, she locked onto the genuine signature amidst the decoys as Heil shouted in alarm. Beast lunged forward and impaled the target from behind. Struck Golem proved to be nothing more than a hollow disguise. Having used herself as bait, Nona drove her Golem's sharp claws directly into the creature's core heartstone. As the monster's absorption process failed, Nona reprimanded her foe for failing to eliminate her immediately. Their plan unraveling, the creature questioned whether their duty truly demanded sacrificing the people above. She listened intently as Heil challenged her assumptions, asking if this destruction was truly what the people of Vela desired, while Rihanna observed the exchange with a stern, watchful glare. Driven to fury, she spat sharp insults at her fellow ancient unit, calling her a defective item that had forgotten her purpose, even as Bolshin's massive hand pierced deep into the core, grunting under the strain. As the lion-like construct gazed down, gentle and composed, the realization washed over the young ancient unit, sweat dripping down her shocked face as the connection shifted. Giant Beast let out a reverberating roar across the cavernous arena, signaling the end of the rampage as the surrounding chimeras ceased their aggression and slowly began to retreat. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, she cried out in confusion, realizing that the great beast had acted not out of malice, but out of an ancient instinct to protect them. Through their physical link, the lion construct conveyed its gentle message, revealing that by fusing together, its true intention, that it was never an enemy, had finally reached her heart. Silence settled over the vast chamber as the fiery aura faded, leaving the two ancient girls standing face to face amidst the ruins, surrounded by their allies and the towering golem. Stepping forward, the light-haired girl softly addressed her counterpart, admitting that until recently, following a conversation passed along by their friends, she had failed to understand their shared truth. Looking directly into her eyes, she confessed the simple, painful truth that had bound them together across centuries. They were both deeply, profoundly lonely. Although the tearful girl insisted that as mechanical beings they were incapable of human emotion, calling her sister defective once more, Rihanna watched on with a quiet smile, while peace finally returned to the shadow. Rushing into the chamber, the young prince cried out for Nona, his heart hammering in his chest as he reached the fallen automatons. Both Nona and Sarah lay motionlessly across the cold stone floor. Kneeling beside them, he desperately checked for signs of life, while Ashton panicked, questioning whether standard restoration magic could even affect synthetic beings. Relief washed over him as he confirmed she was still breathing. Rihanna stepped closer, assuring the group that neither of the girls had perished in the battle. She went on to explain that Nona had simply exhausted her magical energy reserves. Sarah had sustained severe damage to her mana circuits, forcing an emergency system shutdown, though both of their core components remained entirely intact. Ashton reflected on the clash, noting that Sarah's unyielding confidence was genuine even if she lacked the raw force to defeat Ultimatio alone. He observed that while Nona had sought peaceful negotiation, Sarah had fought with full intent to conquer, drawing Ultimatia's direct retaliation. Shook his head gently, maintaining that outcome mattered far less than their resolute determination to do what they believed was right. Rihanna listened silently as he honored the brave spirit of both fallen automatons. Without warning, her demeanor twisted sharply as a cold, unsettling smile crept onto her face. Expressing disturbing delight, She unnerved everyone around her with the sudden, unnatural change in her presence. Strange, commanding tone echoed through the hall as she cleared her throat, her voice sounding completely alien. The sudden shift startled Ashton and the young prince, who stared at her in utter disbelief. Speaking through her vessel, the entity projected its presence, prompting the companions to shout out in alarm and demand to know what was happening to their princess. She raised her hands with composure, commending the party for their valiant effort in battle and confessing that watching them fight had stirred an ancient excitement in her blood for the first time in centuries. Offering them hospitality as a gesture of gratitude, she then pointed out the machina studio located on the upper level, instructing them that there was task that needed immediate attention. Ashton looked on, profoundly shaken by her dramatic transformation. She directed them to take Nona and Sarah to the Argo workshop for repairs, prompting Ashton to agree while the young prince noted her increasingly strange behavior. Unfazed, she bluntly confessed that she was not Rihanna at all, but rather a Velian currently possessing the princess's physical body, leaving the entire group frozen in shock. Understanding that Rihanna's true consciousness was trapped in a deep slumber beneath the intruder's control, he clenched his jaw in defiance. With fierce resolve in his eyes, the young prince vowed to repair the automatons and reclaim Rihanna's body, no matter the cost. Possessed Princess offered a dark, mocking chuckle at his declaration, instructing him to pass a directive to Varys once Sarah reawakened. They were to head straight for the Dryad Room. The ominous instruction delivered, Varys turned and bolted into the shadows of the corridor. Ashton and the prince called out in frustration, watching helplessly as new complications scattered their allies. He stood resolute alongside his companions as Varys dismissed the ancient entity's claims as mere nonsense. Trusting in the prince, Varys assured them that they would fix Nona and Sarah before following close behind. Possessed Rihanna questioned how he intended to expel her, mockingly calling it a nice sentiment. Though he admitted he did not yet know the way, he declared with absolute conviction that he would find a path to save her. Granting him permission to accompany her, she condescendingly offered a reward for his persistence. When questioned about her destination, she revealed she was heading to the Dryad Room, noting that it was actually a fine decision made by Nona. She offered a proposal to restore Rihanna's body if he assisted her with a minor matter, revealing that a device in the ruins could retrieve lost souls. Accepting her terms, he vowed to hold her strictly to that promise. Introducing herself grandly, the ancient entity declared her name to be Sierra and invited them to address her as Miss Sierra. As they walked together, the slime monster took offense at her name, sounding similar to its own, though Sierra bluntly dismissed the comparison as entirely different. Surprised by her name, he realized that Sierra was the entity that had been residing inside Shell, prompting a heavy rumble in the distance. Passing through a stone archway, Sierra explained that the Velians were kept in a deep sleep, and although she was unconscious inside Shell, the experience felt almost like a dream. Believed that she hadn't seen anything unusual during her slumber, he felt reassured as Sierra lightly teased him about wondering who had named the slime construct in the first place. Reaching a large open chamber flanked by massive stone pillars, they came across a series of ancient transportation devices standing silently in the hall. Examining a glowing map interface, Sierra noted that while these portals could transport people across vast distances, many locations were currently dormant, requiring them to take a detour. Considering the useful nature of the portals to return to the surface, he realized they would need to search for functional locations to make further progress. Trailing behind up a steep flight of stone stairs, Varys struggled under the physical strain, forcing Ashton to kindly offer to carry him. Navigating through collapsed archways, Sierra looked upward while he questioned whether the ancient Vela Empire had originally existed above ground. Reflecting on the vast wasteland that once flourished under Vela's prosperous rule, he wondered about the paradise mentioned by Royden that had now been reduced to the Sheol Reef. Listened closely as Sierra explained how the ancient Vela Empire once held connections across many lands, including the Earth Dragons of the Elto continent, though she wryly warned that dealing with those creatures' greed was always a risky affair. Stepping out onto an elevated overlook, she She marveled at how remarkably intact the structures ahead remained. But as she turned around, she noticed the young prince standing completely frozen in stunned silence. Staring out with wide eyes, he admitted that everything they had encountered until now was merely a fraction of what lay hidden. Suddenly realizing they had finally reached the true heart of the subterranean civilization. Below them stretched the vast, luminous expanse of Carbuncle, a magnificent underground city glowing beneath towering cavernous vaults and ancient archways. As they walked down the stone stairs into the city, he brought up what Sarah had told him about the Black Calamity, wondering if this vast subterranean sanctuary had been constructed specifically to shelter the Empire's citizens. Sierra recalled how an ominous, sentient darkness had abruptly manifested on the surface, steadily consuming everything in its path and driving their ancestors to seek refuge deep beneath the earth without ever understanding its true nature. She noted that though the living shadow had eventually vanished from the surface world long ago, its haunting legacy still lingered in their history. Suddenly catching sight of a figure standing motionless near a stone doorway, he paused in surprise and questioned whether a living person was actually lingering in these ruins. Approaching the figure, they discovered it was not a human at all, but a mechanical automaton designed as a city worker, silently maintaining its designated post. Watching the mechanical construct move down an alleyway, he gestured for the others to follow as they trailed its steady metallic footsteps through the quiet streets. The automaton led them directly into a fully preserved tailor shop, prompting Sierra to express her delight at finding clean attire after their long journey and her eagerness to finally change out of her worn clothes. She teased him by pointing out how grime-stained her travel gear had become, playfully asking what style of dress he thought would suit her best, which caught him entirely off guard and left him utterly flustered. Emerging a moment later in a striking, form-fitting new outfit, she proudly struck a pose and demanded his honest praise, causing his face to flush deeply as he awkwardly stammered out his approval. As they resumed their walk through the city, he pondered her true identity, suspecting that her vague answers and insistence on simply being called Sierra were a deliberate effort to keep her mysterious past hidden. Putting the topic behind them, she paused along a high stone terrace overlooking the grand architecture, suggesting that after all their arduous traveling, it was finally time for them to take a well-deserved rest. She admitted that having a physical body was a new and unaccustomed experience, right as her stomach betrayed her with a loud, sudden growl. As they sat together, sharing last night's leftovers, she asked for his thoughts on everything they had encountered in the subterranean realm. He admitted to feeling utterly overwhelmed, confessing that even the majestic surface capital paled in comparison to the lost grandeur of Vela. Their hunger satisfied, she promptly announced it was time to press forward into the city, leaving him no choice but to follow. Navigating deeper through automated doors and ascending grand stone staircases, they eventually reached a massive sealed portal embedded in the heart of the complex. Turning back with a knowing gaze, she revealed that this was the entrance to the Dryad Room, placing her trust directly in the Cave King. He reeled in silent shock upon hearing that title from her lips before she uttered an ancient incantation to release the door seal. Monumental doors parted, exposing a breathtaking circular chamber dominated by a colossal glowing structure rising from the floor. Staring upward at the towering formation, he initially mistook it for a luminous tree before realizing it was entirely composed of crystalline minerals, gasping as its true nature began to dawn on. Soft light filters into a lavish bedroom as a young girl stirs awake beneath the draped curtains of an ornate four-poster bed. Sitting up in confusion, she gazes around the opulent chamber, completely unaware of how she arrived in such a magnificent place. Stepping out onto a high balcony, her eyes widen in utter disbelief as she beholds a vast, subterranean city sprawling beneath ancient underground ruins. Meanwhile, deep within the city's sacred Dryad Room, Hal stands alongside a mysterious dark-haired companion before a massive, petrified tree structure. Encased within the towering roots is a breathtaking, lifelike sculpture of a winged maiden holding an orb, seamless with the wood itself. Examining the figure closely, his initial shock at seeing a person inside the trunk gives way to the realization that it is a carved statue. Yet, as he gazes upon it, he senses a strange, active energy emanating from the petrified figure, unlike any ordinary statue. His companion playfully teases him for staring so intently at the bear maiden, prompting a flustered response as he demands to know the truth behind a tree. Fixing her gaze upon him, she explains that this sacred entity is what his people would call a spirit tree. Looking up at the monolithic structure, the young prince acknowledges the unmistakable air of holiness that permeates the entire chamber. She points out that while it resembles a tree, it is actually a rare mineral formation, revealing that this very relic is why she brought him here. Without warning or hesitation, she utters a blunt command to destroy the spirit tree entirely. Stunned by her sudden demand, he stammers in confusion, but she casually insists that the task is simple. Presenting the crest on her hand, she offers a direct trade. A single blow from his royal power to shatter the tree will return Rhiannon safely to her true body. He remains hesitant, demanding a clear explanation before destroying such a sacred relic, noting how closely it resembles the statue from the garden cave. Paused in deep contemplation, haunted by the memories of Nona and her earnest plea to protect life. Looking upon the slumbering form before him, the young prince firmly declared that he refused to bring harm to this person, causing the dark-haired woman to stare in quiet surprise. She suddenly burst into light amusement, prompting him to demand what was so funny. Smirking, she dismissively informed him that the dryad's fate was strictly internal business, and that he need not concern himself with matters beyond his scope. Refusing to back down, the prince argued that having journeyed this far, he was already deeply involved. If any action were to be taken, it had to be by his own hand. Intrigued by his resolve, she yielded slightly and asked if he wished to learn more about the ancient realm of Vela. She revealed that the revered woman entombed within the crystal was none other than Dominus Vela, the final empress of their lost civilization. She went on to explain how the Black Calamity brought about the end of the world above, driving the entire empire underground, with Empress Vela witnessing the cataclysm firsthand. As the narrative shifted back through time, Empress Vela awoke from a state of mindless wandering in a white void, resolving that she must survey her surroundings and take action. Stepping out into a grand hallway, she was caught off guard upon discovering a line of silent, mechanical guardian dolls standing in wait. One of the automated constructs suddenly sprang to life, bowing reverently and greeting her as Her Majesty, while cautioning that standing in the cold breeze in light garments was bad for her health. Though astonished that she could comprehend the artificial being's speech, she permitted the doll to assist her in preparing proper attire. Basking in the gentle flow of air, Empress Vela smiled brightly, expressing her simple wish that others could experience such tranquility. The moment of peace was abruptly shattered as nearby attendants caught sight of her, gasping in complete shock and disbelief. The corridor erupted into chaotic shrieks of disbelief, while Empress Vela merely stood confused amidst the clamor as the mechanical dolls tended to her. Gazing upon these vivid visions of the past, the observer realized with growing clarity that the woman in these memories was undeniably the very same person now frozen as a statue. Suddenly, an urgent messenger burst into the royal hall with catastrophic news. The Black Calamity had breached the green crystal mountain of Veril, throwing the magic or town into immediate peril. She stood surrounded by panic as reports flooded the control room, technicians shouting over the alarm that the Black Calamity had thrown the world's magic elements into utter chaos and severed remote viewing feeds. Beyond the castle walls, a colossal mass of darkness erupted from the earth, consuming entire settlements beneath its suffocating shadow. Observing the corrupted creatures surging through the viewing crystal, the Empress recoiled in revulsion at the repulsive sight. Sierra explained that according to ancient records, the Black Calamity first emerged generations ago during the reign of an ancient king, gradually swallowing living beings and altering the terrain with its pitch-black darkness. As the frequency and scale of reports escalated, entire villages and towns were threatened, forcing the Empire to deploy automated machina in a desperate bid to contain the expanding shadow. I listened intently as Sierra noted that despite the immense power of Vela, even they could not halt the calamity, ultimately leaving humanity without a place on the surface world. Expressed surprise as Sierra added with a subtle chuckle that someone residing deep within Sheol might possess deeper knowledge regarding the origin of the ore. Continuing her historical account, she described how a meteor had struck the land in the distant past, spurring rapid advancements in Velan science, magic, and unique power research through the discovery of special ore. She detailed how geologists theorized that radioactive elements from the meteor mixed with the Earth upon impact, creating the magical or over countless years. Heil inquired if they had ever uncovered and or capable of fighting the calamity. Sierra quietly admitted with a somber expression that they never did. Vision returned to the ancient past, where panicked citizens fled as the outer walls crumbled under the overwhelming assault of the darkness. Commanders reported frantic updates to the Empress, announcing that the Eastern Gate had breached and squadrons were making their final stand against aerial attackers. Decisive resolve, she issued a commanding order to deploy Kadimala. Sierra explained that high atop the castle stood an astronomical observatory device, built using the power of the Miracle Stone to study the skies and locate their true origin. Targeting the heart of the creeping dark mass, the ancient mechanical weapon locked its sights and launched a guiding stone missile into the center of the calamity. She launched the ancient superweapon, sending a drill-shaped guiding stone missile hurtling through the pitch-black void toward its destination. High above the corrupted kingdom, targeting coordinates locked onto the heart of the calamity, while operators warned that the signal would not last long against the encroaching darkness. As the celestial guiding tower unlocked its full potential, the spatial light stone reached critical power, filling the sanctuary with blinding energy as Empress Vela and her attendants watched in quiet intensity. The fierce, unwavering command, the Empress invoked the ultimate strike, releasing a column of destructive light straight into the heavens. Beam pierced through the atmosphere into deep space, altering the trajectory of a massive cosmic meteor that orbited high above the world. With wide, astonished eyes, Vela bore witness as the burning celestial body was pulled downward, hurtling toward the planet at terrifying speeds. Blazing line of destruction carved through the clouds, descending like divine judgment upon the land below. Giant meteor struck the epicenter of the infestation, engulfing the entire darkness and the ruined town in a catastrophic explosion. Recounting the tragic tale, Sierra explained to a stunned Heil how a peaceful celestial festival meteor had been converted into a devastating orbital weapon to halt the spreading calamity. Where a thriving settlement once stood, only a colossal, smoking crater remained, wiping the town and its citizens completely off the earth. Turning back to past memories, a mysterious hooded figure entered the royal hall to report directly to Empress Vela regarding their ongoing relief efforts. Hooded guest reported that the expansion of Carbuncle allowed for 3,000 additional citizens to be evacuated, prompting the Empress to express her deep desire to see the progress with her own eyes. Raising a hand marked with the exact emblem of the prince's royal crest, the enigmatic savior humbly rejected her praise, claiming to be unworthy of such high work. Within the grand halls of the empire, Empress Vela examined the reports, expressing admiration as she noted that Carbuncle's expansion was proceeding right on schedule to evacuate 3,000 more people. Cloaked individual bowed humbly, but as the sleeve shifted, a distinct mark blazed upon his hand, the unmistakable crest of the Cave King. Noticing the mark, Vela questioned why he kept his face hidden, observing that while the crest differed slightly from Heil's, it was clearly the Cave King's power. He nervously explained that he hid his appearance because he considered himself unsightly, prompting a curious glance from the Empress and her companion. Playfully teasing him, the Empress reached out to uncover his face while her aide pleaded with her to maintain regal decorum. The swift motion, the hood was pulled back to reveal the unkempt hair, scruffy beard, and tired eyes of the newcomer. Unfazed by his wild appearance, Vela acknowledged that his unkempt look only proved how obsessively dedicated he had been to his work. She promptly ordered the mining chief, Rock, to be taken to the dressing room to mind his appearance before continuing. Carried away by the attendants, Rock awkwardly pleaded to be put down so he could walk on his own feet, wondering how his conscience remained so troubled. Vienna and Heil watched him go, reflecting on the blueprint of the Cave King mark they had discovered in the underground garden. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically around them, catching Heil off guard as the environment transformed in an instant. He materialized inside a radiant chamber, where Empress Vela faltered from a sudden wave of dizziness, causing Rihanna to rush to her aid. Resting comfortably, Vela recounted how Sheol Reef had encroached upon the land, forcing them to buy time until Carbuncle was completed. I was astonished to learn that they had managed to evacuate 600,000 people underground, roughly 70% of the surviving population, over 30 years. Vela concluded her explanation by revealing that this monumental feat had only been made possible through the power of the Cave King crest. Shocking Heil once more listened intently as Empress Vela recalled the sudden tremor that had shaken the world, startling her in that distant era. Massive rock faces crumbled into rubble before the onlookers, instantly hollowing out vast subterranean chambers. The nice axe in hand, Chief Rock stood at the front of the excavation effort, forging an entire underground world. Surrounding wall of solid rock transformed into a sprawling living area in moments, prompting praise from the gathered miners. The urgent construction wrapped up, the workers cheerfully offered to take care of the final touches while Rock turned his attention back to Vela. Smiling warmly at the Empress, Chief Rock offered to personally guide her through the newly constructed domain of Carbuncle. Vela firmly rejected his casual, familiar nickname, leaving Rock flustered as he tried to navigate her regal expectations. Glancing at the shining mark upon his hand, Rock humbly pledged to devote his inherited Cave King abilities towards supporting Vela's civilization. Vela explained that crests were artificial creations engineered through a combination of ancient magic and genetic craft. She detailed how crests encode experience and techniques directly into the owner's body, passing down through generations as the oldest of marks. Turning to the young prince, she noted that he should take great pride in carrying a power that served as the cornerstone of Vela. He reflected on how so much time had passed that knowledge of inherited crests had faded, making the existence of a Grand Cave King crest seem like lost legend. Rock Proud displayed a colossal statue he carved in Vela's image, though his grand gesture left the onlookers somewhat bewildered. Vast subterranean city thrived, bustling with people across multi-tiered stone walkways and towering structures. Throughout the sheltered halls, citizens settled into their daily lives, finding peace deep within the mountain stronghold. He stood gazing out over the magnificent subterranean city as Empress Vela asked for his thoughts on Carbuncle. Expressing his awe, he listened as she praised the incredible feat of recreating the surface capital underground, despite minor complaints regarding housing and public facilities. Continuing their conversation, the Empress recalled the surface world from 20 years ago, remarking on how young she had been, though Rihanna gently protested that her appearance hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, a sharp rift in perception occurred as ancient memories began to bleed into the present vision, catching them all off guard. Through this unfolding history, it became clear that as long as the black calamity lingered above, subterranean life wore heavily on the people, draining their vitality under the dark sky. This desperation was the exact catalyst that forced the Empress and her scholars to initiate the mysterious Dryad plan. Shifting deep into the recorded memory, Sarah stirred, disoriented, and asking where they were as the ancient research facility took form. Researchers explained that because Aram could only survive inside living hosts, traditional preservation methods had failed, requiring them to be stored separately. They had designed the Kavo, artificial vessels meant to act as temporary hosts, which could theoretically sustain the Aram indefinitely if provided with water. But the trial revealed a critical flaw. After roughly 15 months, the Aram would inevitably attempt to break free from these temporary artificial shells. Determined to stabilize the energy, the Empress placed her hand directly onto the glowing orb housing the volatile Aram. The burst of magical force, the crest pattern etched itself directly onto her body as she absorbed the essence into herself. Snapping back to reality, Rihanna gasped in sudden agony as the crest light flared violently across her skin. Rushed to her side in concern, asking if she was all right as she struggled through the pain to direct his focus toward the glowing orb. Held aloft before them, the orb shone brilliantly, displaying the unmistakable emblem of the Dryad crest upon its surface. Desperate, she urged him to destroy the crest immediately, warning that failing to do so would cause the collective power and memories of the Dryad people to shatter. She listens intently as urgent reports surge in detailing the Black Calamity striking multiple regions simultaneously: Andorra, Kalkt, and Golden Brown Valley. In response, officials rapidly coordinate emergency medical expansions and shift labor allocations. Crisis deepens across the realm as magic or vanishes from mining towns, driving up crime and threatening food supplies. Advisors implore Empress Vela to halt her research while Uncrud Adu's Machina continue operating autonomously. Overwhelmed by a sudden, agonizing surge of visions, her mind fractures under intense pain as a dark entity swallows her consciousness whole. Suspended in a wind-swept void, her fading senses recognize Nona amidst the chaos, leaving her frozen in shock. Beneath a sky choked with ominous dark clouds, giant constructs loom silently over the spreading destruction. Snapping back to reality with a cry of pain, Hal recoils from the shared nightmare, turning in panic toward Rihanna as she lies motionless. Meanwhile, deep beneath Royal Castle Illumina in Sandfales, the king inspects a glowing subterranean chamber, sternly warning Prince Orin never to disturb the sealed power within. Unfazed by his father's words, Orin reveals a manic smile and a dark eruption creeping across his eye, clutching a cube of contained dark energy with ambitious intent. Within the subterranean chamber, a massive column of ice stood frozen, encasing a figure at its core. Nearby, Hal looked on in shock, contemplating the immense magic of the Dryad's power that had completely neutralized the threat, realizing that the people's Aram was now safe. Gazing closely at the frozen figure within the crystal blue ice, Hal recognized Rhienna's features. A sudden surge of magic flared around her form, leaving him calling out her name in alarm as the icy brilliance pulsed. Overwhelmed by the surreal sight of the underground garden, Hal stared in utter disbelief at Empress Vela standing beside a mysterious man. Suddenly, a sharp, burning pain flared across his hand as a radiant magical emblem materialized on his skin. At that exact moment, the mysterious man observed the newly formed crest glowing brightly upon his own hand. Meanwhile, Empress Vela winced in distress as dark, foreboding energy rippled around her brow. The ritual complete, the man confirmed that the crest transfer was done. Hal questioned if he was truly set on his decision, but the man remained firmly steadfast in his choice. Empress Vela pointed out that since she had bestowed a fragment of the Cave King's power upon him, they were now on equal footing. She noted that entering a contest at a massive disadvantage would be foolish, confident in the terms of their agreement. The man looked directly at Empress Vela, acknowledging her position and authority. In return, she expressed complete faith in his coming victory, placing her full trust in his endeavor. With absolute confidence gleaming in his eyes, the young warrior declared his acceptance of the challenge, boldly proclaiming that victory would be his. Having spoken his mind, he abruptly turned his back and walked away. Hal watched him vanish through a sudden spatial rift, completely baffled by how the stranger had seamlessly passed right through solid space. A mysterious voice echoed through the cavern. Hal spun around to find Empress Vela and Rihanna standing near the Dryad structure. The glowing crest on his hand pulsed again, binding his attention to the shifting atmosphere. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Hal, casting him into a bizarre, hexagonal tunnel structure. He cried out in confusion as he found himself suspended amidst the massive grid-like architecture. Uncertain whether he was plunging downward or floating weightlessly, Hal struggled to orient himself within the strange honeycomb shaft, completely bewildered by his surroundings. Examining the massive vertical tunnel, Hal observed how the walls resembled a giant beehive. He realized that the strange pod-like structures lined up along the narrow spaces stretched downward as far as the eye could see. Looking up into the shaft, Hal deduced that these unique pod structures were designed using time stones to preserve bodies indefinitely, preventing any decay. Realizing why the Dryad Crest's power was vital for this preservation, Hal called out at the top of his lungs toward Rihanna, questioning whether she could hear him across the void. He stood startled as the Empress explained how the Dryad's power was meant to put resting souls to sleep within the central chamber. She continued, detailing how they put souls into Kavo to sleep to wait out the age of the Black Calamity, revealing this as the overarching Dryad plan. While the young prince listened intently, Empress Vela admitted that building a proper replica proved difficult, and time was rapidly running out. As the Black Calamity spread at an alarming rate, refugees multiplied and empire resources dwindled. He tried to call out to Rihanna, urging her to wait. Watch the historical record reveal that because Carbuncle reached its limit and the Empire's support failed, they initiated the plan prematurely without a finished replica. Standing in the vast circular hall, she confessed that her own resolute decision ultimately drove them to execute the plan ahead of schedule. Questioned if there had been a simpler path, but the Empress explained that despite seeking counsel, she approved the device's creation and entrusted the future of Vela's people to Nona. Nearby, Nona silently turned away as Empress Vela bade her farewell, leaving the harem of the people in her care. Ruler then reached into her robes and produced a brilliant, glowing artifact. She raised the artifact high, releasing a surge of blinding magical energy that resonated across the entire room. A monumental pillar of light erupted around her, illuminating the hall with intense divine power. Reeling from the sudden collapse of energy, he gasped in shock, wondering what had just transpired. He realized he had just witnessed Sierra's past memories. Yet Rihanna had somehow been present inside that distant vision. Rushing over to the collapsed elven girl, he called out her name, but she weakly clarified her identity as Sierra. She pointed out that he had kept quiet about the true nature of the Dryad, realizing that seeing her memories had reduced the time they had left. She warned him that remaining within her space risked shattering his own magical core, admitting that overriding his consciousness had been an unpredictable strain. The condition grew more precarious as her spirit began to drag Rihanna's soul along with it, trapped behind the barrier erected by the ancient Dryad structure. Issuing a definitive final command, she urged him to harness the true power of his Cave King ability to destroy the lingering magical node. Questioned whether the ancient machinery could simply restore her to her original state, wondering what future awaited if they failed. Pressing further, the young prince demanded to know why Sarah had created the Zuma and sought to claim their physical bodies. Rather than offering a simple verbal answer, she motioned for him to lean closer. Apologizing for her past secrets, she brought their foreheads together to transfer the entirety of her memories directly into his mind. She revealed how she had observed the realm through Nona, using high-compatibility communication devices to maintain connection during her long slumber. Vision carried him back to the catastrophic day when the greatest wave of the Black Calamity descended upon the Empire's final fortress. Ferocious horde of corrupted monstrosities clashed violently against the mechanical defenses in a desperate struggle for survival. As the corrupted Cadmela went berserk, it summoned a devastating meteor shower that shattered the land and shook the depths beneath. Cataclysmic impact brought the glorious empire to a swift and absolute end. Uncounted millennia slipped away over the silent ruins as civilization faded into ancient memory. Turning to the present moment, she reminded him that those belonging to that lost era were meant to fade away. She explained that the imitation artifact no longer protected her people, but instead trapped their souls in an endless cycle of suffering. She looks directly forward with total clarity, declaring that Sierra Dominus Ruvella is formally entrusting her ultimate wish to him. Addressing Heil directly as the Lord of Sheol and the Cave King, she implores him to liberate her people's harem. Accepting the monumental duty, he steels his resolve. As she asks him to look after Shell, he grips his pickaxe, acknowledging that while he cannot judge whether her past choices were right or wrong, he understands her heartfelt intent. Looking upon the young leader, she recognizes the piercing gaze of a true king, the very eyes she had looked up to since childhood but could never reach. Reflecting on the long gamble that brought them to this moment, she turns toward the distance as a sudden shockwave startles the young prince. He immediately swings his pickaxe into the crystal, channeling his power directly into the frozen structure. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupts from within the crystalline cocoon, catching everyone off guard. Massive tendrils burst violently out of the ground with a deafening crash, throwing him backward as he struggles to maintain his balance. Observing the massive roots gathering, he calls out in alarm while she gasps in disbelief at the sudden upheaval. Amidst the swirling energy and rising roots, a stern face manifests within the manifestation, leaving Locke astonished by an unexpected development. Locke stood silently within the radiant sanctuary before Empress Vela, having navigated the cavern passages while Hyle watched in astonishment. Stepping toward the edge of the vibrant chamber, his silhouette was framed by the brilliant light illuminating the throne area. Turning to say his farewells, he entrusted the Empress's care to Sarah, while Nona questioned the decision regarding the crest fragment. Reassured by Hyle's presence, the veteran miner bade them final farewell as Sarah departed alongside her companion. The central dais, Sarah gently checked on Empress Vela, only to learn from Nona that the sovereign remained unconscious. Gathering around the control interface, Hyle and his companions pressed Nona for certainty regarding their next course of action. Having lost her memories, Sarah inquired about her past motives before reacting with shock upon hearing mention of the Dryad Room. Suddenly, a surge of magical power erupted within the stone hall as combat ignited. Rock channeled his intense aura, standing resolute while Rihanna watched him prepare his weapon. Jagged ice pillars spiked violently from the ground, forcing Hyle to leap back defensively. Swinging his pickaxe with full force against the crystalline barriers, he struggled against the extreme resistance. Astonished by the wall's hardness, he listened as Rihanna noted that even dragon-cleaving attacks had bounced right off. Glancing at his glowing crest, he recognized that this impenetrable defense stemmed directly from the divine protection of the Cave King. The inherent power of the enemy's crest fragment simply outmatched his own current level of proficiency. As a massive automated construct surged forward with overwhelming force, Hyle scrambled to retreat and protect his allies. He stood stunned as a massive construct of ice erupted in front of him, realizing the sheer force was far greater than the wild power he had encountered previously. Surrounded by jagged frozen spires, the young prince gripped his pickaxe, dwarfed by the massive crystalline barrier before him. Sweat dripped from his brow as he doubted whether he could overcome a mere fragment, questioning if his opponent truly held the main crest. Glancing back at the resting figure of Locke, he resolved that giving up was not an option. Shaking off his self-doubt with a fierce battle cry, the young warrior charged headlong toward the impenetrable icy wall. Striking with all his remaining strength, he drove his pickaxe against the frozen barrier, refusing to back down. In that desperate instant, an inner voice reminded him to focus, asserting that as the true Cave King, he possessed the sight to overcome it. Watching the prince struggle from afar, the dark-haired woman wondered who had pushed old Locke to go to such extreme lengths. Fallen Elder noted that the ice fragment existed solely to protect Dryad, and showed no sign of taking offensive action for now. Observing his unwavering determination, she recognized that the brave youth was acting entirely to save those around him. As pain suddenly surged through her body, she realized why the ancient authority had naturally inherited its power through his selfless actions. Recognizing that her physical vessel was reaching its absolute limit, she prepared to unleash a final surge of power to halt the imminent destruction. Sensory perception faded into pitch blackness as consciousness slipped into a quiet, echoing void. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the chamber as massive boulders shattered and tumbled down from above. Debris rained heavily into the cavern, completely engulfing the area in dust and falling stone. Deep within a hazy vision, fragmented voices echoed softly, attempting to identify an ethereal presence looming just beyond reach. The mysterious figure muttered shrouded words, leaving the listener bewildered and struggling to comprehend who or what was standing before them. As the disorientation lingered, a quiet voice mentioned the connection to the Sheol Reef, prompting a sudden moment of curiosity about the nature of the revelation. He offered a warm, welcoming smile, introducing himself with genuine kindness to the entity observing him. Watching the young prince alongside his companions from across the realm of memory, the spirit suddenly snapped back to full awareness, calling out his name in sheer realization. She realized she was experiencing memories of the past, confirmed by her companion, causing her former self to unlock completely. Radiating bright light, she declared her imperative duty to return to Hyle's side without delay. Back in the cavern, Hyle focused his breathing as the echo of his pickaxe vibrated through his body, matching his rhythm with the core of the stone under Rock's watchful eye. He recalled the core principles of mining, reminding himself that power came not from brute physical force, but from relaxing, probing the stone, and letting the Cave King's magic guide his tool. With laser focus, he struck the precise point of resonance on the wall. Rock gasped in disbelief as brilliant corundum crystals violently converged directly around the tip of Hyle's pickaxe, unleashing the full surge of his latent ability. Hyle roared to invoke the supreme authority of the Cave King. Blinding shockwave shattered through the subterranean passage, shaking the surrounding ice structures to their foundations. Massive crystalline spike ruptured forward like a powerful drill, piercing through the dense barrier with immense force. Rock strained against the overwhelming force as heavy debris and massive chunks of rock crumbled around them. As Hyle gripped his pickaxe tightly while gritting his teeth, a gentle hand reached out and rested atop his fingers to lend him support. He gasped in shock as a familiar presence stepped up beside him, wrapping her hands over his on the pickaxe handle to lend her strength. With wide, resolute eyes, Sarah shouted words of encouragement, urging him forward with absolute belief in his power. Spurred on by her support, he let out a fierce battle cry, unleashing a surge of energy through his crest that resonated directly into the pickaxe. Together, their combined force struck the wall, causing a massive explosion of shattered rock as Locke watched their united effort break through the barrier. A sudden explosion of crystalline light shattered the air, forcing Hyle and Rihanna to cry out as destructive shockwaves tore through the chamber. Defying the violent barrage, he threw his body over her, shielding her from the sharp fragments raining down from above. As the blinding lights subsided, smoke drifted across the cratered floor where the strange slime creatures watched in quiet awe. Stirring amidst the rubble, she slowly raised her head and called out his name in a panic. Checking his condition frantically, she asked if he was all right, bringing him back to consciousness with a groaning nod. Overcome with relief, he pulled her into a tight, fierce embrace, burying his face against her shoulder. He confessed how terrified he had been of losing her, leaving her stunned and wide-eyed in his arms. Realizing his sudden outburst, he abruptly released her, stammering an embarrassed apology with a flushed face. Reassuring him gently, she guided his hand to her chest so he could feel her steady heartbeat, promising she was safe. Nearby, Rock stood enveloped in a radiant aura, though he quietly admitted he had used the last of his strength to shield the Dryad. His ethereal energy began to flicker and break apart, forcing a pained grunt as his physical form wavered. The swift motion, he transferred the glowing crest fragment directly toward Hyle, catching the young man off guard. Upon contact, the ancient Cave King mark burned itself onto Hyle's forearm with searing light. Rock noted that the fragment had officially acknowledged Hyle as the true Cave King, filling the onlookers with awe. Dissolving into a shimmering mountain corundum, he imparted his final words before fading completely into the air. As his earthly form faded completely into dust, the sealed power of the fragment unraveled, causing Empress Vela's spirit to materialize in a burst of light before Hyle. Vienna watched in awe as the Empress's glowing apparition filled the vast, ancient chamber of the Dryad Room. He turned to his companion for reassurance, just as heavy footsteps rumbled from the entrance hallway. Sarah's expression darkened with sudden fury as she stared toward the arriving figures. He tried to call out to her, but she marched forward impetuously, ignoring her companions behind her. The rest of the group burst into the room with relief, while Sarah glared at the spectral monarch with intense resentment. Overcome by emotion, she lunged forward, shouting accusations, forcing Hyle and Rihanna to restrain her. Empress Vela stood before them in full splendor, radiant and calm amidst the commotion. She offered a gentle smile, addressing Sarah with maternal warmth after centuries of separation. Sarah instantly collapsed to her knees in reverence, but Vela warmly invited both her and Nona to draw closer. As Sarah tearfully apologized for failing her duty, Vela gently absolved her of guilt regarding the ancient calamity. She praised Nona for her dutiful watch over Kavo, comforting them with words of peace. Placing her hands affectionately on their heads, she commended both girls for protecting the harem of Vela. Tears streamed down their faces as the Empress proudly called them her heart's pride. Turning to Hyle, she expressed deep gratitude for his efforts before thanking Shell for preserving her essence. She apologized to Rihanna for borrowing her body without permission, yet admitted how much she enjoyed experiencing the present world through her memories. Hyle praised her for undoing the Dryad's barrier, declaring she possessed all the qualities of a fine Cave King, though he humbly insisted that everyone had played a part in saving the island. Without the barrier holding them, The wandering slimes began to glow, naturally following the world's divine providence to return where they truly belonged. Watching the slimes drift toward their proper places, Empress Vela turned back to the young prince with a gentle request, asking if he would grant one final selfish wish. Across the calm waters surrounding the island, the tranquil sea reflected the soft light as the ancient presence prepared to depart. Standing along the shore, she reflected on the memories of the town and its people, deeply moved to have witnessed the flourishing settlement with her own eyes. Seeing the land revived and buzzing with life after being swallowed by the ancient darkness brought her a profound, peaceful happiness. As her form grew fainter, Sarah and Nona approached her, marveling that they were finally able to speak with their empress once more as she readied her departure. Addressing the two construct maidens, the empress announced a new and difficult task for them, urging them to listen closely to her final command. Kneeling before them, she whispered her earnest instructions directly into their hearts, leaving them with a purpose to carry forward into the future. The warm, reassuring smile, she assured them of her full confidence in their ability to carry out the task, chuckling softly at their thoughtful expressions. Turning her attention back to Heil, she left him with words of guidance on leadership before her physical essence completely dissolved into a blinding sphere of pure light. Reaching out desperately toward the dissipating light, the maidens watched in solemn silence as the empress vanished into the sky, leaving behind only radiant motes. The glowing spirit ascended high above the island, leaving the survivors standing on the cliff as her parting conviction echoed that the true successor of the crest lived on in this vibrant land of the future. After the light faded completely, Nona broke the silence by stating she had no memories of her past with the Empress and felt compelled to return underground to protect the Machina. Looking off thoughtfully, she added that despite her missing memories, she wished to deeply contemplate the final task the Empress had entrusted to her. She had just returned with the others, finding Elvin and Mappa waiting at the entrance. Heil laughed lightheartedly at the daunting lifelong task ahead, though Elvin admitted it was a heavy burden for them all. Vienna clapped her hands together with a bright smile, proposing that everyone share a meal first since they had not had time to relax. The group readily agreed, as Full complained of an empty stomach, while another companion offered to help adjust Riena's clothing. Gathered around a grand feast in the dining hall, the companions began to compare everything they had witnessed, from the vast subterranean city to the still operational Machina engines. It reflected deeply on the ancient Velen Empire that once stood in these lands, piecing together the overwhelming visions granted by Empress Sierra's memories. Over the table, the elders cautioned Heil to proceed with extreme care regarding the legacy of Vela, while Heil and his allies confessed that the vast scope of this ancient knowledge was almost too much to process. Meanwhile, Riena looked on with quiet concern towards Sarah and Nona, who held a small creature in her arms, wondering if the young girls were still in shock after losing Empress Sierra. Calling out to gain everyone's attention, Heil declared with renewed determination that an idea had just struck him. Outside, the group surveyed a massive pile of supplies, wondering if they had gathered too much, as Taran clearly could not carry such a heavy load alone. As Heil suggested calling upon the slimes to assist with transport, an unexpected visitor arrived, throwing the workers nearby into a flustered state. Nona stepped forward surrounded by hovering ancient technological relays, radiating an intense aura that left Heil startled and questioning what she was preparing to do. Floating Machina units hover above as Heil stands before the ancient girls, watching their quiet resolve. Overwhelmed by the loss of the Dryad, Nona cries out as the companions try to comfort her, excited to lift their spirits. The group eagerly rushes forward to show off a new discovery. They unveil a bed of vibrant flowers carefully brought from the surface. Explain that these blossoms from Yggdrasil can be planted in the underground garden to brighten their new home. Presenting colorful fabric woven from dyed spider silk, they offer material for fresh clothing. Girls help Sarah try on a newly tailored dress, fitting her perfectly. Heil presents barrels of magic ore, offering to mine whatever energy sources her Machina might need. Surprised by their generosity, he asks why they are helping instead of seeking revenge. Calling his late-night conversation with Sarah, he seeks to understand her true intentions. Looking down at the surface dwellers, Sarah reflects on the unforgivable actions of the past. She notes that while reconstruction is harsh, multi-purpose Machina can assist in rebuilding. Reflecting on a mission granted by Empress Vela, she remembers the command to live to her heart's content. Turning to Heil, she agrees to lend him her strength for the future. Heil welcomes her, expressing his desire to learn from her and build a shared sanctuary in Carbuncle. Extending his hand with an earnest smile, the young prince explained that the gifts were meant as a token of goodwill, expressing his heartfelt desire for Sheol and Carbuncle to forge a lasting friendship. Kneeling down to her level, he sealed their newfound pact with a gentle handshake, establishing a formal connection between the surface dwellers and the ancient underground city. Despite the trials they had endured, this historic moment marked Sheol's very first formal diplomatic partnership with an ancient subterranean civilization. Overhearing the exchange, Rihanna gratefully accepted her new woven garments, delighted by the unexpected gift exchange among new allies. He asked about Sarah's whereabouts. Nona explained that she was deep within the subterranean facility, carefully decommissioning and disposing of dangerous research facilities. Because Sarah had poured vast resources into her work, extensive sectors now required reconstruction, and roaming Zodiac constructs still needed to be safely captured, a task that would take considerable time. Recognizing that their presence would only hinder the underground restoration, the companions agreed to let Sarah manage subterranean matters, while Nona offered to visit the surface to assist whenever possible. Her versatile mechanical constructs soon arrived on the surface, effortlessly assisting the villagers with heavy labor and structural construction. Mechanized farming across rugged terrain to efficient fish harvesting, these ancient automated workers transformed daily chores into streamlined tasks. She explored her surroundings. Her curiosity was drawn to massive dragon eggs, prompting questions about whether she possessed any memories of living dragons. Inviting her to return when the eggs hatched, the group's conversation was interrupted as Varys called Nona over to consult on an urgent matter. Demonstrating her construct's long-range sensors, she located a massive ore deposit hundreds of meters deep, while setting firm boundaries that any ancient ruins encountered must remain untouched. Escorting Nona to the elders' table, the young prince introduced her to Varys, who was eager to discuss their upcoming plans. Their discussion was promptly interrupted by Mappa's wild, flailing, and unintelligible vocalizations, baffling everyone present. Sighing at the eccentric old man's antics, Varys called the meeting back to order, eager to leverage Nona's knowledge of ancient technology for the village's future. The elderly shaman sat quietly among the group as Sarah forcefully presented her stance on Sheol's future, insisting that they must build a refined and complete city rather than settling for a shabby settlement. Hal reflected on Sheol's status as a vassal to Sandfales, while Sarah revealed that her father had dispatched her with a clear mission to excavate the ancient ruins of Vela, where that messengers from the mainland royal court would eventually arrive. Hal voiced concern over his father's intentions, concluding it was wisest to leave the Velan ruins in Sarah's hands. Discussion expanded to broader strategy, with the council agreeing that to conduct diplomacy with formidable nations, they must astonish them by creating a truly grand and magnificent city. Directing their focus to immediate plans, Hal suggested fulfilling a request made by Camus, who needed a proper lighthouse to guide his trade ships back into port. Surveying the reclaimed waterfront, Hal stressed the importance of finishing the beacon promptly so Camus would have an unmistakable landmark upon his return. Wild old man eagerly proposed constructing a colossal illuminated statue of Heil as the ultimate city symbol, a suggestion the prince instantly and embarrassedly vetoed. Others quickly joined in with grand ideas of statues or formidable defensive golems like those in capital cities, sparking excitement across the gathering. Sarah tempered their enthusiasm, pointing out that while Argo constructs could perform heavy labor, crafting a detailed golem exterior was beyond their current artistic capabilities. Nona stepped forward with a glowing ancient artifact, revealing that it possessed the ability to capture a visual subject and replicate it precise into physical form. Kyle gasped in amazement as the device produced a crystal-clear, tangible photographic image of his own face right before his eyes. Seizing on this discovery, Hal explained that by photographing detailed sketches or models, the Argo constructs could use the images directly as blueprints to build complex structures. A massive stone tower immediately materialized on the shore, prompt debate over whether to top the lighthouse with a fierce warrior statue, and Elvin striking a dramatic pose to serve as the model. Before Elvin could finish posing, Mappa snatched the magic camera with a bright flash to take eccentric pictures of himself, causing immediate outrage among the group. Magic of instant photography instantly captivated Rihanna and Sarah, who happily posed together for pictures of their own, thrilled by the wondrous technology. She and her companion spent the rest of the day taking endless mementos together while the construct work progressed in the background, making sure that even Nona joined in on the fun. As the sun began to set across the horizon, a sudden commotion erupted along the shoreline as the crowd gathered to witness the final unveiling. Deep rumbles echoed through the earth as massive stone feet planted themselves firmly into the coastal sands. Rising high into the sky stood a giant golem sculpted in the unmistakable likeness of Mappa, holding a massive torch overhead. Observing the towering statue, the group marveled at its uncanny resemblance and sheer, imposing presence. Moments later, a radiant light burst forth from the statue's lantern, casting a powerful beacon across the darkening ocean. Relieved by the success, the leaders realized this bright beacon would allow Camus and his ships to navigate safely to Sheol without difficulty. Expressing his sincere gratitude to Nona, Hyle praised her invaluable assistance before the quiet girl turned to leave. Before parting ways, everyone gathered closely for one last group photograph to commemorate the grand achievement. Standing tall against the night sky, the lighthouse golem, Big Mappa, shone brightly as the proud new beacon and symbol of Sheol. The lighthouse completed, Hyle held up his mining pickaxe, feeling the enhanced power flowing through him thanks to the piece of Cave King crest. Stepping back into the dark cavern passages, he reflected quietly on his strength while preparing to return to work. Nearby, Full and her fellow workers gathered their gear and eagerly headed deep into the mine shaft for the evening shift. Deep within the uncharted depths of the mine, a mysterious, fiery orb lay embedded amidst the rock, pulsating with intense, leaving the eccentric craftsman engrossed in his work inside the workshop. Hal decided it was best to step back and return at a better time. Stepping into the corridor, he ran into Rihanna and inquired if she had seen Full anywhere. She explained that while dinner was already prepared, Full was nowhere to be found, raising a quiet wave of curiosity between them. Their thoughts turned back to the fire dragon and wyvern eggs they had acquired, which were originally intended as food, but were now being carefully warmed by surrounding torches in hopes of raising them. Nearly a month had passed with everyone dutifully tending the flames, and Full in particular had been eagerly anticipating the day they would finally hatch. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the chamber as one of the massive shell surfaces splintered violently open. Gasping in surprise, the young goblin girl realized the egg had successfully hatched, but looking into the empty shell, she found no sign of the newborn creature. A towering silhouette materialized directly behind her, casting a dark and sudden shadow over her trembling frame. Hearing her terrified cry ring out, Hyle and the rest of the group abandoned what they were doing and rushed frantically toward the incubation cave. Instead of a monster attack, they arrived to find a playful newborn fire dragon pouncing directly onto her with affectionate growls and wild enthusiasm. Wriggling under the creature's energetic nuzzles, she burst into laughter as the onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief, realizing the hatchling was harmless. Playful beast suddenly burped a small burst of fire at nearby Mappa, prompting a gentle scolding while Rihanna confirmed that the wyvern eggs remained unhatched. Sitting together on the stone floor, she looked down warmly at the affectionate hatchling clinging closely to her side. Observing the bond, Rihanna pointed out that newborn dragons imprint on the very first figure they lay eyes upon, seeing them as their parent. Recognizing that his own crest authority did not extend to airborne dragons, Hal suggested that she take on the role of its master and choose a name for her new companion. She beamed down at the newly hatched creature, cradling it in her hands as she pondered what to name her new companion, while it chirped happily back at her. Meanwhile, near the volcanic vents, the dragon egg from Sheol began to vibrate violently, signaling that another life was ready to break free. Observing blackbirds circling in the distance, Mappa recognized the signs of incoming marks and immediately alerted the others to their approach. Using the light beam magic stone provided by Nona, Mappa swiftly shot down the flying pest before they could pose a threat. Delighted by the sudden arrival of fresh meat, Full dashed forward eagerly, thrilled that Mappa had provided food for her growing dragon, FHR. Noticing how rapidly the young dragon's appetite was growing, Hal suggested harvesting more food, though he paused upon remembering how fire dragon parents naturally feed their young. Explained that fire dragons typically chew food, like meat and beans, and spit it into their hatchlings' mouths. An idea Full embraced wholeheartedly as she happily played with FHR. Trusting the young dragon to Full's capable hands, Hal prepared to head back, observing that both FHR and Princess Riel were enjoying themselves immensely. Days passed, and Full remained tirelessly devoted to gathering massive amounts of food to satisfy FHR's rapidly expanding stomach. Surprised by how fast FHR was growing each day, Full marveled at the dragon's rapid development, even as the creature continued to demand her affectionate pampering. Because Full doted on him so heavily, FHR grew larger with every passing day, thriving under her constant care and affection. Shortly after, the remaining wyvern eggs in the hatchery began to crack open, releasing several new hatchlings into the world. Full quickly found herself completely overwhelmed, tasked with raising multiple energetic wyverns, whom she named Kuu, Kai, and Saku, leaving her with virtually no free time. While Full handled the young beasts, Hal gathered the community to rally everyone for the second major phase of Sheol's Grand City planning. Monumental crater left where the Leviathan had fallen had been repurposed into a massive natural freezer to preserve their vast meat reserves for the project ahead. He examined the blueprints with his companions, noting that flat ceilings supported only by pillars would fail under the sheer weight of their proposed scale. After analyzing the structure, Nona pointed out the flaw, prompting them to revise the design immediately. The new plan drawn up based on Nona's calculations, they shifted toward a dome structure to evenly distribute weight, preparing wooden frameworks to construct the sturdy overhead arches. To build the dome, they needed strong cement, utilizing the Cave King Crest's synthesized materials by mixing limestone, sand, crushed rock, and seawater within a frame. This technique of crafting concrete, once widely used in Velen construction, was quickly deployed across the site using specialized machinery. While he oversaw the concrete paving process alongside his workshop abilities, Rihanna and FHR suddenly darted past, catching his attention. Outside, workers cautioned that the newly poured concrete needed time to fully cure and harden before anyone could walk on it. Meanwhile, the young wyverns Kai, Kuu, and Saki were already practicing their flight, though little FHR hesitated nervously on the ground. Observing from a distance, he watched as the others tried to coax FHR into taking to the air. Approaching the group, he offered gentle encouragement to FHR, reassuring the young wyvern that there was no need to rush, even as the others cheered him on. Full jokingly teased FHR's clumsiness before he turned to ask if anyone had seen Rihanna lately. Guided by their directions toward Yggdrasil, he set off to find her standing peacefully among the lush green landscape. Surrounded by drifting flower petals, Rihanna looked down softly as he approached, teasingly asking if he had been searching for her. Looking out over the expanding realm of Sheol together, they marveled at how much the settlement had transformed from a simple reef into a thriving community. Reflecting on the past, Rihanna recalled the final wishes entrusted to her by Sierra, expressing how meaningful it was to build this future alongside everyone. Gazing resolute into her eyes, he placed a gentle hand on her shoulder and promised that he would handle everything as king. Reflected on his recent trial, admitting how overwhelming the power of the crest fragment had been and confessing that without her intervention, he might not have survived. Looking at the glowing emblem on his hand, he wondered whether he possessed what it truly took to become a genuine Cave King user. She offered words of gentle encouragement, prompting him to smile brightly as he declared his desire to see how far his power and their land could reach, before reaching into his coat to present a gift. Her eyes widened in complete astonishment as the box opened to reveal a magnificent pearl necklace resting inside. Feeling modest about the craft, he sheepishly explained how Mappa had guided him through carving it himself, hoping she would like his novice work. Blushing softly, she turned around and asked if he would do her the honor of putting the necklace around her neck. Flustered by the intimate gesture, He carefully leaned forward, adjusting the delicate chain across her throat. With a glowing smile, she expressed her deep gratitude and promised to treasure the gift forever, as together they reaffirmed their commitment to developing Sheol alongside all their people. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, Camus piloted his ship through the crashing waves, discussing their swift progress with his crew as they pushed forward toward Sheol. Beside him stood a mysterious cloaked figure staring out over the vast expanse of sea, listening intently as the captain observed how credible this stranger truly was. Beneath the shadowed cowl and metallic mask, the silent visitor softly spoke the young princess. Lightning tears through a dark sky, heralding what feels like a sight of the ultimate end. Amidst sprawling chaos and mysterious ancient crests, a looming sense of foreboding lingers. Sarah awakens in her quarters aboard the ship, clutching her face as she wonders if it was merely a dream or an evil omen. Out on the open waters, the vessel sails quietly beneath a starry night sky, bearing the weight of that mysterious light. Meanwhile, back on the island, tranquility reigns across the developing settlement atop the rocky shores. Inside, Elvin, Rihanna, and the others gather, passionately arguing that they have neglected a critical project for far too long and must build it immediately. Their grand ambitious plan is revealed in full detail: the construction of a feudal lord's palace. Al considers their idea thoughtfully, noting that while development has favored practical daily living and he enjoys his secret base-like room, a palace might serve a greater purpose. Al points out that they must prepare for potential envoys from Sandfales, requiring a proper structure to negotiate on equal footing, a point Ashton enthusiastically agrees with. Rolling the blueprints, they realize that building the palace on the rock cliff will effectively camouflage and cover the cave entrance. Kyle agrees with the strategy, understanding that if Sandfales seeks the Velen civilization inside, the palace will serve as a fortress wall protecting the cave entrance. The shared surge of enthusiasm, Kyle entrusts the palace design to Varys, while Miss Nona offers to contribute ancient Velen construction techniques. The crowd excitedly plans lavish decorations and shiny gold for Hyle's room. He tries in vain to tell them not to make such a fuss. Outside, Rihanna shares a sweet moment with Royden the Earth Dragon, who lets out a soft chirping sound as they bond. Hearing the commotion from the others inside, Rihanna chuckles as Royden excitedly scurries toward the entrance to greet the group. She observed the bustling compound. FHR the fire dragon rested nearby alongside the young wyverns, Kai, Kuu, and Saku, as the island's inhabitants went about their daily routines. Reflecting on how quickly the winged creatures had matured over the past 2 months, Hao relieved full of her afternoon mining duties so she could devote her time to looking after them. While the 3 wyverns were already demonstrating their ability to hunt on their own, Full happily agreed to take charge of their care, promising to assist Hyle again later. Observing from a distance, the veteran warriors noted that FHR still couldn't take flight, remarking with a smirk that Full's overly indulgent training methods were unlikely to yield results. The islanders united in high spirits. Construction on the Grand Palace officially commenced, accompanied by laughter as Varl doted on young Varys in a manner strikingly similar to how he had raised Full. Surveying the expansive blueprints, the builders acknowledged that although they had tackled massive engineering projects before, this Grand Palace stood as their most ambitious architectural undertaking yet. Supply the vast quantities of stone required for the foundation and to replace what had been used to seal the Great Abyss. Hyle journeyed deep into the caverns to mine raw rock with his crest. As he attempted to exert control over the subterranean minerals, a sharp, violent agony suddenly surged through his hand, causing him to cry out in excruciating pain as the crest flared uncontrollably. Hearing his anguished shout ring through the dark tunnels, Rihanna rushed frantically to his side, deeply concerned to find him trembling and struggling to harness the crest's latent power. Embarrassed that his cries had startled everyone, Hal sheepishly claimed he was merely psyching himself up, prompting Rihanna to enthusiastically unleash a fierce cry of her own as she swung her pickaxe into the rock face. She continued striking the stone with energetic fervor, explaining with a bright smile that she simply missed the thrill of mining, though Hyle gently urged her not to overexert herself. Taking a moment to rest together, Hyle expressed his gratitude for her assistance, while Rihanna fondly mentioned that with the crops newly planted, she was eagerly looking forward to another delicious harvest. As they resumed walking, Hal thoughtfully questioned how she managed to activate the full potential of her farmer crest, wondering if there was a secret trigger behind its passive benefits. Recalling various grueling experiments where others had tried intense physical training or heavy studying without success, Hal suggested that perhaps they needed to replicate the exact emotional conditions from their previous encounter in the Dryad Room. Stepping closely behind her, Hal wrapped his arms around Rihanna to guide her hands on the pickaxe, instantly leaving her red-faced and heart-pounding in sudden intimacy. She offered a quick apology as the young prince reflected on the mysteries surrounding his Cave King crest. Considering the complete lack of royal records, he wondered if Sarah might possess ancient memories that could shed light on its origins. Worried that Sarah might still hold a grudge, the young maiden hesitated, but he reassured her that bringing thoughtful gifts would ease the tension and ensure their efforts paid off. Breaking the awkward silence, the energetic goblin girl enthusiastically volunteered to do her part in the mining efforts, earning warm encouragement from the prince. Deep within the caverns, the determined girl struck the rock face with her pickaxe, prompting the prince to join in alongside her to continue extracting valuable minerals. Under the precise guidance of Varis and Mappa, the workers quickly mastered the newly introduced concrete technology, allowing palace construction to progress rapidly without any major setbacks. With each passing day, the expansive concrete foundation took definitive shape across the terrain, laying the groundwork for a grand structure. Over by the rugged seaside cliffs, the energetic goblin girl prepared herself, counting down while small flying companions cheered her on. Leaping boldly into empty space, she plunged headfirst down the steep cliff face toward the ocean water far below. Splashing into the waves below, she surfaced enthusiastically and encouraged the little flying creature to give flight a try. Her gaze drifted upward just in time to spot a magnificent wyvern gliding gracefully across the coastal skies. The majestic beast swooped down toward the shore with a powerful burst of wind, startling the small creatures gathered near the water. Floating contentedly in the shallow surf, she considered the leap a step forward in her training, while nearby animals watched curiously from the rocks. Basking nearby at the water's edge, the young elven princess suddenly caught sight of a vessel emerging on the distant ocean horizon. Aboard the approaching vessel, the orc captain burst into boisterous laughter, surprised and amused to find a brand-new lighthouse guarding the island shore. Standing proudly on the deck of his grand stone-reinforced ship, the captain pondered how much the island had changed, eager to reunite with young Hyle. He glided his massive vessel toward the shores of Sheol, where the island's inhabitants gathered eagerly along the coast to welcome the ship to port. Surrounded by his crew and the excited islanders, the captain stepped ashore into a lively crowd celebrating his return. As they exchanged news of successful trade and the impressive progress made on the island, the islanders cheered, eagerly proposing a grand banquet to celebrate the occasion. Suddenly, two tall figures clad in full heavy armor stepped forward, looking distinctly unlike any member of the Corvish tribe, and offered a wooden training sword directly to the young prince. Before anyone could process what was happening, the lead armored figure issued a brief prompt and instantly lunged forward with explosive speed. The single, masterful strike of the wooden blade, the warrior cleanly disarmed and struck down the prince before he could even raise a defense. Gasps echoed through the crowd as Rihanna and the others rushed to his side in panic, while the attacker coolly called the match over. As Rihanna stepped protectively in front of her leader, the armored figure slowly reached up to unlock and remove her full face helmet. Lifting off the helmet revealed a sharp-eyed young woman, who looked down at him with a smirk and noted that he was still as weak as the white helmet comes off. Rihanna, in full react with shock upon discovering that the mysterious armored knight is actually a young woman. Standing before them with braided hair and a confident gaze, she reveals her face, prompting Hyle to immediately recognize her as Layla. Looking at her, Hyle mutters to himself, wondering who else could possibly act with such bold confidence. Layla dryly remarks that she thought he had completely forgotten her, while her attendant Balian watches on. In response, Hyle questions why she and her companion were aboard Camu's ship in the first place, while the elderly knight smiles warmly and expresses that it is an absolute honor to meet the prince again. He looks directly at him and asks if he would believe her if she claimed to have received a revelation in a dream. Impressed by her answer, Hyle blunt treats it as a joke and inquires how long they intend to stay, prompting Elvin to step forward, offering to prepare guest rooms right away despite Hyle's protest. Continuing their exchange, Layla questions why a feudal lord like him lives without a proper castle and offers to stay in his newly built house, while Hyle retorts that his palace is currently under construction. To his astonishment, a massive, ornate carriage loaded with heavy luggage arrives, transported directly by the Corvus tribe under Layla's command. The vast array of lavish furniture, including wardrobes, dressers, and tea tables, is unpacked from the carriage. Rihanna quietly pulls Hyle aside to ask about the true identity of Miss Layla. Veteran Knight formally announces her true title. She is Princess Layla, the sole princess of the Duchy of Balian. Hyle reflects on the history of the Duchy of Balian, recalling how during the Great Continental War, their duchy provided key support that enabled Sandfales to conquer the Eastern Front. Situated as a vital seaside duchy linking the East and West, Balian had firmly asserted its independence rather than swearing fealty like the other princes. Hyle explains that although Balian was officially considered a vassal, its historical roots made it more of an equal ally whose power rivaled Sandfales. Curious about their past, Rihanna asks if they were childhood friends, to which Hyle explains that he only met Layla when the Duke of Balian visited the kingdom during their youth. Overhearing his explanation, Layla sharply interjects that she is not in the habit of making friends with weaklings, claiming they are the exact opposite of friends, leaving Hyle utterly exasperated. He had expected her to settle in and rest upon reaching the house, but she immediately insisted on setting off without delay, mounting her horse, and declaring it was time to proceed. While Rihanna politely complimented her elegant attire, she gracefully accepted the praise before requesting to inspect the territory, turning to call the prince over to guide her when she noticed him keeping a cautious distance. Suddenly, her horse surged forward with an aggressive snort, catching the group completely off guard as it charged toward them. She stroked the steed to calm it down. The prince furiously protested the near disaster, though she casually brushed it off as her horse, merely playing around out of nostalgia. Turning her gaze toward the young Belden girl accompanying them, she inquisitively asked for her name, to which the girl timidly introduced herself as Rihanna. She then requested that Rihanna guide her through the territory instead, leading the prince to realize this arrangement might actually work to his advantage. Eagerly stepping up, Rihanna explained their ongoing projects to develop the island so it would be ready to receive official envoys and visitors. She detailed their intricate strategic planning, describing how they carefully concealed deep cavern secrets and built hidden pathways around the reefs to protect the palace while showcasing their progress. Taking in the diverse, non-human population around them, the noble guest remarked on the overwhelming presence of monsters, bluntly asking why they chose to follow a human ruler. She further questioned whether serving a frail human lineage was dishonorable for monsters. Her provocative remarks stirred immediate indignation among the surrounding warriors. Tense silence fell across the path as all eyes turned to Rihanna, who stood quietly with a deeply solemn expression. She suddenly raised her voice with fierce intensity, shouting that their leader was far too great a figure for species differences to matter. With unwavering conviction, she explained that they followed him because he had risked his life to save them, proving that true strength and leadership extended far beyond physical power. Behind her, the assembled monsters stood tall and proud, their silent unity reaffirming every word she uttered. Instead of taking offense, the visiting princess erupted into resounding laughter, leaving the young girl bewildered by the sudden outburst. She smiled warmly, conceding that she had misjudged him just a little and acknowledging that he truly had matured into a dependable lord. Playful teasing immediately provoked a shocked outburst from Rihanna, especially as the visiting princess casually brought up embarrassing childhood stories about the young lord. Flustered and blushing, he demanded to know why she had traveled so far out of her way, urging her not to linger too long lest she worry her father, Duke Balian. Her cheerful expression suddenly vanished, replaced by a dark, intense stare that heavy-handedly fell over the room. The accompanying elder voiced concern for her safety during her father's journey home. She quietly admitted that the ominous incident had begun 3 months ago. She revealed a shocking truth that left everyone stunned. In a terrifying vision, her father had been slain, though the culprit's identity remained hidden. Fixing her sharp gaze upon him, she pointed to her own crest and invoked his power as a prophet to help decipher the mystery. She recounted how her dreams often seemed trivial, like predicting a strange meal days in advance, until the visions came true with uncanny precision. In that particular nightmare, a towering, amorphous shadow had materialized beside her father's sleeping form. Panic-stricken within the dream, she had struck wildly at the phantom, screaming at the creature to stay away from the Duke. Her efforts were futile as a surging pitch-black sea swallowed her, pulling her helplessly into the abyss. Wakening in a cold sweat, she had immediately bolted upright and rushed straight to her father's bedchambers at dawn. Counting the terrible premonition to her father, she described the eerie female shadow that watched over his bed as he listened with grave concern. Suspecting the prophetic weight of her crest, the Duke had promptly ordered his security commander to double the castle guards to prevent any potential intruders. Despite those precautions, her father collapsed shortly afterward, leaving her to question whether her vision had foretold a dark curse or a sudden fatal illness. She recounted how her dying father, Duke Balian, urged her to listen to her uncle Georges, while Georges pledged to act as her guardian and safeguard the future of the duchy. Following the Duke's death, Georges swiftly executed a political purge within the court, revealing his true ambition to seize control of the family leadership. One by one, the loyal household staff were dismissed and replaced by Georges' allies, systematically isolating the young princess until Heil inquired about what had triggered the Duke's sudden decline. Heil reasoned that the circumstances strongly pointed toward assassination, prompting Ashton to agree on the obvious motive, while Layla admitted her warning was based on a prophetic vision rather than concrete proof. Fleeing the estate in a high-speed carriage escape, she shouted her defiance against her uncle's plot while her knight warned her of the dangerous ride. Their original plan was to cross the mountains into the territory of Margina to seek aid from her sister's husband. Upon spotting an abandoned church with a decaying bell tower beneath the full moon, she recognized the exact sanctuary she had seen in her prophetic dream. Realizing that crossing Kuruma Bay by sea would be much faster than traveling over the mountains, they discovered a small boat moored along the shore. Determined to make their escape, they commandeered the vessel under the cover of night and set sail across the water. However, their vessel sank, leaving Heil to realize with shock that the boat belonged to Camus, who was in the region trading and investigating news of the Duke's demise. Camus explained that after arriving in the duchy, his crew used the abandoned church as a base, unaware they would run into the Duke's daughter. After pulling Layla and Guilford from the water and detaining them at the church, Camus was the first to sense an ominous presence lurking deep within the forest. Deep within the dense woodland, a dark and solid entity loomed, manifesting as an ominous, looming shadow. Under the glow of the full moon, an ominous hooded silhouette materializes amongst the dark forest trees. The armored young woman, Layla Balian, reacts with shock as she senses an unsettling presence devoid of normal life signs, recognizing the shadowy figure from a prophetic vision. Drawing her long sword with resolute defiance, she confronts the figure, identifying it as a minion sent by her uncle Georges. She fiercely vows that she will not allow herself to be slain after her father, declaring that the Balian family will drive the intruder back. Her armored companion urges caution, warning of the intense danger, yet Layla remains transfixed by the dark entity, observing them from afar. Deep, echoed voice speaks from beneath the dark cowl, addressing Lady Layla directly and suggesting that there has been a fundamental misunderstanding. Mysterious figure insists that Master Georges harbors no ill will toward her, explaining that he was sent out of genuine concern to retrieve her, while Layla wonders whose strange voice is reverberating through the woods. While the hooded specter offers to guide her home, Layla struggles to discern the entity's identity, unable to tell if the muffled, obscured face belongs to a man, a woman, or something else entirely. Extending a dark, shadowy hand, the hooded figure beckons her to approach, causing Layla to gasp in sudden terror as the phantom leaps forward. Suddenly interrupting the encounter, Camus strides forward arrogantly alongside Heil Sandfales and their companions, scolding Layla for taking matters into her own hands with these both thieves and offering to negotiate with money instead. Layla angrily rejects his label, denying that she is an extortionist and demanding a reasonable conversation, while Camus casually explains that they merely sought a knowledgeable guide after arriving in a foreign land. Turning his gaze toward the ominous wraith, Camus casually asks if they can tag along, noting that the entity seems remarkably well despite its terrifying aura. Dark Spectre dismisses his casual intrusion as utter foolishness, maintaining a tense standoff in the silent glade. Without warning, the hooded figure swoops down at blinding speed, forcing Camus to look back in shock as dark tendrils burst forth. Ferocious clash erupts as Ashton charges into battle alongside Hyle and Layla, trading high-speed strikes against the agile Dark Phantom, who praises their skill while mocking Layla for ruining her entrance. Chaotic brawl intensifies with relentless sword blows and swift dodges, leading the hooded adversary to back off temporarily, leaving the group on high alert. She watched in awe as Camus expertly used his secret tactics to pin the intruder to the ground with overwhelming speed and force. Celebrating the swift reversal, Camus gleefully declared how beautiful a comeback could be, driving his advantage home. Cloaked figure struck back wildly, tearing up the earth with massive claws in a desperate bid to slice through their captors. Camus pinned the shadowy entity against a large tree trunk, his blade held tightly against its neck. As the crew cheered on their captain, Camus demanded to know the assailant's true identity, threatening to run him through if he refused to speak. Suddenly, Camus' sword sliced through empty bark, the dark entity vanishing right out from under his blade. Party looked around in confusion as the attacker vanished without a trace, leaving only shadows in the dense forest. Before anyone could react, the shadowy creature materialized directly behind Layla, wrapping its dark tendrils around her in a sudden ambushing grab. Instantly, Layla reacted, whirling around to slash cleanly through the shadowy body and forcing the creature back. Her allies rushed forward to check on her safety as the dark figure tumbled backward across the clearing. Layla stood panting, frustrated with herself for failing to strike a decisive blow against the slippery foe. Watching from atop a high ridge at a safe distance, the true mastermind applauded Layla's formidable skill. Reflecting on the encounter, the Dark Commander noted how Layla seemed to anticipate every movement despite her inability to fully control her crest's power. Noticing the surrounding knights and allies coordinating to encircle the shadow puppet, the distant observer pondered whether it was time to retreat. The cold declaration, the figure decided simply to share perception, continuing to monitor the battle from afar. Surrounding them in the canopy above were dozens of cloaked figures, looming like silent phantoms among the twisted branches. Camus scanned the trees, realizing they were completely encircled. Counted at least 13 hostility-filled presences lurking above, frustrated that so many had managed to slip past his senses undetected, while Hyle wondered where this shadowy force had suddenly appeared from. Just as Layla called for caution, the cloaked figures dissolved into thin air, leaving no physical trace behind. An instant, absolute silence returned to the woods, as if the ominous horde had never existed at all. The elderly butler recalled how Camus had safely escorted their party to Sheol, the sovereign domain governed by Hyle. Reflecting on the harrowing ambush, they discussed the relentless group of pursuers that had targeted Princess Layla. Analyzing their combat tactics, Camus and Ashton concluded that the attackers were neither common mercenaries nor honorable knights, but a highly skilled guild of assassins. It became clear that Duke Georges of Balian was resorting to vile methods and underworld assassins to secure his grip on the ducal throne. Sympathizing with her plight, Rihanna warmly invited Layla to reside safely within Sheol, where her uncle's assassins could not reach her. Offended by the suggestion of taking refuge, Layla proudly declared her full title as Layla Lumiere d'Itul du Balian, the rightful heir to her house. She firmly declared that abandoning her realm and fleeing from her duties was something she would never tolerate. Layla vowed to succeed her late father and become a ruler strong enough to protect both the duchy and its people, earning silent admiration from her faithful butler. Hyle grinned, recognizing her true ambition to gather strength and reclaim her birthright, offering her his territory as a temporary base of operations. Suggested pausing their tour so Layla's party could rest, but her relentless butler insisted there was no time for leisure, as her rigorous daily education must continue unabated. Butler laid out a demanding afternoon schedule covering horsemanship, tea, swordsmanship, reading, and music, leaving Hyle and Camus astounded by her unyielding discipline. She cast a sharp, knowing backward glance toward Hyle before taking her leave, her sharp gaze meeting his resolute demeanor marked by the glowing crest on his hand, expressing her eagerness to see how he would entertain her in the days ahead. She mounted her steed as her companion respectfully excused them both from the courtyard. As the visitors rode off into the distance, Hyle chuckled at her formidable resolve, while his companions eagerly suggested organizing a grand banquet to celebrate. Turning toward the horizon, Hyle pondered the turmoil brewing in the Duchy of Balian, a long-standing ally of Sanfale's, troubled by an unsettling feeling about his father's passive stance. That very same night, far across the region, the grand royal palace of Balian stood illuminated under a clear, moonlit sky. Inside the high-vaulted chambers, Duke Georges shouted in frustration as an injured shadow assassin collapsed before him, failing to capture the young princess. A mysterious guest seated nearby calmly offered an apology for his subordinate's failure, yet pointed out that their primary objective, removing the rightful successor from power, had nevertheless been achieved. Georges raised his goblet, rationalizing that it was far better for control to fall into their hands, harshly criticizing his late brother for attempting to entrust an entire nation to a young girl. A cloaked figure commended the Duke's ruthlessness, affirming that his ambition made him truly worthy of governing such a prosperous duchy. Revealing himself in full royal splendor, Prince Valpa of Sanfales smirked knowingly and proposed a toast to solidify their alliance. Their glasses clinked together before the massive palace window, sealing a dark pact for the future of Sanfales and Bal.